All right, peace and blessings, everybody. Peace and blessings, everybody. I'm just waiting on my guests to come in. We got a real good show. All right, peace and blessings, everybody. Peace and blessings, everybody. Got a real good show for y'all today. You know, the Hebrews always talk about that GEB God and stuff like that. So we're going to get into that history right there. That's the history we're going to deal with. We're going to deal with the GEB God. Who is GEB? The earth God. All right? So we're going to get into a little bit of that. So y'all should be ready for this. This is going to be real good. And of course, it's coming from a young master Kemetic teacher. All right? A young master Kemetic teacher. So this should be a real good one right here. Just waiting on my guests to come into the room. Anyway, how y'all been, man? How y'all been? I have found out a lot of stuff this weekend. It's crazy. It still bothers me. I was doing a lot of research. Suntan, I was doing a lot of research, man. On the Shinnecock Nation, man. And I called my uncle. I spoke to my uncle today. Yes, I recorded it. And I also spoke to my cousins that's over there in South Carolina. And so they confirmed a lot. You know, I didn't know my grandfather's full name. All I knew was Frank Merritt because that's the name that he went by. But his father, he took on the his last name of his mother. So therefore he became Frank Merritt. But I want to know, and I asked my uncle, what was his father's name? The Indian. And unfortunately he couldn't tell me. He just said he couldn't tell me that. He forgot that part. Not that he forgot it. I think he didn't know it. And so he's going to dig deep and try to send me a lot of pictures of this stuff, man. So once I get that, man, wow, I can't believe it. So yes, I'm sorry to say, Elder Suntan. Yes, I am of the Shinnecock Nation. Yeah. I mean, hey, it is what it is. I mean, that's where you learn from. You learn from your family. And my family told me. And you know, I was just about to get a DNA of my mother. I was just about to do that. I was just about to get her DNA. And on her side, she's from the Shinnecock Nation, man. Wow, blew my mind. But I love it. I love it though. You know. Elder Suntan said, "You're an Abo son? you're an Abo son? Hey, whatever you want to call it, brother. I'm just going by my family history. I believe my family over everything, over everybody. Yep. I believe family over everybody, bro. Nobody could tell me who I am except my family. And the last one that's left is my uncle. My uncle is the last one here from my mother's side. Yep. My mother's side. So I got to go with my family, man. I'm going with the fam. Over any of these YouTubers, I'm going with them. Peace, brother Tahoodi. What's up, man?
Peace, brother. How are you?
I'm good. I sent the brother the link. It's in his email.
Okay. Could you put it in the chat? I'm gonna pop in.
Okay, I'll put it in the chat. It's in the chat right now as we speak.
Okay, wonderful. See you in a minute.
All right, brother. So yeah, I go with the family word over anybody word on this internet because people could be who they want to be. Some sick people, there's a lot of ill people on this internet, man. You know? And so yeah, basically. So we got Tahoodi getting ready to enter into the room. And we're going to see what it is. This is his student that I'm bringing in. This is his student that is getting ready to come in to do the joint. So yeah, I learned a lot, man. And it was meant for me to get this. It was meant for me to get this, man. Wow. Great. Mm-hmm. Hotep, my brother, what's happening? What's happening, brother Tahoodi? I don't hear you, Tahoodi. Can't hear you, brother. Can't hear you, brother. Let's go. You might have to go out and come back in. Okay, and that's what he's going to do. He's going to go out and come back in. Yeah, so yeah, I went through a hell of a learning experience this week coming so far. And I love every bit of it. So people think I hate the Indians. No, I don't hate them. Nope. No, hell no. I just can't bang on them no more. I was looking crazy and looking stupid now. Anybody have any questions for me? I'm open. I'm here. I'm here. I hear you now, Tahoodi. I hear you now.
You hear me now?
Yep, I hear your movement. That's what I said. I hear you.
You hear the movement. Okay, wonderful. Peace. Peace, everyone. Peace. How are you? And condolences, first off.
Yes, thank you, brother.
Family. And stay strong, and may she be in a peaceful place. Fix this here. This thing's giving me some problems. Okay, can you hear me still, Sa?
Yes, I can hear you good.
Okay, wonderful. Peace and love, everyone. Hotep. I will start with saying Ankia Ma'at un NS Nin Tet Aset and Ma'at Min Hapapet and Ma'at her and Hukiwi per Ikut. I live for Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. Peace and love to everyone in the HOK family and you, sa.neter. And today's going to be a wonderful show with my student Annie Patah when he arrives. And I just want everyone to know that us as the House of Aten, we're setting a different tone here and really all throughout the internet as to focusing on doing shows and classes based on what the ancestors teach on. And a lot of people, because they don't actually study or live the life, they don't actually can do a show on that. They have to always mix in the Bible or this and that. But Patah is coming on here to set the new standard that you will see a show with straight verses, chapters, references from the ancient ancestors and what they say. And he's the youngest and really the only to do it here. So shout out and peace and love to him. He's going to do great. And it's a continuation because last time we came on here, there was a excited young brother. What was his name? King James or something? King James? King Jays?
Well, who you talking about?
The brother that was challenging, he only wanted to speak with me. I think his name was King J or something, about GEB and the Neter. He was very, very excited.
Hey, I don't know if you've seen Jabari's respond to you. Did you see it?
No, I didn't, but I heard about him. I'm not sure why he continues.
Well, Jabari said, if you're willing to get in the ring, all you got to do is say you want the smoke. That's Jabari, brother. That's Jabari. He said, you keep on saying y'all had a debate and you know we ain't have a debate. So he's saying if you really want that debate to happen, just all you gotta do is say so, and he'll gladly give it to you.
Yeah, it's called the Mandela effect. He's trying to definitely change history. It's embarrassing. I'm not sure why he continues to call you a liar. If he would like to come on the show anytime when I'm on and confront or talk to me and just give me his view of why he thinks that sa.neter is a liar.
I like what you throw me in there.
Yeah, because it's actually not me. In the beginning of my pod class, let me fix this here. In the beginning of my pod class, in the intro, you're in it, sa.neter, and it's you.
I know. I've seen it.
It's you in the beginning of the pod class saying that me and Jabari had a debate and I won the debate. It's not me saying that. So if Jabari would like to come on and set up a debate with you, I'll referee it. If he wants to, whether you're lying or not, because it's actually you hosted the debate, you named it a debate, you called out the winner.
But I do recall Jabari saying to me, "Why you say it's a debate, so it's not a debate." He did say that to me.
And let me ask you this, when did he say that to you? This is recently?
No, not recently. He'd been said it to me a long time. Yeah.
Okay. If we could pull up one video, I mean, this took place 2.5 years ago. If there's one video of anybody saying this is not a debate, it's interesting how it was called a debate. The winner was announced.
Well, all you gotta do is tell him you want some more smoke, and y'all can get it in.
I would talk to him again, but unfortunately he's somewhat of a deceiver. I mean, I would talk to him if he would just say he would like a rematch. Originally, it was a rematch set up for the Wednesday afterwards. If he wants to set up a rematch, yes. But if he's in some delusional realm where he's trying to make the world believe we didn't even have a debate because it's no longer on the sa.neter channel, that's very that's not ma'at. That's very evil. I have all the footage. I have everybody saying it's a debate. You saying it's a debate. So if he wants to set up a rematch, I will consider it. But he's trying to set it up like we're starting from scratch. like as if we didn't have that whole debate with Reggie stepping in. And I mean, if he would like to set up a rematch, yes. If he'd like to have a conversation with me in front of the masses of people here on whether we had a debate or not, I would definitely oblige by that. But I don't think he would.
No, I don't think he would want to have a debate on whether we had a debate. He want to have a debate on the knowledge, on the information. That's what he wanted to do.
Yes, under false pretense. If he wants to step up to the Neter acts, if he wants to have a conversation, starting with, is this a debate or a rematch? First off, because you can't have a debate, lose the debate, and then lie to the world and say, me and him never really had a debate. Hey, would you like to debate me now? You can't start off the world like that. You can't start off history like that. So if he'd like to have a conversation with me, first we have to establish, did we have a debate? Because this would be the flyer would have to be right? Wouldn't the flyer have to say part 2? It couldn't just say a brand new debate. It'd have to say part 2 or rematch. If you'd like a rematch, I could definitely oblige, but he would be definitely too embarrassed if he ever had a conversation with me of whether we did have a debate, because once he would never come on here. Once we have the footage showing on the screen, he definitely have to. I'm not sure why. I mean, I know why he's doing that, to save face, but you can't be that evil to actually try to remove history. That's just accept it and say, yes, we did. I'd like to have a rematch.
I'll tell you what. Let me give him a call and see if he pick up.
Okay.
Because I know he ain't teaching. School is out. His classes didn't start yet. So, hey, you can keep talking.
Okay. Yeah. So let me send a message to Pata to see where he.
Yeah.
He is. But yeah, peace and love to everyone that is watching. This is the upcoming brother who's a young elder. His name is Pata Ani. Setting standards as standing on Ma'at and teaching from it.
He's in the building. He's here.
Okay, he's here. Okay, wonderful.
Come on, Jabari. Pick up, Jabari. Pick up, brother.
Etapu.
All right.
This is Jabari.
Jabari ain't ready yet. So, go ahead, brother. You want to bring him on? I see you got that. You got that comedic axe, brother.
Yes, and this is actually the word for Neter. When you look up the word Neter, it is this axe. And House of Aten is the only one teaching that, and why. But yes, this is the Neter axe, and we represent this. And here is the brother with the matching blue shirt. We are matching in synchronicity and concordance. Ptah Ani is here with the axe as well to shut down the building. The last one representing the Neter. Go ahead, Ptah.
Peace and blessings, Ptah. Peace and blessings to you, brother.
Hotep Marie, great elder sa.neter, and to the great Saba TEHUTI, Uncle Jason Neb. Peace and love. How are you doing, great elder?
Good, brother. How are you?
I am doing Nefer. I'm excited to be here again on your wonderful platform and to teach on the Neteru. So I'm excited.
I have a question for both of you brothers before you start. And the question I have for you, Tahoodi and Ptah, I want to go with you first, Tahoodi.
Yes.
Do you believe that you are one of the Neters?
Finally. Yeah. See. Yes. Absolutely. This is what we are. This is what I've come to teach. This is what the House of Aten teaches. When people are coming and saying they don't believe in a spook god, we're the gods. We're teaching that the Neters are the powerful words, the battlers, the great fighters for our ancient ancestors, who were called our ancestors. And after time, when Christianity came in, Christians under a man named Eusebius helped to create the falsehood that the Neters were not real, that they were not flesh and blood or not physical beings. And the Neters were us. Ramesses was a Neter. Tahutimos was a Neter. Osar was a Neter. Heru was a Neter. These are our ancestors. Neter is not an exclusive word for any one particular set of beings. And the New Age movement is coming and teaching the falsehood that the word Neter is just an exclusive word for one particular set of beings, where Ramesses is called a Neter. Senuseret is called a Neter. Asar is a Neter. All of us are the Neters. Some of us just have higher abilities and capabilities than others. So when you read about some of the stories of the ancients, some of them seem, in our mind, superhero-like, but they were the original superheroes. They did have supernatural, very natural abilities that people lost today. So when they hear about ancient tribes breathing underwater for 4 minutes, holding their breath for 4 minutes, ancient tribes doing things that seem supernatural, they would say, oh, that's mythology. No, they're just more in tune with the nature around them. That's all. So yes, we are the Neters. And maybe when I come on, I'll do a class. I'll do a class on that.
Okay, Ptah, same thing for you. Same question.
The simple answer is yes, absolutely. That's what we taught, and that's what we wrote. And you know, if we go back through some of the previous sessions, I showed that, and I'll continue to show it because that's what we taught. Absolutely, living Neter is what we are, which is why we teach that what the scribes taught, which is that they were physical beings, and so yes, just to keep it simple, absolutely.
You're on mute again, Saw. You're muted yourself or something. Oh, you're purposely on mute. Yes, the 5%ers were not the first to come to say we are gods.
I agree.
We were saying that in Smawitawi, or where people persist to call Kemet. We'll call it Kemet, but for people to persist to call Kemet, that is what we taught, that we are the ancestors. We are that which the ancestors are.
So by you answering yes, both of you, you are also saying that you are the ancient Kemetic people. It's your ancestors. Those are your people, the Kemetics.
Yes, the people that are along the Nile Valley, where the oldest Homo sapien bones have been found. Well, there's two sets of oldest Homo sapien bones. One is in Morocco, 350,000 years, and one is around 185,000 years down in the Kenya, Ethiopia area. And from those people sprang your first civilization, starting around the area of what they call Lake Victoria, Kenya, Ethiopia, and then started migrating throughout the Nile, because that was the best place in the motherland to set up a civilization where you had running, flowing water. So all of our ancient ancestors developed from those areas and started setting up civilizations. And the oldest one was Smawi Tawi, that people call Kemet today.
All right, let's get our brother, our young master teacher, to come on in and give us that powerful presentation you got ready, brother.
All right, to our great elder sa.neter and Hotep Hinu, great Saba TEHUTI, Uncle Jas and Neb, to her for being up here and introducing me, great Saba. And yes, I'm ready to get started.
Peace and love to you, Ptah. Peace and love from Aset Ma'ati, this is the Cobra, and from Sekhet, the Tarantula, the oldest word on the planet for heaven. Peace and love, and I'll be watching and do a great class. And when it's time for the, what do you call this, the floodgates? When the floodgates open, I shall be back and will intertwine with the crowd.
All right, to our great Saba, Hotep.
Hotep, peace and love, everybody. Take it over, Scribe. Peace.
All right, peace. All right, great elder sa.neter. Just to show something really quick, just to answer your question with the source, and so everyone can see. I'm gonna share my screen.
Your screen is sharing.
All right, to our great elder. All right, so this is the Pert Imheru right here, and if we begin to read this here at the top of this sentence, the eye of Heru, my hips and legs are of Nut, my feet are of Ptah, my fingers are my leg bones of the Ure living. Not a member in me is without a neter. Right? So we not only embodied the Neteru, we embodied them individually, piece by piece, making up the body. So as the great Permharu says right here, there's not a member in me that is not a neter. So therefore, I cannot be anything other than a neter if everything that makes up my body is a neter, right? TEHUTI is protecting my flesh entirely. And here's a big one. Nook Ra in Heru every day. I am Ra every day. So absolutely, I just wanted to share that really quick.
Beautiful, beautiful. Let me say this real quick. In my travels and my research that I've been researching all morning, man, after finding out this great knowledge about the Shinnecock Nation, I want to say, man, that a lot of the stuff that the brother's been saying is 100, because through my research, I've learned that the Shinnecock Nation been right here in America for over 1,000 years. They didn't come from Africa, family. Now, y'all can get mad at me all you want. You can get mad. I don't give a damn. It's just that you have not reached that knowledge yet. They have been here, and go do the research yourself, like I've been doing. They have been here for over 1,000 years in America, man. Facts, all facts. I just been doing research after research, digging it up, looking at it. I've been going on AI, off AI, going to Google, all of that. That's facts right there. For over 1,000 years, and they didn't come from Africa. And it's probably more than that. They just that's all I found so far. But go ahead, brother. I'm gonna let you go into your presentation in your PowerPoint, and you do what you do.
All right, Tua, and just like last session, I would like to. I'm gonna type in the chat, and if you can make me a moderator in
Yes, sir.
any one of the great moderators of the House of Aten, go ahead and type in the chat here so the great elder can make you a moderator for this session, so we can post some links. So I'm gonna go ahead and.
You want me to look in for Aton? All right, I'm looking for Aton. All right, I see you and I got you, brother.
All right, Tua, very much. And let me see if.
All right, you are now a moderator.
Okay, let me refresh here. And peace and love to everyone who is here with us live. If you're here with us live, everyone hit the like button. That helps a lot when it comes to these YouTube algorithms. And
Yes.
also make sure that you are subscribed here on the House of Consciousness. And next to that subscription, you'll see a bell. Make sure that bell is set to all. So that way you have the greatest chance of getting notified with anything that happens. So everyone, make sure you do that before we get started. And all right, there is Basa Tut Maka Aksafek, if you can make him a moderator as well.
Say that again.
In the chat, Basa Tut. First name is Ba. Should be 1, 2 under me.
Okay.
Right under Papa Lance.
Yes, I see him. I got him.
Okay, Tua.
All right. Yes, he is a moderator.
All right, thank you very much, Great Elder.
Yes, sir.
All right, so I want to ask you real quick, Elder sa.neter. I'm curious about, as we see the title, GEB, the Earth Neter. Has there ever been any sessions on here, any classes going specifically into the Neter GEB?
Well, good question. And I'm going to say no. Jabari touched on GEB, but it's never been the main theme of the presentation. And that's what I'm liking about this title right here, because you're about to get into who is GEB, where is GEB, what does GEB do? You're dealing with the history of GEB, the earth god. And what I love about this title is that the Israelites always attacking GEB and talking about, the freaky stuff about what's going on in here. You know what I'm saying? And so I'm loving this title that you got up. And no one has ever did a presentation on GEB itself. They briefly touched on it, but never did a presentation on it. And so this is new. You're the first one, brother.
Okay, wonderful. That's wonderful. And yes, as you know, we do. We bring sources, and we're going to teach on what the scribes taught about GEB. And if the scope of what I have to teach on GEB is this, we have enough time for this much.
Yes.
So we're just gonna tap into some of the writings, and we're also going to discuss some events that happened in the last session. And we're gonna listen to some conversations, and we're gonna bring Ma'at and advance, right, as a collective, as students of Ma'at, and be able to properly and confidently answer when certain questions come up. So let me and to everyone for being here. Again, everyone hit the like button, and be sure that you're subscribed. Make sure your notification bell is on, and so you get the notifications when the Great Elder goes live here. And if you would like to support anything from this session, if you learn anything new, if you appreciate what I'm teaching and you would like to support, I'm gonna put my support link in the chat. And yeah, I would definitely appreciate that. So, as well as the Great Elder sa.neter, be sure that you all are supporting to allow the energy to continue to grow and flow here in the House of Consciousness. So let me go ahead and do that now for everyone.
Yes, can everybody please hit that like button, y'all? Get me in the algorithms. Hit the like button, please. Thank you. Go ahead, brother.
All right, Tua, very much. All right, there is the support link for anyone who would like to have that, and which my title is Living Neter. So there it is. Ooh, nice background, Sa. All right, welcome. All right, let me go ahead and share the screen here so we can get started. Okay, there we are.
Screen is sharing.
All right. There we are. GEB, the earth neter, derived from the theonym GEB, the god personifying the earth, by myself, PTAH, ATEN, TEHUTI. All right, so for those of you who have not watched the last session that I did here on the House of Consciousness, after this, I suggest that everyone go and watch that session, as well as the first one, as all of these sessions can work together. And I taught on the misnomer of the 42 laws of Ma'at, and taught the original true term, which is Peka Mku, which is so very important for us who are following Ma'at and learning how to purify self, right? So the 42 laws of Ma'at do not focus on that we're removing things from within us, allowing a purification process to take place, which is what the Peret Emheru is all about, right? Cleansing the Eb, the heart, and the body, right? The Ka, the energetic double, purifying, making us light to become like Shu, right? Like the feather, so that way we can rise up. And it makes perfect sense because in this physical world here, when there is a great heaviness, there's a pressing down that happens, which makes one hard to lift up, right? So most of us know that that which happens above also happens below, right? So it is very important that we have the teachings on how to remove certain aspects from our self experiences that create a heaviness or a discomfort in the body. And it's a beautiful thing. So everyone go watch the 42 laws of Ma'at corrected, and let me know what you all think of these sessions and if you're learning anything. This is what these are for, is to teach and bring direct sourced material from the scribes of Ma'at, as I am a scribe of Ma'at. So all of my great elders and ancestors who taught, it is my responsibility to echo them as the great Mary Kara, the great Par'i'i Mary Kara, taught in his Seba'it, to emulate the ancestors. So that's what we're here to do. And so I know that here on the Great Elder Sa.neter's channel, the House of Consciousness, there's not too many who are teaching on the Neteru directly, right? So as I come to the Great Elder's channel, I am coming as a scribe of Ma'at, and so I do not separate myself from any particular position. I'm up here. I will teach on the history, the archaeology. I will teach on the spiritual writings, and what we taught. Nothing is off limits when it comes to the Neteru, when it comes to Ma'at, and I'm up here as a whole being, wanting to teach on the Neteru, so that way we have the correct sources, so we can check for ourselves and come to our own conclusions, right? So a very important part of being able to accurately bring forth the teachings is to learn, or at least put the intention to want to understand the Medu Neter more. That is very important for us to understand these stories, because that's where the stories exist. They exist in the Medu Neter language. And I've been teaching that the Medu Neter is a poetic language. It's very deep. It's very much metaphor, simile, all of the poetic ways of writing are interwoven between the words themselves. So it's a very deep language, and for us to truly begin to understand what the scribes, what their intention was when they began to create the stories and teach us how to Peka Imku, we must, for those who are learning the stories or learning about the Neteru, it's important to know that your teachers are studying the Medu Neteru and bringing you these stories because that's where they exist. All right. So before we begin, or before we go into the session, I asked one of the great brothers of the House of Aten, and everyone go subscribe there. Great Basatut, if you can put that link in there, as well as the TEHUTI podcast links. Go subscribe to our channels, and we teach every Saturday and Sunday. So that's what our weekends consist of, is teaching of the Neteru. So Sapa TEHUTI's podcast is on Saturday, and the House of Aten, we go live on Sunday. And one of the great brothers, Tef, I asked him to put together something for me because we all focus on different things and bringing forth the writings. And the great Atef, he is working on bringing the writings into animation form and creates podcast style discussions on the story. So all of the stories, you can we read them over there and we teach on them. So I asked him to put together a video for me on the Neter GEB. So this right here was created by a Tefrim Kema'at, and I hope you all enjoy this.
Du GEB sa.neter hesi and kemet.
Can you hear the sound when it plays, sa.neter?
Yes, I can hear it nice and clear.
Okay, thank you.
Praise to GEB, divine earth, beloved of Kemet. Hail and Tek, GEB, it her pet. Hail to you, GEB, Father beneath the sky. Nikef pet ta kain Ra. You lift the sky and feed the ka of Ra. Ha ka a en hahat shesep. Peret nefer. You bring joy to the belly of the field and receive the beautiful harvest. Chaheka and Heru, Taheka Nebu. You give kingship to Heru and the golden crown to rulers. Sekhem Sutan, Jeserem Kinien, Geb Seriem, Geb Ren and Nesu. The king's sacred power is anchored in the presence of Geb. Geb listens to the name of the king. Airi per a emta. Di heka nebet nan sutenet. You establish Pharaoh in the land and grant royal power to the lady of the throne, Sarenenutet. Em seket ketu. You cause Renenutet to rise in the fields of grain, Nefer Neper, Shemu, Sekhem, Jeretta. Beautiful grain, powerful summer, eternal land, Tamir Geb Neter, Em Shuti, beloved land of Geb, great God in shadow and light. Ir Seneb and Remech, Ir Hetep and Ahu, you give health to the living, peace to the blessed dead. Gebre Kimat, Chaib and Heka. Geb, knower of Ma'at, shining heart of royal power, Tahenet Nefer, Pra. Emher, perfect resting earth, throne of the Pharaoh, Tachamaat, and Henet, Renenin, Jedu. You give truth to rest, name to the everlasting. Seker, Heka Empet Sutem, Medu and Tah. You control magic in the sky, royal speech in the land, Heka Seket, Aru, Keper, Neteru, Emkenti Ementiu, ruler of the field of reeds, where gods rebirth. Among the Westerners, Chet and Ahu, Setep Emhet Geba, the bodies of the blessed rest in the house of Geb. Chasetem, Nebet her, Septepu, you give silence to the lady upon her first step. Sekhem, Hetep and Jau per her Geb, power and peace to the limbs. A house upon Geb Tajeser, Jeser Jeseru, Netir Geb Emduat. Holy land, holiest of holies, divine Geb in the Duat. Keperu, Keperu, Neteru Petu, Shemsu and Geb. Forms upon forms, gods in heaven, followers of Geb. Dua and Geb, Ren Neb Nehe, Nefer Heren Petu. Praise to Geb, name Lord of eternity, beauty over the years, Dua Geb. Hetep Ma'at, Keper Pet, Jedem Ta. Praise to Geb, who rests in Ma'at, who becomes in heaven, who is stable in earth. Ankh I, Ma'at. Dajed Ren, in Geber Macheru, Heka. Live in truth, speak the name of Geb, true of voice and divine magic. Geb Hetep, Renem Jedit, may Geb rest, may his name be established.
Come join us, House of Aten, Ancient Tahooti and Teachings of Neteru. Back to the source, we the original Axemen.
Beautiful, beautiful, brother. Nice, man.
Thank
Real quick, I want to say to the brothers and sisters that's in the audience in the chat, y'all not ready to learn. We can't be like children because you see something that appears to be a European woman and everybody's focusing on that. Oh, why you got that? Listen to the information, family. Information have no color, man. When y'all gonna grow up? We got to grow up out of that nonsense. Just like science have no color. Information is information. It don't matter where it comes from. It's coming from the brother. It's just AI that's doing the information. So come on, man. Y'all, I expect this from little kids. All right, go ahead, brother. Beautiful though. Nice setup.
Thank you very much. Yes, that was created by the great Atef, and he'll come on the panel after we post the link in, and he can speak on that. And yeah, that's a great point. So much of the information gets missed because of a lot of matrix, right? So yes, we do that over at the House of Aten. We take the stories and we animate them, and yes, there he is right there. The great Atef is, and we're very in ma'at there, so very open and honest, and these are things that we're learning how to use the technologies of today and apply them to ma'at, apply them to what we do. And so it's a learning process, and as we learn, we're presenting it to you all. So Duan Henu to Atef for that, and yes, he does do that on purpose. All right, let us begin with the session. All right, and we're going to start with the Per Heru, and here is the book that is public, and anyone can go and pick this up. This is not hidden or a secret. Anyone can go and grab this. The Egyptian Book of the Dead. There's many different translations. I have all of them, but I like to teach from this one because it is the easiest to begin to learn with, and you get to look at the glyphs, right? You get to look at the Medu itself, and it's much easier to start here and start to learn because of the way that Budge transliterated. It gets put in a place, and a lot of the things they'll say is outdated. And there is, as long as time continues to move forward, anything in yesterday becomes a something that's outdated, because there's always new updated information coming. But it's much easier to start here and then begin to learn the new transliteration system than to just jump into that one. So this is a great start for everyone. And for those who want to go to the next level, we have those classes available. But we'll start here. And here we are, plate 2 from what's known as the Book of the Dead. coming forth by day. Tua. Tua Asar, an adoration of Asar, Nefer, great Neter, within Abtu. Sutin Heh, king of eternity, and, king of eternity, Lord of everlasting, of Tcheta, that which is immortal, no time, everlasting, traversing millions of years, an innumerable number, in the duration of his life. Sa, Tep, and Kat, son, eldest of the womb of Nut, engendered by Seb, which is Geb, the chief, lord of the Urarek crown, lofty of the Hechet, or the white crown. All right. So when we look at this, we see that the womb of Nut and being engendered by Seb, by Jeb or Geb here. And so when we look at this word engendered by Geb, right, because there's a feminine, right, the womb of Nut engendered by Geb, and there's a masculine. And so this word engendered is utet, and we see a erect phallus ejaculating, right, because that's what men do to bear children, right? So the phallus is a symbol of masculinity and creation, right? So as I spoke on in the last session, in every single teaching, I can teach on the masculine form, I can teach on the feminine form. Neither one exists on their own. So any single teaching, any single neter, you're always going to find a masculine and you're going to find a feminine. And depending on which scribe was bringing forward their writings for them and what it meant to them, shows how they wanted to interweave the teachings to tell their story, right? So that's very important to know. These actually belong to real people, right? to living people. This isn't a story of people that don't exist. These are real people, and I show them. I showed one of the great ancestors, Mehi Pare, in the last session, and showed the body, right? So these are real people with real teachings and real imharus, real writings. So when we look at this word utet, engendered by Geb, let's look at this word utet. So this word means to beget or father, right? So it makes perfect sense that the phallus would be a symbol for a father, right? So this session is going to be very symbolic, right, until the very end. So there's not one thing that anybody can bring up in Ma'at that does not have symbolism attached to it. Okay, I want to make that very, very clear. Every single thing that you bring up, showing the Neteru, showing anything to do with the Medu Neter, will have some form of symbolism in it. Every single thing. Even when I'm showing a physical person, you're going to see symbolism, right? So we need to have that as the baseline, is that everything is symbolism. Now, when we're looking at certain things, we have to determine what level it is. But everything is symbolism in Ma'at. It's a language of symbols, of images, right? That's what created the logos, the logo that everyone uses. If you have a business, you have a logo, right? If we look at the top right of the screen, we'll see sa.neter TV. That's a logo, right? And that logos, which also means word, is an image, right? To tell a story, right? And sa.neter has many logos, right? The House of Aten has a logo. So when you see this image, it's telling a story. All right. So everything is symbolism from the beginning. But utet, the begetter, is the father, right? Which is what Geb is, the utet, right? The father. So as we continue through the Medu, right, we see ut or utet, to beget to create, or to give birth, right? Because again, we can teach on the birthing principle in masculine, and we can also teach it in feminine. But this class here today is on GEB, so this is a masculine class. All right, so we're here to teach on masculinity in Ma'at, and what that looks like, what that sounds like, what that feels like. All right. So to beget, to create, to give birth, about children, people, gods, plants, a mountain of precious stone, particularly in the expression utet in sesher f, engendered by his tongue, right? How can one be engendered by his tongue? Because we taught that the tongue was a symbol of creation, all right? Our words we use to create, right? That of course got implanted in so many teachings, and the most famous is, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God, right? So for things to create, it's comes from the tongue, comes from the words, right? Which originally come from the Shabaka stone, and the creation story of Ptah using his heart, his Eb, and his tongue to create, right? So our words create, just as the biological phallus is used to create, right? To beget. All right. So we see this all throughout here. Utet ut kat es, she who gives birth to her ka. Progenitor, father. Offspring, son. Utet is seed. Utet, a bird. Right? So utet means to create. So of course, ut or uch, because the T, the D, the DJ, these words in the Medu are all interchangeable. And that's just what it is. So we can show the Medu being spelled multiple ways with these glyphs. So we say ut or uch is to order or to command, right? So the same word for to beget, to create, is also the word that means to order or to command something, using your tongue to create, just as we use the phallus to create, and how all of us are here, right? From the seed of a phallus of a man, which mostly started with conversation, right? So that's where it starts. And so here we are. Uch irit, order to be carried out. It's an order, uch medu, to command something. So it isn't just speaking, it's a commanding. It's speaking something directly. It's to order something, right? It's not just saying anything. You're creating, you're placing an order, and you're commanding, and you're governing something with your tongue, with your mouth, right? And uch heka'u, the one who decrees magic, which is a birth bed, right? And so here in the Per Imheru, and this is from Stephen Quirk's version of the Per Imheru, and this is in the Papyrus of Nu, a state manager for the treasurer, 1400 BCE, British Museum number EA10477. So a physical being with a physical papyri dated to the time of the people that were living the teachings. All right. So here we go. Formula for going into the great temple. Words spoken by the estate manager for the treasurer Nu, Ma'a Koru, true of voice. Hail Atum, I am TEHUTI, judge of the two fellow Neteru. Who are the two fellow Neteru? Heru and Set. TEHUTI is the one judging that, right? I have removed their battle. I have put an end to their laments. I have saved the Adu fish on its return. I have done just as you, what? Uchet, what you commanded. I have slept within my eye by the uch medu, by the commandment, by the words, by the tongue. The uch, which is the same word as the phallus we use to write commanding. Right? I have slept within the eye by the command. The elder Neteru are under my guidance. The lesser ones are mine. I am free from obstacles. Inukshu im sedeb. I have come so that you may see, right? And I taught on that in the last session. The purpose of the 42 Pekka Imku. That's the first section. And then right after that is to see the faces of the Neteru, right? So I have come so that you may see me in the temple of the repeating face. Temple of the repeating face would denote the temple of the moon, reflecting the lunar aspect of Tahoodi, complementing the sun, right? So we're just start here with the uts and the uch, where we have the same words teaching the same thing from two different perspectives, right? From two different parts of the body. Okay, so let's look at some etymology. So the ground, bottom, foundation, surface of the earth. Also abyss, hell, and bottom of the sea. A field, a plain, the bottom, right? So the ground is the bottom, which then creates humble, right? Humble in late 13th century of persons, submissive, respectful, lowly in manner, modest, not self-asserting, obedient. It comes literally on the ground, right? From humus, earth, dingim, earth. So humble comes from the word earth, dingim, which means to be on the ground, right? And so here is another one of the great ancestors, one of the Nefer sisters, Sa.neter, who is humble on the ground, right? This is a Hinutawi right here. So as we go from the ground and we start to move up, we're going to show GEB, right? So here we are. Here is GEB, the engenderer, the one who creates, the father, right here with the sa on his head, right? And standing firm as a man, as a neter, as a creator. And so here is GEB, GEB, the earth god GEB. I come down to the earth of GEB. Why do I come down to the earth of GEB? To destroy my defects, to pekka imku. That's what we're taught to do, right? To pekka imku. And this word for defects is tut, right? Tut, tut-e. And tut is a word that means to copy or to echo, right? So the things that are create transgression within us, the thing that continues to echo itself out is the tut, right? And that's what we use our hands, the chur, to destroy, right? To do what? Ma'ah, to see. That's what we taught. The more that we cleanse ourselves, the more that we can see, right? That's why Ma'at is the glyph of an eye, the Owachet, the eye of Heru. That's why the eye is so prominent. It isn't there just because it looks good. We taught that by cleansing, you can see more. And it's a very powerful thing. And everyone can experience the phenomenon by noticing something in your body that presents discomfort. And once you remove that, you're able to see it outside of yourself more, right? So if I find myself in an angered state on a consistent basis, and I work through that, right? What's making me angry? And I begin to work through that, whatever that may be, and I cleanse that out, you begin to see it all around you in different ways, in different areas. And so our great ancestors were ingenious in teaching that the destroying of the defects or the ku, or the things that cause heaviness on us, block the sight, right? And we see it all the time, where the a state becomes overly emotional, as what the great Ptahhotep teaches of swallowing the heart, right? Which is a metaphor for allowing the emotions to consume you, the swallowing of the heart, becoming overly and unstably emotional, right? Not just emotional. We all have emotions, right? We all have feelings. But the great scribes of Ma'at taught about state control and how to keep yourself in a particular position based on your choice, right? And how many of us are doing something, feeling great, walk into a room and you can feel the tension. You can feel that there was an argument that just happened, or you're feeling great and someone comes and says something to you that throws you off. How difficult is it to get back to your normal state, right? I know for me, sometimes it may take a day, right? Sometimes you got to sleep it off, right? And so being in a position of state control where you're able to choose what type of emotions you want to bring forward. No one outside of you can trigger anything because you've already done the work alone by yourself or with someone guiding you and working with you to remove, to Pekka Mku, a lot of the things that create triggers, right? You take the trigger out of the person's hand and you place it in your own hand, right? And you obtain that power. And so we destroy the defects so that way we can see better. We can see more clear, right? And so that's what we're doing here on Ta of Geb, right? Down on Geb. And so here is Metut He, seed of the generations of men and women, right? And so here is He, which is a very powerful word, which represents an innumerable number, right? Eternity. So the Metut is the word for seed, but guess what else the Metut is also a word for? The language, Medu, Neter, right? The language or the words of the Neteru. So here we see a second word where I showed Utet, which is command, which is to engender, to create, to give birth. That's one word. And now there's going to be a consistency continuously because there's intention and there's purpose behind every single thing that we do, right? And so now we have a Medu word, which is the word Medu, that also means the seed, right? Because we did not separate our ability to create with our tongue and the ability to create with the phallus, right? And so this He right here is a very important word, which actually was transformed into another symbol, which was used to write a very powerful name that we'll get into later, right? So here we are. Here's Geb in the Per Em Heru as engendered as a man, right? We see him in a physical human form, right? A human form here, as we see Geb, and we see the Neter glyph, the A40 glyph right here, holding the Usir staff, or the Uas, which represents power and dominion, control, right? At the head of Set. And so when we look at Geb, Neter Atef Neter, right here, a father who is a Neter. Two divine fathers, the father Neteru, right? So Neter Atef is, Geb is one of the Neter Atef, right? He's a Neter who is a father, right? Which, of course, is Father God, right? So here is Geb as the father Neter, as the father God. Okay, let's move forward. And so that's a very familiar term with everyone, right? God the Father. We all know God the Father, and we usually connect two different things, right? So the original name of God the Father is Yahweh or Yahu, or however you want to say it. I know the good brother Mighty Hebrew, he says Yahweh, right? So however you would like to pronounce the tone is up to you, right? But we see this here, and we're looking at the language known as the Hebrew, and where it starts, 1863, with the, or people may say the Paleo Hebrew, right? The Proto-Sinaitic, right? And then it continues on down, and you see the transformation take place into this here, right? And then of course into the English. During the modern times and following the original English transliteration, true and pure God believers did not change the Yahu, but since no one from the ancient time provided the correct pronunciation, then God is being called our Father in heaven, our Father, our God, right? And this is from onechurchofgod.com. So a website for everyone to see where I got this from, right? So we always connect God with the heavens, right? And so this is, again, as I teach, I can teach the masculine and the feminine, and I do. And as I continue to come, that's what we'll do. But here we always see that God is represented of the heavens. And with this session, I'm teaching on GEB here, who is the God of the earth, right? So yes, I can teach on the masculine of the heavens, of the skies, of Nu, right? And I can also teach it on the land, on earth, on the planet, on the physical plane here, right? That we're all living and walking on as a masculine principle that we embody and teach, but also through the feminine as well, as always interweaving between the two. It's never just one thing of this is just masculine and this is just feminine. Nah, it's all throughout, right? Because we understood duality. The two have to exist simultaneously and together, right? So this is to bring the Father God aspect that we connect to heaven down to the earth, right? Where all of us are right now, right? So in the last session that I had here on the House of Consciousness, Tahoodi had brought forward a point, and I'm gonna play this so that way you all can hear as well.
I saw a presentation you did. I glimpsed through it a couple days ago, and you actually showed Medu Neter as Hebrew, and that was quite embarrassing. But you showed the Medu Neter
Who did that?
apostle, and me and my Neteru.
Oh, he was showing Hebrew, but he was showing the meta. Never.
He showed Medu Neter as the ancient Hebrew language, and I'm there just having my head down.
Well, you need to show that. Other than just state it.
So everyone can go back to the 42 laws of Ma'at corrected and listen to the discussions at the end of the panel, which were very powerful. So when Saba brought that up, I wasn't familiar with what he was speaking of, and so I went to watch that over on the Great Elder sa.neter's debate channel, right? Because I wanted to know what Saba was talking about. So here, the Debate Coliseum, everyone make sure that you are subscribed here as well. So my moderators, put this link in the chat so everyone can subscribe to the HOK Debate Coliseum as well. And if you're just coming in, hit the like button. Let me check that real quick. Let me see where we're at on that, because that's something that everyone can do. It's free, it's simple, it's easy. That will assist the Great Elder. So we're at 96 likes. So yeah, everyone hit the like button. Take a few moments to hit that like button. All right. So when I went to go look, I saw something even more striking. And this is what I saw and heard.
As you can see here, this is the changes in the script of the language. You have it says hieroglyphic, but it's like pictograph. And then you have Paleo, and then you have Aramaic, and then the Masoretic. Yeah, as you can see here, the Dead Sea Scrolls is written in the square script, which has no dots and dashes, which is what they call the Nakud. And the Nakud is used to how they get their vowel sounds. You have it says hieroglyphic, but it's like pictograph. You have it says hieroglyphic, but it's like pictograph.
Why is Dayan or Devion showing Medu Neter and praising the Neteru in secret? Or does every Hebrew secretly give praise to the Neteru? That's my question. Because when I see and hear, when I went and watched this and I saw this be brought up, I said, oh, I don't know if the brother knows that that he's actually giving praise to the Neteru on there. I don't know if he's showing that. So that's just a question that I have, right? So as we continue with the great Atef Geb here in the Purim Haru, we see Atef Geb, my father Geb, right? And here we see it in the papyrus right here. We see the goose here, and we see the foot. And then you see the bread loaf and the viper, Tef. So you'll see it with the reed, and you'll also would just see it with just the TF as well, right? Geb, Tef of the Neteru. Geb is the father of the Neteru, right? So what is another name of Geb? Ta, which is the male, right? A title of Geb, the earth neter. So Geb is a personification of masculinity, of being male, right? So as I also was speaking about to sa.neter in the last session, we it's very easy to show what we taught when we take our time to go through it, and then once we can step back from the modern day mindset that everyone has today, where this didn't exist in Kemet, right? If it did, show it. So we were not insecure with our bodies, right? On the female side or on the male side. And we understood the power of productive and producing, right? So when it comes to the shed or the shedet, right? The vagina, as well as the medu or the ut, and the phallus, right? So males have phalluses, females have vaginas. So that's what we led with, because of the productive power to create, which is always attached to the tongue and how we speak and what we use to create our existence, our reality around us. And so it will be consistent all throughout the Medu Neter, right? So Geb is known as the masculine neter, the father of the Neteru, the male, right? The earth neter. And so here we see in the Medu, It Neter, or Itef Neter, God's father, which is a title of a priest, right? A godfather. And here is It Neter, father of the Neteru, who is Asar as well. All the fathers who birth other fathers are known as Atef Neteru, right? Atef Neteru, or It Neteru, right? Geb, the great male. All right, and so let's look at symbolism. We're going to look at some symbolism because, as I started this session with, everything in the Medu Neter is symbolism. And that's why it's important for us to be able to dig into the language and or at least learn from those who do dig into the language, because this isn't something that you can necessarily just overlook, right? It takes someone who is dedicated, and we have many great Medu Neter scholars here on the House of Consciousness. And one of the great brothers who I always see coming up to the panel is Asar M. Ka, another great brother who teaches on the Medu Neter, right? So when we're learning and listening to these stories, we should go to the teachers who are studying and learning the Medu Neter, right? So symbolism, what is that? Practice of representing things by symbols. The investing of things with the symbolic character from symbol. So it's something that is representation of something else by a symbol. Everything in the Medu Neter is a symbol. Every single thing. So when we take a word and we create it into an image, right? And you just see the image, it actually is telling a story. So the sense evolution in Greek is from throwing things together and contrasting to comparing, to token used in comparisons to determine if something is genuine, right? So the Greek word here, the notion of the mark or outward sign that distinguishes Christians from pagans, the Cyprian of Carthage to the Apostles' Creed, right? A symbol, hence something which stands for something else. This is what a symbol is. It's something that stands for something else, especially an object standing for or representing something sacred, moral, or intellectual. A written character, mark, or sign which stands for something. Everything in the Medu Neter is a symbol. Even if you're looking at an image of something, there's symbology there that can be broken down in the Medu Neter itself, because the language is symbols. It's a language of symbols, right? Which then was spread out, and these symbols just became unable to reference because you take away the detail. So the great Saba Tahoodi taught on the bullhead and the 42 Laws of Ma'at corrected session, and how the bullhead was then used to create the letter A, right? But when you look at the letter A, you don't have a reference to it. It's just 3 lines, right? But what is it? You don't know until you start to trace it back, and then it turns into a bull, which then has a story behind it. So the scribes of Ma'at understood language at the highest level. We understood that story is one of the most powerful magical mechanisms to teach. So the language in itself is symbols, right? So you cannot show a word, you cannot show any image in Kemet without showing a symbol. Everything is symbols, right? And so let's look at some. Slide this over so we can look at this. So here is from the interior of the coffin of Emin M. Epet, 1069 to 945 BCE. A living physical being with a coffin, right? Which is the word Christ or Christ, however you want to pronounce the vowels, right? KRST, QRST, however you want to spell it in English, but it's Christ. A living physical person with a living physical teachings on a physical coffin, right? That's very important. This is what separates us from what most people call mythology, which is story, right? And I gave the deepest dive on the word myth in the Greek language in the 42 Laws of Ma'at. So everyone can go rewatch that as well. So here we are. Nebet Het or Nephthys appears on the left while Isis seems on the right. A cartouche, a shin, bearing Osiris's name lies between them. The kite forms of each goddess can be seen behind their respective human states. Right? So when we look at this, you're looking at symbols, right? Symbology. But then what else are we looking at? What did I teach on in the last session when it comes to the Shinu? Right? What is something being in a Shinu mean? And everyone can, if you know the answer to that, type that in the chat and participate by answering that question. Right? What does the Shinu, whenever you see a Shinu that later became the word cartouche from cartridge, right? Because many of our symbols of life was reversed and turned into symbols of death. So because the French saw this and saw that it was resembling what they call a cartridge or a bullet, it becomes a cartouche, right? So we don't call it cartouche because this isn't a bullet or a symbol of death in the way that we all know and recognize bullets to be, right? Or cartridge, right? So this is a Shinu, which represents immortality and life. So what does the Shinu name, what does the Shinu mean? Let me come back here. Oh, here we go. Kabaka Ra Zakwan says a royal name. Wonderful. King J says deity, royal family member. Absolutely. Royal family represents a physical person, right? A Shinu, when you see a Shinu, you see physical kings. And as King J says there, he says a royal family member. So when you're a part of the royal family, as a member, a living physical body being, your name will also go inside the Shin. So we see a Sar here, Neb of Abtu, or what is known as Abydos in the Greek, right? And so there's a ton of symbolism in here, while also showing that Asar was known as a physical king, right? But here, let's look at this. This is representation of Asar. Was Asar this right here? No, right? But to look at this, we have to begin to look at each symbol, right? So here's the J column, here's a Ankh, here's the Araret, the serpent, and here's a sun. Here's a sun. So there's 4 suns, well, 5, 6 suns with ram horns, right? There's a whole bunch of symbols. His name, right? And we have the Noob bowl. We have the Usir or the Uas here. And we have the woven to represent the Smawi Tawi, the joining or tying together of the 2 lands. What the 2 lands symbolically are representative by. The scribes taught that one was represented the papyrus plant, right? And the other represented the water lily, which most people are taught that it's a lotus, but it's actually a water lily and not a lotus. Lotuses are more in other areas, right? The water lily is what is in Kemet. And I did a very deep session on the water lily on the House of Aten, and you can type in Flower of Life class on the House of Aten, and I go really deep into these symbols here and where the word flower of life comes from, because the word for flower is Ankh, the same word for life, right? So there's just a very quick something that we can look at when we're looking at symbols, but the symbology is showing that Asar was known as a king, right? A physical king. And then we have the 2 ladies here, which can also be represented as the serpent, the winged serpent here, right? And then we also have the Jesseret crown and the Hetchet crown, the red and white crown, left and right, duality. There's always going to be balance. There's always going to be duality, right? And bringing it into a singularity, right? So this is symbolism of the story of Asar, right here, which his name is in a Shinu, right there. All right, now let's look at this. This is, let's see, BMEA 10554, right? Nestenen Bet Ish Heru papyrus. And we see another representation of Asar and Aset in the Bet Het. So here's Asar as a Jed column, right? To represent the spine. It's a symbol for the spine. It represents being firm, right? It represents being solid and strong. So it's the spine, that which sits upright. And here we have the Ankh, which is a symbol for life, and also of bringing a loop together and tying it to represent something opening and closing, right? And we see the two arms raising up, which is a symbol to literally raise up, the word ka, as I showed here. Ka, lofty, or to raise, with the two hands up, and you'll also see the triangle raising up, right? It's a symbol of being lofty or raising up. And what's he raising up? The sun, right? Light. So here is Asar, here's Aset and the Bet Het, shown by symbolism, right? We have the baboons coming up with their arms up, raising up, right? All about raising up. EA 10554, 2. And so when we look at this, we see everything that they wear is a Medu Neter word, right? So their hands are up in the ka position. When you look at her, when you look at them, what they're wearing, how they're sitting, how they position themselves, right? With the raising up here. It's all symbology to teach something, right? And that's where you come to the scribes to begin to learn what the symbologies actually mean. And so here we go. This is the Jumalak papyrus. And we see the double lion here, right? Front and back. And we see Asar. And we have wheat growing up, raising up with the erect phallus, pointing directly up. Why? Because it represents giving birth, creating, as Asar here is symbolically being taught as the land, that which sustenance is grown from, right? So this wheat would then be used to create bread, right? And so the consumption of the bread, of the food, which we symbolically taught was connected to Asar, the first to resurrect and rise up again in consciousness, not physical. The story of Asar isn't his physical body raising up. It's about his consciousness, right? And the assistance of the two ladies and being able to gather parts of himself, which is why you see the part E's, why you see the word for Tim to be complete, Atem, which is the completed Ra, is like this, right? It's about gathering all of your parts together and becoming an Aku, right? A completed whole entire being. So here is Asar as the wheat, and which was used to create the bread. So the consumption of bread would literally be a symbolic teaching of consuming Asar to resurrect, and all of the great symbologies and teachings that come with Asar. So here's your living bread, right? And I did an entire session on this, and also I brought forward how Tehuti's name is one of his names is ta, which is the word for bread, right? It's literally the glyph of two bread. So the Neteru, where we teach one, we can also teach it in another, right? Because that's what we did, right? We were masters at being able to tell stories, teach in very multi-layered ways. And so that's why it's important to go to a scribe of Ma'at who studies the Medu Neteru, as that's what we always did, right? Because that's where you learn, right? And that's what we're here to do. We're here to learn, and we're here to be open to receive the correct teachings, right? That's what it's about, being correct, not being right, being correct. So here is some symbology that we can see of a SAR, right? This does not take away. It actually adds on to the fact that the scribes of Ma'at taught that the Neteru were physical kings on the planet, establishing how to create kingship, how to create rulership, how to provide counsel to each other, how to converse in disagreements, right? And what's the point of a council? The point of a council is so that there's not just one person that can solely make a decision, right? Even though the council can give it to one person to say, hey, all right, here, you're the final word to make the decision on this, right? And so that's the importance of the council. And so I wanted to bring this back forward here on the House of Consciousness, so that way we can stick this here and allow it to remain like the Jed pillar, like Min, and allow it to stick out and not be removed, so that way we can move forward, right? I'm someone personally who am about growth. I made a decision to myself many years ago that I have to put myself in a position to always grow and evolve. There's never a point in time in my Ankh that I will not be growing. It doesn't matter if I'm like PTAH and 110 years old, I'm going to be a student that's teaching. And so it's important for us to allow that what has happened factually in history to remain and move forward from that, right? So I'll put this together for everyone, so that way we can just look at it and everyone can be the judge for themselves, right? You all are the council, and make a decision for yourself, so that way we can actually move forward as a collective. And so we'll start here.
I'm going to screen share, please. So if that is the premise that we're using, then I want to know is was Ankh-Senamun a real woman Jabari? Yes or no? Ankh-Senamun, or was that a myth?
Are you referring to Ankh-Senamun, the wife of Tutankhamun?
Yes. Was that a myth, a mythological Neter, or was that a real person?
She was a real person.
Can everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Does everybody see Ankh-Senamun with the same sun on her head and the same two horns on her head that the statue of Atet has? Can you see that, sa.neter?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, this woman is Ankh-Senamun. She has the sun on her head, the exact same sun on her head, and she has the horns on her head that Aset had on her head. And I made sure I asked Jabari clearly, what is the purpose of bringing up the sun? Is it because this woman has the sun on her head? Does that make this woman a myth or untrue? And he said that is his stance. Well, here we have a real person that the brother Jabari just acknowledged as a real person with the exact same symbol on her head, and nobody's going to ask what's the temperature of the sun. So we need to erase.
So wait. Let me see.
I got to finish though. I got to finish.
Go ahead.
We need to remove, Jabari, you need to remove the statement that you made, the premise that because, you said because, and you agreed that because this woman has a sun on her head, then that makes her unreal. When Ankh-Senamun is a real woman, and can everybody see the sun on her head? That's a real woman. So yes, real women are depicted with images of symbolic suns on their head.
Can I ask you a question, dear brother?
As soon as you acknowledge, my good brother, as soon as you acknowledge that having a sun on your head does not make you unreal.
So is it your position that Ankh-Senamun actually had? Because I think this is a very simple thing for us to understand.
When you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. In Tahoodi, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the sun. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. In Tahoodi, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the sun. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother. That's what Tahoodi is saying.
And there are others. Now, I haven't heard him say it.
Physically,
you talking about Tahoodi,
the one that you had the conversation with. Yes.
Yes. Oh, I have heard him say that.
Okay. See.
And I think that is a misunderstanding. It's an unfortunate misunderstanding. I mean, there's so many different ways, just common sense ways that I think that we can say that is insane. I mean, one of them is, okay, so if you're arguing that these deities were literal entities, were physical beings, then why aren't they here now? Are you saying that the deities have left us? Are you saying what happened in the world?
And you know what else is crazy to think about?
By the way, As has the sun on her head.
Are you talking?
Emru has a falcon head. Are you telling me that is what these entities were literally like? Why have we not found any burials of these hybrid beings? We have to stop rendering our tradition in the way that seems familiar based on the traditions that we were forced to practice by our enslavers.
Are you telling me that Asal got chopped up into 14 pieces
and came back to life?
That Ma'at sat on the bird and brought, like, what are you talking about?
Tell you this. When I said those things to him, he's a very calm brother. It's interesting. He would just look at me and then say something else. like I didn't even say anything to him. And that was funny, right? Because the reality is those answers those are questions that need to be answered.
All right. So council here at the House of Consciousness, it's up to you to, decide. But we see where it was clear that the point that, and let me start with this. I respect Elder Jabari. I respect you, great brother, and I'm here as a scribe, as a follower of Ma'at, right? And so we, as the great Elder sa.neter said, it's not about wins or losses in reality. That's the sport of it, right? That's the entertainment of it. But something that I apply for myself is there really is no loss. I don't take losses. They're lessons, right? So we see that it was confirmed that Aset having the sun on her head, that what Saba showed did not take away that she was also a physical being. So we can move beyond that, right? Let's move beyond that part, that Aset has the sun on her head. Okay. And I'm just someone who loves to learn and loves to move forward, right? And so that way we can learn more. What does the sun on her head mean, right? Because it's a symbol. It's a symbol as you talk, and as we teach, right? It's a symbol. So let me continue with the session, and I just want to stick that there so that way we can acknowledge that happened, right? Elder sa.neter, that happened, right?
Yeah, that was great. I like the way you came in with that. Ain't nobody there. That was great. I was loving it. It's funny. It was funny.
Yes, Tua very much. And and everyone, make sure that you're subscribed to the channels, all of sa.neter's channels, and where he puts up all this content. Everyone, please support the great elder for the works that he's doing. So yes, the teaching that, and that was recent. That was this month, correct? That you gave that interview.
Yes, that was next month. Yep.
Yes. So the fact that Aset has a sun on her head, or that Heru has a falcon head, that's already been decided, and the council have already made a decision on that, and we can move on beyond that. Okay. So great elder, could you share my screen?
Yep.
Okay, Tua, and peace to and peace
Screen
to all
sharing.
okay, thank you. And peace to all of the you and all of your students. And I'm here to build with everyone. So out of Mary and for Kepara, I just ask that we acknowledge that this happened, so we can further discuss it, and just pull out each other's points, and then we present it to the council here at the House of Consciousness, everyone in the chat, and everyone can just make their decisions and move on from there. So here is one of the great ancestors, right? A physical living person, a physical living Neteret, who is known as Queen Tai, or T, right? And we see her here with the sun on her head. And she also has cow horns, because she's representative of the great Het Heru, the great mother, the great Het, right? So the female was the cow, the great cow, which today, if you call a woman a cow, she'll be, you might not want to do that, right? Unless she's in Ma'at, then that'll be a great compliment, right? So the great cow and the males were the great bulls, right? So here is Queen T, the great T here with the sun on her head, right? Wrapped in gold, right? To represent her radiance, right? But Queen T is a physical person. Here's her body, right? Here's our physical body here. So a living physical person is going to be taught through symbolism. That's everything that we showed was symbolism, right? And it's a story, right? Even everything that we wear, it's not like today where we can put something on and it has no meaning to us, right? Everything that we wore, everything that we touched, everything in our homes, everything was connected to some form of symbol, connected to the story of the Neteru, right? And also becoming an embodiment of the Neteru ourselves, right? To attain what they taught us, and to be able to be in the presence afterwards, right? So that we can peka imku and remove the things that prevent us from being able to see what the scribes of Ma'at taught, right? And for me, I go into these teachings, I don't take none of the modern day stuff into Ma'at, because none of it existed, right? The Bible didn't exist. None of that existed. So that's not a reference point. I go to the source and what did the scribes say? And then everything after was reference to what we taught and then shifted and twisted. So that's really what happened. We started it. So Dua and Hinu to the Nefer Neteret T here, who was the great Hemet or wife or lady of Amenhotep III, who was the father to Amenhotep IV, who is Akhenaten. Okay, so here is a physical being represented with the sun on her head for everyone to look at directly and allow that to embed within your consciousness and know that that's just what we did, because we are the symbols themselves, right? So returning back to the per im heru formula for going in and going out, words spoken by the estate manager for the treasurer Nu, born to the estate manager Amenhotep. A call to you, Ra. See the secret doors at the stake of Geb, at that balance of Ra, by which he carries what is right, what is Ma'at, every day. See me as I hack the earth. I ensure my arrival in my old age. Right, so here are some more powerful teachings on Geb, and that there's something called a stake of Geb that are at the secret of the doors, right, and hacking into the earth, which is a very powerful way to begin to ground oneself here on the planet, and by doing so, it creates a very powerful phenomenon that allows you to become more rooted in reality here. And it's so very important today because there's so much fantasy that is permeating the planet. It's very important for us to ground, right? So one particular thing that I do daily is I take time to place my consciousness within the earth, within the ground. I imagine and visualize roots coming out of my feet, digging deep into the ground, taking my time, allowing my consciousness to just sit in there, right, and connect with that, and it brings you down, right? So if you have racing thoughts, if you have a voice in your mind, in your head that you don't have full control over, if you find yourself disorganized and always on the move, always going, hard to stop and slow down the thought process, grounding, placing your thoughts into the ground will slow all of that down, all of the confusion, all of the racing of the mind, right? This is perfect to do before you go to bed, right? And just running around all day, all the noise, all the social media, everything is so fast. By taking a few moments to sit and just imagine roots growing out of the bottom of your feet, digging into the earth, and just sitting there, allowing yourself to just ground, will slow all those thoughts down. And that's a process that I teach. It's actually the third step of a 10-step process that I do. I just gave a session on the House of Aten called Pouring Down Nu. that everyone should go and watch if you want to learn a way to cleanse yourself, for those who work in the matrix, for those who are out here dealing with chaos all the time. And it's important for us, just as we wash our physical body, the scribes of Ma'at brought forward to the planet the teachings of the Ka, which is not the spirit or the soul. Both of those words go back to breath, but the Ka is the energetic double, the thing that makes up all of the physical reality, right? And it's the two hands. So it's important for us to also cleanse the Ka, right? The mind is a superpower that many of us are not using to the best of our ability, and mostly because there's just so many distractions, and that's it. But doing that grounding will solidify you and bring you back down here and give you more control of your thoughts, right? By hacking into the earth. And so our teachings of hacking into the earth created the symbols of conscious light, right? And I'm gonna get into that. So here we are, the stake of GEB. What is the stake of GEB? It's the Medu word, which is a symbol of a staff with the head of a hound, or Inpu on the top, is Useret. Useret, which means the back of the neck, a neck or a stake. And so we'll find this in the what's known as the teachings of the Imi to be within the Duat, and here in the Param Haru. But this is also representing tying the enemies of Ra, the enemies of Ma'at, to the stake that is implanted in Geb, right? Representing solidity, firmness, right? You're not going nowhere. You're right here. And we're going to tie you to a pole that is symbolically teaching, because this word Useret is also a word that means power, right? It's also a word that means wealth, right? So here is the stake of Geb with some what's kefa here, which means enemies, right? The ones who are against Ma'at. Tied here to the stake of Geb that's dug into, hacked into the earth, right? So by which we carry Ma'at every single day at the balance of Ra. So that hacking into, what's the tool that we use to hack into the earth? There we are, right here. This painted wooden statuette depicts a man wearing a kilt and holding what appears to be a hoe or a mattock. Old Kingdom, 6th Dynasty, 2345 to 2181 BCE. So over 4,000 years ago, a physical person created this, right? In Saut. So Asiut or Lycopolis is actually the word Sa, that they turned to Lycopolis in the Greek, or the Asiut. So the hacking into earth happens with that tool, right? As well as here. And so our teachings, which are about farming and literally digging into the earth, are all symbols used to represent conscious immortality, conscious light. So modern day teachings today, especially when it comes to spirituality, right, is all up in the air. There's no ground. There's no physicality to it. There's no physiology to it, right? It's up in the air like mist. And that's not what the scribes of Ma'at taught. It wasn't about that, because our tools that represented the word for spirit, the top word for spirit, is based on a animal that's used to dig into the ground, right? So the more you dig into the ground, metaphorically, the higher up you can go, right? That's what we taught. So this is a deep symbology here of one of the great scribes. That's what I do here at the Scribal Sessions. I bring the scribes of Ma'at to you. And what's his name? Abu. Abu, which means to purify or to cleanse. That's his name. Abu, the scribe Abu, right here. And here's that word he again. Right? And so we see a symbol here, right? The disk of the moon. And we see, what's this say? Yah. Here's Yah with the moon, right? Because scribe Abu is definitely a teacher and follower of TEHUTI, right? Of Yah, the moon neter. And so we also see in his hands here, right? He has this tool that's used to cut. And if you look at it, it's based on the symbol and shape of what we had reference to around us in nature. And we'll get into that. So here's the uwachit, representing the eye and all of your senses, being able to see with your smell, with your sight, right? With your touch, with your taste, all of the senses that we bring together into one to bring a greater sight, right? It's very deep, and it's something that isn't just attained like that, right? You have to do some work, right? And we have to take time, take 10 minutes out of the day to sit and work these things, right? And utilize our vision, our inner eye, which we brought to the planet, known as the tepiyet, or the first or the primary eye.
Let me ask you a question, brother.
Oh, yes. Let me come back to the screen.
No, that's good. Stay right there.
Okay.
Is that the eye of Heru?
This would be, yes, you can call this the eye of Heru.
Okay, because I thought every time I see the eye, I'm always saying, is this the eye of Heru, or could it be a sign of something else?
Yes, it can also be an eye of Ra.
Okay, all right. All right, okay, yes. Continue, brother.
Yes, and so normally what you'll see in the writings is the right eye will be taught as the eye of Ra, and the left eye will be taught as the eye of Yah, or the eye of TEHUTI. So it's the ability to see in daylight and the ability to see at night, which is what the moon does. It shines because of the sun.
Yeah.
So yes, wonderful question, great elder Tua. All right, and so here we see Abu digging into the ground, right? Hacking the earth, as we saw nature around us doing. This is what we saw. And then we created our tools based on animals. Oh, we see, here's an animal using himself to dig into the ground. So we created a tool based on the animal. And so this animal here is the ibis, right? Which represents TEHUTI. And so this word is gim, or gimiet, which means to search, investigation, diagnosis. So see how deep that is just right there, where we use the ibis bird that's digging for food. We teach symbolically that same digging is applied to our investigation. When we're searching something, when we're looking into a topic, we're digging in it piece by piece and bringing up the sustenance from it, right? So that's why we use the ibis bird to represent searching or diagnosing something, digging, getting to the root, as the ibis does, and as we used within our symbols to hack into the earth, to plant seeds, to allow sustenance to come forward, to allow the circle of life to continue, right? So there is no tapping into the higher anything without digging into the ground first, right? Being here on the physical planet, the physical plane, understanding our physiology, our bodies, our brains, our nervous system, our neurology. It's just as important for us to study that as much as anything else. It's more important because this is where it starts, right? And so what else does gim mean? Gim also means to see, right? To behold, to catch sight of, to look at, to search out, to espy, to spy on, to look, to appear. So that same digging that's used to search and investigate also creates the word to see, right? Because that's what allows the sight to come through, is the investigation. Once we get through with the investigation, then we make a determining factor on and create a diagnosis on what we find, right? By using the ibis and also the owl, right? To represent something that ties things together, the he, bringing together, so that way we can see, right? And so what's another word for sight? What the eye see, ma'at. So again, it's the hacking tool here. So all of our symbols of sight and spirituality are symbols that represent digging into the ground, into GEB, right? That's the importance of GEB. This session is on GEB, right? And hacking into that and digging into that. And creating the word ma'at here, right? To dig, the eye, the owl, and the vulture, right? And the bread loaf. So what the eye see, the seeing eyes. Or ama, to see, to understand, or to know, right? So again, the digging tool is used to see because we're digging out, right? The same thing that we do with the ku within ourselves, to peka imku, right? To peka imku, you got to dig some stuff out, right? You got to dig real deep into your past to begin to reframe and purify a lot of the situations that we are all susceptible to, especially from the time of birth up until the point to where you can become responsible for your own self, right? So everything that is implanted or installed in you from a child is what begins to cultivate who you are, right? And a lot of that, all of that is out of our control, right? And so those things can affect us and do affect us as we continue later on in life. And so imagine if something takes place that we never actually return back to fix, and we may not even know that it's there, right? We may not even know that there's a certain thing that happened in the past that is creating a trigger in you that's causing you to act a specific way. But when we regress back to the cause of whatever that feeling is by digging into ourselves, digging into our past and pulling it out so that way we can see clear, it continues throughout all of these teachings. So to see is also simultaneously tied into understanding and to know, right? Or ama, which wise in itself, hence to know, means to see. So it always goes back to sight. That's why we placed eyes. Ma'at is an eye, and as the great elder brought forward, the eye of Heru, the eyes of the Neteru, right? And being able to be wise and have knowledge to see that which is true and that which is untrue, right? So as we continue with the sight that is allowed by digging into the ground, hacking into the earth, by cleansing out distraction. Here's a word. Aket, ak, eyes of a neter. And so this word ak is the word for spirit, right? Light. Again, it's the ibis. Why are the words that we use to represent sight and light representative of a bird that digs into the ground? It's not that he's flying. He's not up in the air. The bird is in the ground. And so this creates the eyes of a god, the eyes of a neter, the aketi, which also creates the word aku, which means light or radiance of the sun, right? That we see here. So what we do as followers of Ma'at by Peka Imku, to see the faces of the Neteru, by transfiguring, by transforming ourselves into that which can exist in a space where only light and radiance of the sun exist, right? So it isn't Ra in itself. Aku is the light that comes from Ra, right? And so that was that's what we use for the word spirit for us. So as a spiritual being, we're Aku. We're literally the sunlight itself as we traverse, right? And again, it's all dealing with digging into the ground. So here we are, the teachings of Amen and Mope, one of the great scribes of Ma'at, British Museum number 10470, within the Seba'it here. And here's the actual papyrus, right? The physical archaeology, which is important when it comes to digging in the ground, right? And solidifying what's real, right? And removing fantasy that we can't prove, right? By literally digging into the ground, we were able to do so many things. But here is the archaeology, which is important whenever you're doing research, especially on any spiritual systems, right? You want to be able to look at real things, place your eyes on real things. That's why I bring museum numbers and show the artifacts for everything that I show, so everyone can go look at them yourself. And so this is from some sessions that I've done, teaching on the Seba'it, or the instructions, which are where the real laws of Ma'at exist. They exist here in the Seba'it, the way to live, our way of life. And so who is Amen and Mope? Amen and Mope is Ger, Ma'a. He's the silent, truly one, and Tini, the Ta-or Nom, Abtu. Right? So Ger means to be silent, to be quiet, to be still. The great Amen and Mope, right? The silent man. And so this leads me to the last session, the 42 laws of Ma'at corrected. And I have to bring this forward because it's important to just make sure that everyone can see how fast something can be inserted that never actually existed. Right? So let's look at this.
The answer to it was, well, they're not real. This is myth. This didn't really happen. But now, finally, I have a voice that is saying, no, yeah, they did that. Set did that to his nephew.
Who said that?
Huh?
Who said that?
Who said what?
What you just said. You said that someone said, that Set did that.
When it was wrong, I said, no, previously.
Let's pay attention closely to what Apostle said.
But now, finally, I have a voice that is saying, no, yeah, they did that. Set did that to his nephew.
Who said that?
Huh?
Who said that?
Who said what?
What you just said. Attention enters into one who listens. One who listens becomes one who heard. Good listening leads to good discernment, right? Nefer Sejem, the ability to listen and receive, is one who becomes heard. So here's some symbolism for you all. But as I showed, the Elder Apostle said that I said something that I didn't say. And then when I brought that forward, he said, no, he didn't say that. Right. And it happened in a matter of a second. And that's how fast misinformation can be implanted. And if I wouldn't have corrected that, if I wouldn't have caught that, someone else would have said, oh, that is what he's saying. And I never said that. And I don't say that. And I wouldn't say that because as I brought forward in there, I would like for someone to show that. We have Medu Neter words, and there's a word for copulation in the Medu Neter. So if that happened, you should be able to show a word that means to copulate, right? It should be that simple. But I never said that. And Apostle said that I said that because I said that the Neteru were physical beings. He made a complex equivalent It's a hypnotic operator where because I said this, that means that this is happening. And if I wasn't Sejem and listening very closely and carefully, that misinformation could have been put onto me, and someone else could have taken that and said, oh yeah, that's what he's saying. So no, I am not saying that. I didn't say that, and I would never say that because the scribes didn't say that. So truly silent. Here in Amene Mope, chapter 15, do well and you will attain influence. Do not dip your pen against a transgressor. The beak of the ibis is the finger of the scribe, right? Take care not to disturb it. Tahoodi dwells in the temple of Khamun, while his eye travels around the two lands, right? His eye is traveling, not him, but his eye, his ability to be able to see. If he sees one who cheats with his finger, that is a false scribe. He takes away his provisions by the flood. As for a scribe who cheats with his finger, their son shall not be enrolled. If you spend your life with these words in your heart, your children shall observe them, right? Keeping the seba'it, the words of the scribes in your heart, to make sure that we bring truth, right? One who cheats with his finger is a false scribe, and we did not take that very lightly at all. We took that very seriously, and that's why our way of life is ma'at, and it means to see, which is made up of glyphs that dig into the earth, right? So here's the great Amene Mope, chapter 15. And here's a powerful metaphor, right? This is a metaphor. The beak of the ibis, which is literally the nose, that is the finger of the scribe. So no, the finger isn't literally the beak. It's a metaphor for that's what we use to dig with, right? As we're writing and as we're bringing forward ma'ah, we use the finger, right? Which is Tahoodi, digging into the ground. And you see the great Neter symbol here that I showed in the last session that was connected to GEB, right? So the beak of the ibis is the finger of the scribe, quoted by Amene Mope, right? So Duan Hinu to the great Amene Mope. And so here is another ancestral artifact, 1353 to 1336, the reign of Akhenaten, dynasty 18. Here's a royal hand, right? And a finger, which literally is in the shape of something that would resemble the ibis to use to dig, right? So everything is symbolic. Everything that we did, even just showing a hand, is a symbol. It's a symbol for research, for diagnosing, for investigation, right? Which directly connects to your dictation, positive order or command, taking you back to the utu. The ut to command, authoritative rule, a maxim or a precept, to dictate, a thing said, something dictated. Say often to prescribe. To say or to speak. So to dictate, which is to say or to speak, is from the Pi root diik, to show, pronounce solemnly. So again, dealing with commandment, dealing with order, and directly with speech is, in English, directly connected to the phallus, right? So it's not that it don't even exist today. It exists today because that's what we taught, and it went into different systems that understand our power of our words, right? They understood the power of word, and how we can create reality with that, and how we do create reality with that. Now, whatever level of awareness that we are of that, you know, depends on how much we can create and how much power that we can actually put within our words to bring forward something that is positive or that is productive, right? And a lot of times it's used for non-productive ways, but it's a very powerful tool to create, right? If there's if there's something that you want that you have yet to attain, one of the most powerful things that one can do is to begin to change your speech and how you speak, right? Especially when you speak more positive. By doing so, it does a lot. You become more in command of your speech. Your words aren't just words, right? So that's the dictate, right? Which also is the source of Sanskrit, dik, point out, to show, right? To point out or to show. From Latin, to speak, tell, or say. Digitus, the finger, right? The finger which is used to point out something. And so it can be literal, but also this entire session is a big pointer, right? I'm pointing out and digging and bringing forward so that you can see, right? To show something. So this entire session is a metaphor for a finger. And when we look at the word pencil, has anybody ever held a pencil in their hand? Well, a pencil, which is an artist's small fine brush of camel hair, used for painting, manuscript illustration. A painter's brush, a hair pencil, literally little tail. A brush itself is diminutive of penis, tail. So when you're holding a pencil, that word itself is a metaphor for a penis, in case you didn't know, which the penis is a metaphor for a tail. The word penis means little tail, right? So symbology is in everything. Now, once we start to look at it and we start to peel away assumption, it becomes very clear and it all makes sense, right? So a pencil itself is a tail, a little tail, which represents a penis, because your writing is also used to create, right? So while we wrote, when we're writing, we would dip our reed pens into a scribal palette where the ink is literally sitting inside a symbol of the Shinu. So we're taking our pen, it has a word, right? And we're digging it into the ink, which has a word. That's inside of a symbol that represents immortality, eternity. So we're digging and we take that ink, which also is mixed with lead, which is the word Jahut or Dahut, the root of Tahoodi. And we would take that ink and put it on the papyrus because that lead will help it to bind to the papyrus, right? So we're writing and it's all a story. It's all symbology and it's all very deep. And it's all about immortality and eternal life. So when you're not insecure about your body, you can take the symbol of the penis and use it to create very powerful things, because that's what the penis does.
Hey, real quick,
Yes.
to the people that got spooked out about the pen being the penis, the pencil being the penis, family, listen to me. He's giving you the origin, the root of it, where it all came from, where how, what it was back then. This is what they called it back then. This is the symbology of it. Like when you go into the Masons, you can see, you can understand that all the masonry comes right up out of Kemet as well. That's why it's a secret. It was called the secret. You see? So the brother is simply letting you know the root of all of this. That's where they get it all from. You could correct me if I'm wrong, Brother Patel.
No, you're absolutely correct. That's the root. And the people who built the like you said, you brought up the Freemasons, who we're in a space, in a place where we understand that the Freemasons studied the Neteru. They studied the Medu Neter, right? There's an obelisk right in Washington, D.C. that all presidents stand in front of. That's representative of a penis. We understand that the people that are running things don't have a spookism when it comes to the penis. They understand the power, which is why they're in a position of power. Once we are able to overcome the insecurities, you too can gain a power. It's just what it is. you hit it right on the head, Great Elder. It's absolutely right. It's literally pen, right? It's the same word. So the ones that use it are the ones in positions of power, and they show you and they tell you, and you know, it's for those who have the eyes to see and the ears to hear, to say, oh, maybe there's something to it. Maybe there's something there, right? And so here are the this was the thumbnail for the last session, the 42 laws of Ma'at corrected, where the Neteru taught as physical beings, right? And I brought forward chapter 125, and this is from Mehi Pare, words spoken upon reaching the hall of the two Ma'at, separating Pekka Ku, him from the transgressions committed, to see the faces of the Neteru, to see, right? When you Pekka Ku, you'll no longer have a insecurity about a penis. So if that triggers you, then that means that there's something inside of you that's creating that trigger. When you don't have that trigger inside of you, it doesn't affect you in a negative way, right? That's how it works. Just like anything else, you know, it's if that triggers you, then that's something that you need to look at. And why does a penis trigger you, especially if you're a male and you have one? Why does that trigger you? Right? Why does understanding that holding a pencil is power of creation, why does that trigger you? Right? O beak bearer, who comes from Kimenu, I was not greedy. Aon Ebe. Who's the beak bearer? Here's the Fenechi, or the Fenti, and you see the face here, and it represents the nose. Who is TEHUTI, the beak bearer? So this is one of the Pekka Ku, one of the 42, which this section here, this is the double side of the 42. So you got a first set of 42, and then you have another set where the Neteru actually show you the Neteru, which is very important to the Pekka Ku process, right? Because we're doing the Pekka Ku in front of the Neteru, right? And so here is O beak bear, O TEHUTI, who comes from Kimenu. I was not greedy. And here, let me take you to another great scribe of Ma'at. Here's Ka, Gem, Ni, right? So the digger of the Ka. What does Ka Gem Ni say? And this is on a papyrus that's alongside the teachings of Ptah, right? Pris papyrus. Ku is a fault. We point the finger at it. Oh, and it isn't just a pencil. It's also your finger. So we point the finger at it. Ku. What are we pointing at? We're pointing at the Ku. And where is the Ku? Inside of you, right? Inside of you. And digging to that space of wherever that trigger is, and looking at it and saying, why does that trigger me? Right? And let's figure out what that is so we can reframe our thought process, right? That actually provides you great power to create. I don't know about anybody else here, but for me, I'm in a process, and have been since I came across the teachings of TEHUTI, for me, which was when I was in the 10th grade, and learning about manifestation, right? How do I bring something forward that I want? How do I do that? The ability to manifest is the ability to create. What's the most powerful symbol on the planet that represents creation on a masculine form, right? It would be the male. It would be the penis. So why not tap into that metaphorically, right? Everyone's so caught up on the physical phallus itself, right? But it's the metaphorical teaching of the thing that's used to create that we take with us as we write and as we speak. It's all purposeful, it's all intentional, and we use it to create. And those who have the ears to hear will be able to utilize that in your own practices as you're bringing forward, as you're creating, as you want to create something, right? And you stand as men, as you stand as GEB, as you stand as the Neter, the Neteru that represents firmness and bringing forward. It will assist you in your manifestations and bringing and creations, because it's your intent. When you place your mentality within that, it doubles and triples and quadruples and gets stronger and stronger. That's why everything that we did was symbolism. It's the symbology that reacts with our neurology that creates a story that presents us an opportunity to bring forward more power whenever we're doing something. So I know those who are wanting the true teachings, and those who appreciate the ability to have sovereignty over yourself and create, right? Take the randomness out of your life, right? That's what manifestation is. Having more control and power, command over your life, right? Taking the randomness out. And by taking the randomness out, you're able to be more in alignment with exactly what you want to do. And so when you go to write, which I definitely would suggest, if anytime you want to bring something forward, to write it down, get it out of your mind, right? Write it down physically. And as you're writing, imagine that you are literally creating, and the ink that you're placing on the paper is seed that you're going to water and give birth to. Okay. And so here is the great eye with the ibis on it of the scribe Abu. And here's everything is symbolism. All right. Formula for being beside TEHUTI and causing a man to be transfigured, to become an Ak in the Neter Kurt. Words spoken by the estate manager for the treasurer Nu, true of voice. I am he who is over his eye. I have come to give the goddesses what is right. I have come to give the goddesses Ma'at. To Ra, I have pacified Set with the spit of Aker. Right? And so that got later put in much later teachings with the magic of spittle, and using that for magical purposes was originated and taught in Ma'at. So I have pacified this Set with the spit of Aker, and the red gods in the spine of Geb. Imak in Geb. Right, the Jesserut in the spine of Geb. Chapter 29a in the Soul Source Papyrus of Amenhotep, Sekheru, 1400 BCE. Right, it's a very important date, right? Because of what a lot of attempts to tie certain things to. Let's look at what actually existed during that time, and this is what was there. Formula for preventing the theft of the heart at Sekheru, Ma'akuru, true of voice in the Neter Kurt. He says, my heart is with me, it cannot be stolen. I am the Lord of hearts, killer of 4 hearts. I live on Ma'at, and I exist with her. I am the great Neter who is in hearts, the middle that is in the body. I live as I say, my heart shall exist, it shall not be taken. My foreheart is mine, in its fury, slaughter in me cannot be averted to still it. As I am in the body of my father Geb, of my mother Nut, I have not done an abomination against the Neteru, and do not detract from them as one true of voice. Ma'akuru. I unite with Aset the Neteret. So here's the Dimdi, or the Dimet, or the Tim, which is this glyph. I unite with Aset the Neteret, as she bars for me the face of the one who would harm me. Let him not come to see the inert God, right? You can't see. Those who choose to see more, the doorway is open for you. But for those who you won't see, you're not allowed to. I come to the two limits of the sky to consult with GEB and request authority from Nebuchadnezzar, Lord to the limit. I am one who is exact and right, who is in the earth. I am the interpreter for his speech, powerful one of the soul Lord, Ra, the great one who lives on Ma'at. Do not inflict injury on me. The day is unveiled with those who are foremost in all offerings. Pert and Totep. I come forth in peace. I come forth in offering. And so here I'm going to take you to what's known as the Book of the Heavenly Cow, or the Destruction of Mankind. Right here. Right? The great cow, as you see 3 symbols of Nefer, Neferu, Tripoli Nefer. And then here's He again. Here's He with his 2 arms up. Right? To represent an innumerable number, immortal. Right? He, which was used to create the Hebrew hey as well. So anytime you write the Hebrew letter hey, or say it, you're also saying and writing the symbol of a neter praising. All right. Then said the majesty of this neter, please summon TEHUTI to me. Oh, and this also answers the question that that the great elder Jabari also asked, right? In that interview, right? When he asked about, did the Neteru leave? The scribes of Ma'at put it in this story, the Book of the Heavenly Cow. All right, so everyone can take time to go read that. And you can find it in Merriam Lithium. You can find it ancient Egyptian literature of the ancient Egyptians. You can find the stories there. And if you go to the houseofaten.org, if you go to our website, there's a section for sources, and I have the Pert and Haru there if you want that. I have dictionaries there. I have everything there on one space. So Basatut, great brother, if you can put the link to our sources on the House of Aten so people have access to these writings, I would definitely appreciate that, great brother. All right, so here we go. Then said the majesty of this neter, please summon TEHUTI to me. So he was brought immediately, and the majesty of this neter said to TEHUTI, look, I am here in the sky in my abode, since I am going to produce light of sunshine in the underworld and the Isle of the Twin Bas. You shall do riding there and calm down for me those who are therein, beings of our own making who fomented rebellion, namely the earth gods, followers of this irascible one. You are to be in my place, my vicar. Thus you shall be called TEHUTI, the vicar of Re. Besides, I shall cause you to send out those who are greater than you, and so the ibis of TEHUTI came into being. Besides, I shall cause you to stretch out your hand, right? TEHUTI is the one who stretches out his hand, which directly connects into the yod, or the yod, which is also the beak, the head of TEHUTI, right? Because TEHUTI is the one that was caused to stretch out the hand in front of the primeval Neteru, the Pa'ut, or the Peshjet, right? People know as the Ennead, right? The Medu word is Peschet or Pau, who are greater than you. Good is the gesture you shall make. And so the ibis bird of Tahuti came into being. Besides, I shall cause you to encompass both the heavens with your perfection, with your brightness. And so the moon of Tahuti came into being. Besides, I shall cause you to drive back the Hanubut. And so the baboon of Tahuti came into being. He is the one who then became vizier. Besides, as long as you are my vikar, the eyes of all who look at you are opened through you, and everyone thanks you. All right, the words of Ra. The majesty of this Neter came, then said to Tahuti, please summon to me the majesty of Geb, saying, come quickly at once. So the majesty of Geb came, and the majesty of this Neter said, take heed, because of your snakes which are in you. See, they feared me when I was there. Also, you have become acquainted with their magical power, which is the word Aku, creative power, Aku magic, magical spells, mastery over work. The same word that creates the eyes of a Neter, Aku, the same word that means to radiate, the light of the sun, the same word for spirit, your creative power, your Aku magic. Go now to the place where my father Nun. So here's the Atef Neter, Nun, represented as the heavens, right? So Father God in heaven, Father God in earth, Nun and Geb, is, and tell him to keep watch over terrestrial and aquatic snakes. And also you are to draw up notices with respect to each mound for your snakes that are there, saying, beware of disturbing anything. They should know that I am here, for I am shining for them. Now, as for their habitation, it is what will exist in this land forever. Moreover, guard against those magicians who know their spells, since the Neteru magic is himself therein. Now, as for the one who ingests him, there I am. The guardian of the originated not through greatness, it originated even before. I commend them to your son Asar. Keep watch over the youngest of them, and cause the hearts of the oldest of them there to forget their magical power. They who act as they please against the whole world, using their magic, which is in their bodies.
Real quick, let me say something right quick. For the
Absolutely.
Muslims that's out there, for the Christians, for the Hebrew Israelites, if you had only taken the time to study the creation story of the ancient Kemetic people in Geb, you will see where your story fits into that. This is why I deal with the Kemetic story. You know, when you go into Geb laughter was like earthquakes. It brings upon earthquakes. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people don't know that. And when you look at the vegetation in the water, it also brings vegetation and water and the grain, which grows from where? His rib. This is where they get all the story of God created Eve from the rib of Adam. It all comes from this story right here, brothers and sisters. All you got to do is look at it. What you think originated from Geb's rib? Geb rib is in there. You see? And they get it all from the Kemetic. So if you really want to go back to it and study it, study the creation story of Geb, with this brother's doing a great job going in. All right, brother. I just had to throw that out there.
Tua for that addition, great elder. That's wonderful. Tua for that. You're absolutely correct. So Hinu, Tua to you. All right. So yes, as we continue to dig into Geb, here you have the word Keb. Geb, soil, used soil, which is also the Ka. All right, you see the Ka here, and you see the Ka here, right? To raise up. And the foot, Geb, and soil. Once it has come to pass under the majesty of Re, the self-generated Neter, right? The self-generated. How do you generate self? Right? By having masculine and feminine qualities within you, which we all do. And by tapping into that, you too can become self-generated. That when he had been in the kingship over mankind. Here's something. The majesty of Re, when he had been in the kingship over mankind. So there was a time when the majesty of Re was kingship over mankind, and the Neteru combined. What is that? When mankind and the Neteru combined, mankind proceeded to contrive a plot against the person of Ra. Now that his majesty, Anku Jaseneb, had grown old, his bones. And that's also, what even originated saying a name and saying something after it, like peace be upon him. When we would say the great names and the titles of the great Par-I'is, the great majesties, we would say Anku Jaseneb after. Had grown old, his bones being of silver, his flesh of gold, and his hair of genuine lapis lazuli. His majesty became aware of the plot being contrived against him by mankind. So his majesty, Anku Jaseneb, said to those who were in his retinue, in his eye, please summon to me my eye, Shu, Tefnut, Geb, and Nut, as well as the fathers and mothers who were in my company when I was in Noon, and also the god Noon, bringing his courtiers along with him. It is stealthily that you must bring them, lest mankind see, and they lose heart as you come back with them to the palace, so that they may offer their sound advice. It is within Noon, at the place where I originated, that I shall return. So from the primordial waters, in which Ra came from, is which and where he returned, right? And so here's another very powerful source of what? When humans and Neteru were still one and the same thing. Does everyone see that? Remech Neteru im Ket Ua, or Uati. So there was a time when humans and the Neteru were still one and the same thing. And the Remech is, as it says here, through a play on words, because that's what we did. We're poets. The Egyptians conceived of mankind, Remech, as being the tears, Remet, that issued from the sun god's eye, right? So as a Remet, you are directly connected through the water, through the eye of Ra, right? So here's the Neteru and the humans, one and the same thing. Now, who said this, right? Who taught that the Neteru and humans were one and the same thing at one point? Seti I, 1294 to 1279 BCE. So here's the great ancestor, all right? Usuri Seti Merin Ptah, that many people may be familiar with, right? Here is Merin Ptah, Seti I. And Seti I taught that humans and Neteru were one and the same thing at one point, right? That's in his per head. So when we look at who taught and who said when humans and gods were still one and the same thing, let's look at them, right? A physical being that that led who do we look for when it comes to the authority of the teachings of Ma'at, of the Medu Neter, right? Who do we look to? And for me, my standard would be the ones who originally brought it forward, the ones who established on this physical plane the longest lasting, highest elevated civilization on the planet. These weren't people that we're talking about Kemet here, right? And everyone knows that Kemet, well, most people should know that Kemet is the source of so many things that people today give their reverence to. And that's one of the reasons why I love the ancient peoples, the ancient Hebrews, right? The original Christians, right? The original Hebrews. They did not diss the Neteru. They actually praised the Neter, right? And because they understood that it was the source, right? And so when we look at Seti 1 here, here's this word he again, right? Nefer-neter. Here's the Nefer-neter, Seti 1. Right? Marin Patah. And so when we look at this word Kau, which is the word for crown, what's the crown? The symbol is the sun rising, right? Rising up the sun, moon, and stars to rise, to appear in glory. So you'll see sun, moon, and stars on the cap, on the head, on the crown. Why? Because that's what we taught. We taught that the crown is literally a representation and a symbol for rising up, the rising of the sun, moon, and stars to appear in glory. And so when we look at Kach, bend, or to bow the arm, to bow, to arm, hand, people, to one's will, right? To bend, to raise up. Ka, height. Ka, which is the energetic double, right? To raise up. That's what this session is to do. That's what we're here to do, is to raise up and continue to kepara and expand and grow. And so keb, here, the same word as I showed, the ka is also used to create the earth, fields, and the ground, right? Keb, which is the same word to double, or the ka, right? So it's very much important that we continue to dig into the ground and allow ourselves the opportunity to disseminate correctly, right? It's about the true teachings, and those will always come through. So here's Ak, the same word that I showed for spirit, for radiation of light, of the eye of the Neter. What does Ak mean? To keep the true meaning. To keep the true meaning. To be right. To behave rightly. Exact. Correct. Right. Proper. So to be an Ak, it means to be correct and exact. To be proper, to keep the true meaning. Aka, which is also a name of Geb, the Neter of food, like the great elder sa.neter just taught on. And the Seston is coming forward from Geb. So yes, one of his name is Aka, as the Neter of food. And so here is Asar, creating the actual symbol. Here, you see this ascending triangle here? Now here's another version of it. Here's the ascending triangle, right? With the firm phallus, which is the word met, which also means to be right, to behave rightly, to be exact, to correct. The met, to be in the middle. The same word for words, that which is used to create. So we're ascending, so it's all symbology. Everything is a symbol. Right? And so here's another symbol, right? Of Geb creating a circle. What's the significance of that? Right? So the dynamics of the Neteru and heroes. And this is very important, right? Because this is what happened. Since the text began at the same height as the other columns, 10 lines, and this is talking about the Taurine papyri, the Taurine papyrus, which I showed in the last session in which we went over. So this is what this is on. Some have placed the fragments, which we don't need that right here. Let's start right here. There is no doubt from the remains of the epitome of Manetho, which the first dynasty counted in the annals was that of the Neteru. It began with the Neter Ptah, that the Greeks call Hephaistos, of Memphis, followed by his son, the sun god Ra, Helios, then the god Sosis, or Ares, and the god Geb, which the Greeks call Kronos. John of Antioch preserves the transcription of Egyptian names. In the first column, the first intact readable name is Geb, but we can see the traces of 3 previous ones. We put Sosis and Re in there and put the name of Ptah at the head, right? So that was added in, because when we look at the actual papyrus, Geb is the first name that we actually see. But by following the story, we can make a great educated guess on what was primary. But it is important to note that this is not in the papyrus because we don't have that. It starts with Geb right here. Column 1, 114. The dual king Geb and a Shenu, the Nesubiti. And as we saw here, even the not the earliest Christians, but the early ones, when they were also writing the king's list, even though they changed the reign of years, they still remained that they were physical beings. So that continued until a specific point. So just as time went on, more distortion was added, and that's why we go to the source, because if you're taking a concept of today, you're dealing with a much distorted source that most likely is taking power away from you, taking Aku away from you. And that's one of the motivating factors that allows me to bring forward certain things, because I want to provide and give you all a doorway, right? A Saba to your own advancement in whatever way that they may look for you. And by missing the root of the teachings that are used today against us, by looking at it in a childish way, we remain in a child's place overall. So I would like to move forward and start to apply the teachings as a collective to put ourselves in positions of power, just as anyone and everyone who have put themselves in true positions of power used, right? So let us use it as well. So all of this session was symbolism and teaching, showing real people, right? Showing physical living beings. And so this was an entire session that was used to also teach on the story of the Neteru by using physical, literal beings, metaphorical, allegorical teachings, just as we always did, as I come to the conclusion here of this session. Geb, the earth Neter, derived from the theonym Geb, the god of personifying the earth. Ptah, Eni, Aten, TEHUTI, Uwachet, Useret, Hotep Henu to the great elder sa.neter. Tua everyone for your attention. For those who appreciated this and for those who support it, much dua and praises to you. Thank you. And yeah, so I'll conclude here. And for those who have come later, again, make sure you hit the like button and make sure that you're subscribed here. So yeah, there's the session on Geb, one of many. So I am complete. I am Tim. Tua, I look forward to the questions and discourse. So let's discuss this session here. And there's a lot in here, so we have a lot to talk about for those of you who would like to. So Tua, Hotep Marie. Sa.neter, you're on mute, great elder.
Let me set the tone for the people coming in. All right. There's going to be some rules here. We are not coming in here to tear down anybody or to tear down the presentation. If you don't agree with it, I'm opening up the platform so y'all can simply add on to the information, add on to it, not to come in to tear down the information. And I got to make this statement. And it don't mean I ain't got no love for you, but I got to say this. What I'm noticing is that the people that come in to criticize, and I'm going to call your name, don't mean I ain't got no love for you. It means I'm going to try to inspire you to put together a presentation. Set? Because the platform is open for you. So the number one, I go for Asar, 7 Asar. You got to put together a presentation, my brother, so that way people can sit back and critique your information the way we do others. Sit back and critique others. You got to put together a presentation. My man Suntan, my man 50 grand, shout out to Suntan. I love you, brother. Put together a presentation. Put together something. I can't say that for Apostle. Apostle does that. He puts in the work. He puts together a presentation. Kufu, my man Kufu, Rock Kufu, put together a presentation so that people can sit back and critique your information, brother. That's all I'm saying. And for those of y'all, just come in and add on to the build. Don't take away from it, because it was such a great, great build. And with that, I open up the floodgates. And of course, Apostle is here. A Hebrew Israelite is here, but we're going to go with Asar. Asar, are you going to say something, brother? Yes, go ahead. Who was saying something?
That's me.
Go ahead, brother.
I need a couple minutes to come off screen, but I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Yes, go ahead, brother. Go ahead. All right.
Can you hear me?
I hear you, Asar. When are you going to put together, as intelligent as you are, brother, when are you going to put together a presentation?
Well, let me repeat to what I've said to you in confidence.
Okay.
To the audience.
Go ahead, brother.
Right now, I'm building my own business. I'm swamped in doing this, building it from the ground up. And right now, it's just me. So it's hard for me to put together the presentation that I want to while I'm trying to invest in me and make sure my financial situation is
put together piece by piece. Just like you got.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
But that's not to say that I won't do it, right, brother? That's not to say that I don't want to do it, because I will. I have no problem with putting a presentation together on information.
Yeah, because you know
people to critique it. I have no issue with that. I know there's a lot of people that's butthurt that they can't come and grill me on something that I may be talking about because I come in here and I question or agree. But if you have any issue with me, any questions, even when I'm on the panel, you can challenge me on anything that you think.
I don't have no questions.
I'm not talking about you in particular. I'm talking about anybody who shares these views with you. So anybody wants to grill me on what I say or what I believe, I have no problem with you questioning me because I have answers. And if I don't have an answer, I'll let you know I don't.
I'll be right back.
All right.
But I do have questions for that brother, though. I do have questions for the brother. His presentation was incredible. And I do have questions for him.
Okay, when he come back here, he just had to run off. King J, I don't know if you heard me, King J, but put together, and that's another name I gotta say, Brother King J. You do a lot of critiquing. I ain't gonna say there's nothing wrong with it, but you gotta put together a presentation where people can sit back and look at your stuff and critique you so that you can see how hard it is, brother. You got to do that, man. You can't just come in all the time and beat down everybody's information. Let's see what you got, brother. You know? So, yeah, that's you too, Brother King J.
That's the one.
My man right here, I saw him, he does presentations. I can't say the same for him. He puts in that work where people can sit back and critique his information. Okay, so let's go back to the brother. Patah is here. All right, Asar 7. Patah is here.
Peace, brother.
Peace, Hotep.
Hotep, I want to say that I truly enjoyed your presentation. In my opinion, you did an excellent job of explaining the information. It was concise and it was coherent. I was able to follow you, so I want to give you props on your presentation. But I do have some questions about the literalism of the Neters that you spoke on. When you say that these Neters are historical people who lived, okay, and what standards do you use to prove that someone is historical?
What I prove is that the scribes of Ma'at taught that. That's what I prove by showing their writings.
So your burden of proof and information is what was written, and you haven't done anything outside to confirm the information that you've seen that was written by the ancient Kemetic people. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. What I use, as I always make very clear, I'm not up here to prove whether or not the Neteru are physical beings. I come up here to prove that the scribes of Ma'at taught that they were physical beings. That's it. I'm not up here to debate or discuss whether or not I believe that the Neteru are physical, because that's not something I would debate. But did the scribes teach it? Yes, they did. So that's my stance.
Oh, okay. Well, you've given me a tremendous amount of clarity, because I mean, how could anybody deny that they taught that? So
they do deny that.
Yeah. Oh, well, if they deny that they taught that, then I think that's an interpretation that they want to live. But if you don't feel like that they're actual real deities, you're not trying to argue they're historical people. You're arguing they're historical people considered to the people who wrote that, right?
No,
it's not your personal belief.
No, I'm not saying that either. I stand with the scribes of Ma'at, but I wouldn't debate.
Oh, okay.
I wouldn't.
So okay.
So I stand with these great elders here, the ones that established the greatest, longest lasting civilization and brought clarity and high levels of consciousness and teachings to the world, to the planet, and what they said. That's what they said. So I stand with them until I can see something of today that can even come close to what these great elders did. Yeah, their words are far more valid to me than anyone today.
Oh, that's your belief, brother. You know what? I can't debate what you believe. All I can do is debate the facts. And
that's what I'm here to do.
Your belief is your belief, and you can use facts of their culture that you agree with to enforce your belief. But long as, because in my opinion, to try to say they're historical people, but you don't have to prove it. All you can say is you believe it. It's not really that's not really up for debate, because all you're going to do is just say you believe it, but you really can't prove what you're saying. All you can do is prove that what they believe. So I'll land my plane like right there. I don't want to go into a whole bunch of grilling, since it seems like I'm up here asking questions but not giving any information. So I'll pass it on to another brother who wants to speak. And peace to everybody on the panel once again, and peace to everybody in the chat.
Seven Asar, I interviewed Infodisi last month, and I asked him that question. I'm surprised Patar didn't get that one. He should have used that, because when I asked him about the Neterus and all of that, Aset, Asar, and Heru, I asked him the question specifically, were these real people? And his answer was, paraphrasing, because I can't give you word for word, his answer was, there were people living back then that took on those attributes. There were living that was called a set. Like today, you have people called Jesus. You have people called Christ. People, these are the actual names. So that's what Infodisi said. He said, yeah, you had people that was living, that was Asar, that was Heru back then in Kemet. and they call themselves that. So
from my studies, is I agree 100% of what you just said.
Yeah.
Everything that I've studied correlates with that. Anything outside of that, like there was actually an Asar who, because when you talk about these stories of the Neteru, and you know, when you deal with the resurrection of Asar and him being chopped up and being in different pieces and separated and brought together, you know, that's obviously a story, a metaphoric symbolic. So, but would you argue that that person in that story lived? And if so, you would have to prove the birth date, the death date, or if there's no birth date or death date, where is that physical being right now today? So, you know, there's a lot of questions in the actual literalism of a deity to prove today. But if you believe it, then I mean, why would I argue your belief? Because it's not going to change me trying to change that you believe it. By you saying if you believe it is not actually going by the standards of science and what we know as realism facts. So, you know, your belief is your belief. I'm not going to argue your belief. I'll only argue the facts.
All right, good, brother. Let me move on. We got Apostle in the building, man.
Great elder, I would like to respond to him before we move on.
Yes, go ahead, brother.
Yes, absolutely. So yes, as I teach and as I continue to teach, we will become more aware of what I'm actually saying. The more that I come and the more that we actually receive and be open to what I'm saying. So as I make very clear, I do not come up here to discuss on whether or not I believe that the Neteru are physical. We can speak on certain things, but we're not talking about 4,000 years ago. We're talking about 40,000 years ago. So it's a different level of research that we got to do. But you're absolutely correct. Yes, we embody the Neteru as physical living beings. As I started the session off by saying, every limb of my body is of a neter. There is no limb of my body that is not a neter. So you're looking at a neter. We are living beings that breathe and embody these teachings. That's what we always taught. Where did we get that reference from? So I'll move. We can move to the Apostle. So Tuah 7 Asar for adding on as well. So absolutely, Tuah.
All right, so let me move on over to Apostle, whose feelings was hurt earlier. We had to give me a call, and I tried to calm him down a little bit. Apostle, you on the call, brother. Try to be respectful, and you can talk.
No, be respectful.
Yeah, no,
have some tough skin, brother.
You know, the thing is, I'm all right. It's not a matter of having tough skin, because apparently every time somebody said anything that hurt you, you interrupted and showed your tough skin by showing that you didn't have any because you had to comment and set the record straight, opposed to just letting the thing flow. You felt the need to set your own audience straight that perhaps might have been disagreeing here or there. But my only disagreement was I was expecting someone to come on and teach rather than give a narrative about Apostle. When I saw my name come up in the presentation, it somewhat surprised me, because that was a couple of months ago, and it just told me that this young man is still butthurt from me bringing up what happened between Set and Horrors. And the reason why I brought it up, let's set the record straight. He said that I said he said, which is some crazy stuff there. Just to get through that I said that he said. So let me ask you a question. Did you say that the Nectarutas, those things, that they were real? Did you say, or are you teaching that they are real?
He really, I'm gonna let him talk about it, but he explained that to the other brother. You didn't hear it.
I'm just resetting with
Go ahead.
I said something. I didn't say.
Oh no, he got it. Let him answer. He gonna answer.
Well, go ahead. Finish what you were about to say, Apostle.
No,
You didn't say
I just
what?
cut to the chase. I did not say, did you say such and such and such and such about the relationship between Set and Horus. My point was, you are the first Egyptologist that I ever heard come on and say these deities are real. They were real, living. Jabari don't teach that. Now, maybe the snake guru teaches it, but I've never heard him say it. So being that you were the first person, because when I go to that relationship, or we go to these things that sound or seem strange, sa.neter always says, but they ain't real. But they ain't real. That's the excuse that they give. They ain't real. That's what I said. They say they ain't real. So sa.neter, can I share my screen? You told me I can.
You gotta ask the brother Patar, because this is his show, and ask
Brother,
him.
you told me I would, since they
Right,
mentioned
I
me,
said that according to
hold on.
Patar.
Since
How
they
long
mentioned
would it be?
I
How
got
long
the
would it?
right, only a few. I got the
Ask
right to
Patar. Ask
defend
Patar. Is it all
what I
right?
said.
Ask
Sure.
Patar. Ask Patar.
Patar, I cannot share? Can I defend myself?
Yes, you can share your screen, Apostle. I like your new camera setup. We can see you better. You're welcome.
I mean,
And
I got a
him
few
better,
things I
Apostle.
would
That's
love to
good.
share.
Your mic sound
I
good,
just-
too, Apostle.
Thanks, man. Can you see my screen?
Yes, your screen is up, and there it is.
You see, I just asked the question. I don't see it on the thing, on the TV.
It's up there.
I don't see it. I'm live streaming.
Yeah, you got a delay.
Okay, now I see it.
Yeah,
I
you
just
got a delay.
asked a simple question about the Book of the Dead. We know it's the book of coming forth from lightness to dark, whatever like that. But I just asked a simple question. And, and this is what it said. Speaking about the 72 spell 72 of the Book of the Dead. Why did Seth seduce Horus? But we know we're not talking about Seth, really. We're talking about Seth. So here it is, because you tried to act as if you didn't know what I was talking about. You said, I ain't never say that. I ain't never said that. I didn't say you said it. I'm asking you, what about it? Is it true? You said to challenge me to pull it up. So I said, okay. That sexually abused Horus. That violated partially was meant to degrade him, a rival. But also it involved a homosexual desire. This said, if he's a god, he's a homosexual god. That's what this is saying. In keeping with one Set's major characteristic, his forceful and indiscriminate sexuality. Did it stop there? No. No, it don't stop there. While lying in the bed, that attempted to penetrate Horus. Horus, reaching back, catches the sperm. I didn't know he was ejaculating before they did anything. So, that don't come into after. But he caught it afterwards. And then the next morning, he goes to his mama. And he asks his mama about it. So now, I might go down here to Wikipedia about the homosexuality that's in Kemet, because we know it's rampant that they idolize different sexual organs. What is the greatest organ in Egypt? It's called the Pentateuch.
All right, come on with your question, Apostle. I'm not gonna let you do a whole presentation, brother. What's your question?
Bro, no, that's one article, man.
All right, but what is your
Do
question?
another one. That's just one. I mean,
all right, now what is your question, brother? We get your point. What's your question?
You know, the point is, and then to double down and come back tonight and put me in it. Man, I'm 70 years old. Looking at you, I don't know how old you are, but my youngest son is 26. My oldest son is 44. Don't waste your time teaching and using me in your teaching. Because there's nonsense about now Hebrew being Neteru or whatever that is. That's like me saying, y'all see this here? And sa.neter go say, yeah, that's Leo the lion. Leo the lion? Well, that's what somebody say, but that ain't who he represents with me. This is the line of Judah.
All right. Apostle, do you have a question, brother?
I'm questioning him now.
No, you're not. You keep making statements.
Look, the bottom line, y'all that want to, you cats that want to worship Egyptology and go after Egyptology, go for it, man. Go. Don't mix my system up with your system, trying to bring collateral. Talking about the early Christians, the early Christians were pagans. That's why they worshiped that crap coming out of Egypt. Because
all right, Apostle, let me say this real quick. As long as you are a teacher on YouTube, people is going to use you whether you like it or not.
Okay,
and you
sir,
got
we
to
can talk about that
let me finish.
We can talk about that private.
People is going to use you pro or nay, whatever. It don't matter, man. That's why I said you got to have tough skin. Now, if you don't want people to use you, then don't be a teacher. Be a spectator. Don't be a teacher on YouTube. You are a teacher, brother. So people is going to use you like everybody up here. People use their name in some way or some form or whatever. You can't get bent up out of shape because somebody brought your name in and they using what you said. So come on, brother. That's crazy, bro.
So why are you bent out of shape?
I'm not bent out of shape, man.
I haven't mentioned your name.
I'm not bent out of shape.
You've been for this guy ever since.
Brother, all I'm doing is trying to show you something. Right?
You've been talking up for this guy since he started tonight. Yeah, you interrupted him about 5 times talking up for this guy. Let him stand on his own word.
He's standing on his own. All right, but let him stand. Do you have any final questions?
To talk to him.
Right. Do you have any, Apostle, do you have any final question for the brother before I move on?
I want to finish my statement and I'm done.
I'll respond to him. You said a lot, Apostle. I listened
very well. Yeah, I know,
well.
but I had a lot on my mind since I was falsely accused of saying things that I didn't say.
Okay, let's start there. Are you saying that you did not say that I said that because the Neteru are real, that Set did that to his nephew?
You said
I have the video.
No, your response was I did not say that. Where did you get that from? And I say, oh, okay, I didn't have it at hand. I say, oh, but these things have been said over and over, time and time again. It has been shown. You said, well, unless you prepare to show it, don't bring it up.
I didn't say that either, but
well, you did. Well, you did. That's the reason why I brought it up.
It's okay. Because the reason why I put you in there.
And now we got a Noto bandit down here. He raising his hand. because he wants to join in.
Hey, Apostle,
He
let him go.
butthurt
Let him
too.
go, brother.
We
Discipline.
all are butthurt.
Discipline, brother. You're an Israelite. Let the brother go. Go ahead, Patah, finish.
Yeah, so the purpose and the reason why I put you in there was because of what you said that I said, and the video is there, and I can play it again, and I have verbatim what you said, because I even put the transcript on the screen so we can look at the words of what you said. It said, "Now finally I have a voice that is saying," and you're referring to me with that voice. You said, "Now finally I have a voice that is saying, no, no, yeah, Set did that. Set did that to his nephew." That's your words, quote unquote. So that is what you said, and it's on the video there. So that's the first thing. Is that's what you said that I said, and I never said that. That's why I put that in there. And just now you said you didn't say that. So we can see that, and I listened very closely, Apostle, and I put the words on the screen for everyone to see. And I'm here in my eye, and I'm not going to put words in your mouth of things that you did not say. I'm only going to speak verbatim the words that you said. And then, so there's that. And secondly, you showed something on Google. You Googled something, and then you said that it was in chapter 72 of the PTAH. So, sa.neter, I'm gonna share my screen so we can look at chapter 72, because this.
Oh, I didn't say chapter 72.
Oh, there.
I said prayer
Did any
72. I didn't say chapter 72. I don't know if there's a difference. And I didn't say it. The article said it. I just read it.
Probably utterance 72.
Utterance. You spoke about chapter 72 in the PTAH. That's what you put on the screen. Okay. And then you said that that's where Set and Heru is. And the reason why I do this very slowly is because I spoke about this, how fast some misinformation can be inserted into something. And if it's never checked, then someone who's listening can say, oh, okay, yeah, Set and Heru, that's in chapter 72. Apostle showed it on Google. And I'm just here to I
didn't say chapter 72. So don't pull up chapter 72.
All right, then if this is all recorded live, so in my next session, Apostle, I may just have to show it again, but here we go. Here's 72 because that's what you showed. Version in the Papyrus of Nu, and everyone on the panel can affirm that. If anyone disagrees that Apostle didn't show or say that utterance or number 72 in the PTAH, then correct me and show it, because this is all live and recorded. That's the great thing about this, and why I bring these things up, because it's there. So let's just read 72. Formula for opening the chamber. Hail, lords of what is right, free from evil, free from Isfet, existing in life for eternity to both time limits of everlastingness. I penetrate to you, transfigured in my forms, powerful in my word of power, laden with my light power. Rescue me from the voracious crocodile of this island of the Neteru of Ma'ati. My mouth is mine that I may speak with it. I am given offerings in your presence because I know you. I know your names. I know that great Neter to whose nose you give food offerings. His name is Tekim. He opens up from the eastern horizon of the sky and alights in the western horizon of the sky. As I move, he moves. As he is well, I am well. I will not be removed from the mesquite. The rebels shall not have power over me. I will not be turned back at your gates. You shall not seal your doors at me, because my bread is in pay. My beer is in depth. My arms are joined in the temple. My father Atum has given me barley and emmer of unimaginable quantity, made for me for my festivals by my son of my body. Grant me voice offerings, incense and ointment, all good and pure things on which a Neter lives, existing fixed for eternity in any forms I wish. I sail down, I sail up the sa.neter, the marsh of reeds. I join the marsh dweller, the Neteru. It is I, Ruti, which is the lion god, which is actually the lion, which is Ra, and his name is Rati or Ruti. So that's a nice necklace that you have. Anyone who knows this formula, or it is made in writing on his burial, he can go out in the day in any form he wishes, and he is given bread and beer and a large cut of meat on the altar of the great Neter, and he can go out to the sa.neter, where he is given barley and emmer, so that he may flourish as he did on earth, and he can do all that he wishes, like the Neteru who are there, a matter 1,000,000 times true, which is he. Here, so this is 72. This has nothing to do with Heru is set, and this is for any of the students who was listening very closely to what Apostle was saying when he was showing the Google search. So I wanted to correct that as well. So you'll learn with me, Apostle, and with anybody who comes to speak with me, you have a source, because I'll just cut it up real quick and throw it out. Because it won't stick. You can't break down something off of false information, because I only speak on what I can show. And it's only going to advance any of us, because when it comes to our research, we have to do better at showing what the actual, where the stories are. So I just wanted to correct all of what you said. And yeah, so no, that story isn't in the prayer in Heru. It isn't in.
Is there a prayer 72 in Heru?
Either prayer, utterance, chapter, the word.
Is there a prayer 72? Me inside saying that, because when he come back,
Apostle, I got to move on, brother. I got to move on now.
Yeah. See, he's challenging what I showed and saying this is what I said.
Apostle,
but this is what I showed.
You got to move on, Apostle.
Next time I come back, I'm gonna have that prayer.
All right, thank you, Apostle. Hey, Tahoodi, what's up, brother? You're next. You're next up, brother Tahoodi. Where you at? Going once, going twice, Tahoodi. All right, let me get on over to. There you go. Here go. All right, come on, Tahoodi.
Yes, I have to. I'm stepping away for a while. I'll be listening in the background. I was having my finger up so I could tell Scribe at some point to show the House of ATEN and the pod class to everyone afterwards, just to show the page. I'll be back a little bit later. I didn't know it was going to go this long, but I'll be back before this closes out to say something. But right now, I'm stepping away.
Got you, brother.
I'll be listening.
King J, do you have a question to add on to the information?
Peace. Yes, I do. Peace to the panel. Peace to the presentation. Brother Patah, I listened to it, enjoyed it. I do have something to add to the build. If I can show my screen, as you like the brother Apostle to do earlier, I would like to show something. Now, I'm not quite sure is it where you may have gotten the source from, but it looked pretty similar to what you had showed in regards to the source that you showed for GEB and the heretic. So the one I'm looking at is pharaoh.se. It shows the Turin Kings list and things of that nature. But it also shows the different how it's broken down, right? So when you use GEB from the Turin list, you use GEB 1. Let me show you. I'm looking at it. You use GEB 113, right? Or was it GEB 114? I'm looking at, okay, GEB 114, right? So the column that is listed in is under God. So we need to make that understood, right? So it says the second of the 9 gods of the NES would have been here in column 113. GEB is listed as 114 as Neset Bit GEB, the dual king GEB. Column 15 is the dual king Osiris, right here. Neset Bit Wasir. This is column 115. Here we see the dual king Set. Neset Bit Set. It says that he ruled for 200 years, right? So we see these are all in hieratic. It's showing the cartouche. We see where it says in the set bit and the cartouche where it says the, and it's showing the, the god, that was the set animal. Right here it says the dual king Horus, God, 300 years, and the set bit Hor Neteru, showing that he lived for 300 years. This is interesting here. The dual king Tahoodi, life, prosperity, and health. It says that TEHUTI Naset bit TEHUTI, it said he lived for 7,726 years. I don't know if you believe that literally, because this is the source that what you're looking at that you use for GEB, but it says from the source that they're gods, right? So when you, let me show you here. When you go here, it shows gods, right? So
Yes,
you
the
can't
neter.
say that, you can't say that they are gods. If you want to go to the first kings, human kings, you got to go to the four, right? And
The
then we
first
start
kings were the neter.
human kings. So let's be clear, because the
Okay.
source that you use said that they're gods. So the second row would be gods and other divine beings, right? So I just want,
Yes.
so also when we, okay, let me now, I just wanted to show
So-
you that. I just wanted to show you that first, because I just wanted you to use the source correctly, because you gave a different narrative to what the source actually said. So the
What
source
narrative was that?
that the GEB cartouche, that the GEB, which you're showing in the Torrance list, was the actual physical person, right?
Can you show
And it
me
doesn't say,
any
I just
source?
told you. I just
Can
used
you
your
show?
source. You want me to show it again?
Yes. No, I want you to show a source.
Appreciate that.
Hmm?
Appreciate that.
So I got you. Well, I'm
Excuse
just
me.
showing. I just use your source, and just showed you
Great
how.
Elder sa.neter, can you bring everybody up on screen? Okay,
So that was just one question. That was the first thing. Also, secondly, the theology.
let me
that
address
you're
that
using-
first. Let me address that first before we move on.
Okay.
So when I would like for you or anyone to show me anyone in a shin who isn't a king or attached to a royal family.
So that's another thing. The theology is a Heliopolis theology, correct? There are different theologies that don't even have GEB in the theology, correct?
I'll ask the question again.
I'm answering it in that I just answered it. So if I'm establishing that there are other theologies, don't need. Oh.
Yes, all I want is for someone to show a source of a name in a shin that isn't a physical king.
A deity. So when you look under the definition, I'll pull it up as well too. Under the definition of a shin is royal families, deities, venerated ancestors, correct?
Kings and royalty.
And deities as well.
Which are the kings, great brother King J.
But when you're saying kings, you're implying that king physically lived. And
because that's what the scribes of Ma'at said.
It doesn't.
Okay, let me share my screen again, great Elder sa.neter.
I'll show it again, but it definitely breaks it down into different categories.
Because I showed something else as well, because I have probably about 40 sources. We're just stuck on one source. So I need someone to bring.
Also, when you look at the A40 glyph, the determinative, that's for a god. It's not a king.
sa.neter, I'm sharing my screen so that you can show this.
As I showed, your screen is up.
As I showed in this session today, because that's just one source. I have source after. I mean, King J, would you like to debate me on that? But here
I don't want to get too long with it on this one. Because I took notes and I did want to ask another.
I think my screen is being shared so I can show something. So here we are, and Seti I, who was a physical king, and here's his name in a Shinu. Why? Because he's a physical king.
Mhm.
Why do the physical kings put their names in Shin? Why do they do that?
So I can tell you why.
That's a retort.
So I can tell
Okay,
you, no,
and
but I can tell you why. So our cartouches are
King J,
correct.
allow me to finish so that I
Oh.
can complete my point, and then we
Okay.
can come back to what you have to say.
Okay.
So when we have a name here of King Seti, Merin Ptah, in the Shin, he said, when humans and gods were still one and the same thing. Break that down for me.
Are you answering my question or are you asking me questions? I'm just trying, so I don't want to get too long with it and taking away. I
No.
can answer the
We
question.
are all gods.
Right.
I have one thing.
And you're, but listen, and you.
Thank
King
you,
J, you got to
sa.neter.
stop. King J, you got to stop, brother. You got to
Yes.
stop. Remember what I told you. When you come up, you're going to add on to the build, not try to destroy the build, not try to tear down the brother presentation. Because you
It's
ain't
okay.
ready. Brother. The brother showed source after source after source. And all y'all do is come up nitpicking, but y'all scared to do a presentation on your own. You got to do a presentation, King J. So let the brother continue. Go ahead, Ptah.
Yeah, so moving on from the Taurine papyrus, because I've showed that and proved that. Let's move on to this source from Seti 1 and what's known as the Book of the Heavenly Cow. There's your source, right? Not me just saying this is somewhere existing saying something. Here's the Book of the Heavenly Cow, which is in the Perhe, the House of Eternity of Seti 1. When he says, when the Remech and the Neteru were one. Explain that and break that down for me.
Okay, so I can talk now because he told me I was trying to answer earlier. So this is the Kaufman text.
I just gave you the exact source, which is in the
Tabernacle.
Perhe. No,
Okay.
great brother. I just
Okay.
need you to sejim.
But
Just
listen,
receive
listen, brother, listen. I don't want to get taken away.
You just
Listen,
gave.
Ptah, we building? Let's have mod. Okay, let's not talk
Exactly.
over each other. So,
But I want to correct. Let me
talk-
correct what you.
Okay,
Just
but
1
we
second, King
over-talking
J.
each other.
This is my presentation, and I will establish authority when I speak. So when it comes to what you just said, Apostle, when it comes to what you just said, you just stated, and this is for everyone to see. When he says, listen, 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 that would be a great thing for you to employ for yourself, because I gave you the exact source twice, and then you just gave me back 2 sources that are incorrect. So how can we take with what you're saying any facts when I just gave you the direct source, which is in the Perhe? I gave you the pharaoh of where it exists. It exists in his tomb. This is where it exists. Okay, it doesn't exist in the coffin text. It doesn't exist in the papyrus of Ani, what you just said. No, that's incorrect. This is in the Perhe of Seti 1, when humans and the Neteru were still one and the same thing. I would like for you, King J, to break this down for me. That's it.
Brother, your interpretation is going to be different. You can just tell us your interpretation and just cut to the chase. What does it mean in your opinion, brother?
What the scribe said,
What
that
does
the
it mean?
Neteru
The
were
human
once,
thing-
that the Neteru were physical beings on the planet.
That's what that means to you.
And
Okay,
there's
that's
your it says
That's
humans. It says humans and Neteru were one and the same thing. So we can, and this is just for everyone listening, because I know everyone just saw what happened, and I'm the only one that will bring up an actual source from the writings. Everyone else is just gonna talk, right? And so this is why it's important, like the great Elder sa.neter said, to put together something, to show something,
So this
because
is the protection
your
step,
words, your words have no weight, because it's all incorrect, until you can show in the Medu Neter what the scribe said, which here is Seti 1. Everyone knows and acknowledges Seti 1 is a physical being, right? So in his Perhe, in his tomb, where the story of the Book of the Heavenly Cow exists, that's the source, says when humans and Neteru were still one and the same thing. So when discussing with me, there is gonna have to be sources shown, because I'll just get rid of it real quick and it won't hold. Nothing no one says that doesn't show anything will hold.
That's fine. That's fine. You established that. That's it.
King J, we got to move on, brother. We got to move on.
Oh, stop.
You're in battle mode. No. Hold on, brother. Hold on. See, we've been trained to go against each other like that. Sometimes it's always, brother, I don't want to put you in the back, brother. We got to move on. Sometimes it's all right to come in here and uplift your brother. Pick him up. Pick him up instead of trying to put him down. And that's why people don't take us serious a lot. You know, that's how the people get confused. When they see you saying one thing, this brother does show source after source after source. So what? You don't agree with one of them. So what? Move on, brother. Put together a presentation and bring forth your information, King J. You are welcome. Call me up. You got my number? Yo, brother Sal, I want to do a show on this. That's all you got to do, brother. Let me move on over to Asar Mka. Mka, you got the floor, brother.
Man, Imhotep to the chat, Imhotep to the panel. My brother Patai, you have done it again. Shout out to you, Tahoodi, and the brothers at the Per Ankh of Aton. I'm sure I'm not saying the full name, pardon me. But
Aten.
Yeah. I think they got like it's more to the name though. I think it's like what is it, brother Patai?
You were correct. It's an acronym for the ancient Tehutian teachings of the Neteru.
Ah, there it is. And shout out to your brother, the Judge Setchum, Ahemet Patai. What I wanted to end Tefrem Kim Ma'at, but and the whole panel, you know what it is, Tahoodi, all that. I want you to do a presentation. I did a presentation on Asar and Set and the birds and the bees and the correlation symbolically a while ago on my channel, because Asar is the Nasu plant. Asar is the bee. He's the Nasu Biti. He's also the ground, the soil. He's also the grass, the green, the great green. He's also the red. But then you also have Aset become a bird, a kite, and fly over the top of the golden fallacy made out of gold, supposedly attached by honey. So symbolically, the way the story goes is pretty much the birds and the bees story. And when they talk about the fertile land in the pyramid text. But you see that pose when GEB does it with Newt. The same sexual position, right? So I would like you to do a correlation with Seb and Asar, Newt and Aset concerning something in nature, cosmology wise, or something in nature that relates to the people. Because it's very easy to teach them about the birds and the bees through the Asar and Aset story. And then last, if you don't mind me sharing my screen, I think it's necessary that we do this. Are you guys okay with me sharing the screen for a minute, brother?
Absolutely.
Brother Shah, I want to do this for the people real quick so they can kind of understand the psyche here. And this is going to be a quick reading in Diodorus Siculus, because this is overdue and it's necessary. I'm going to blow it up so you guys can see. This is so you get the understanding of the God to man theory without going into the logos, which we have in another situation. In case our brother, what's his name? Our brother with the glasses that was just at Tazariak's debate, Sa. You know what I'm talking about? You always talk about the logos in Christianity. Anyway, it says this. It says, moreover, practically all the physical matter which is essential in the generation of all things is furnished by these gods. The sun contributing, the fiery element and the spirit, the moon, the wet and the dry, and both together the air. And it is through these elements that all things are engendered and nourished. And so it is out of the sun and moon that the whole physical body of the universe is made complete. And as for the five parts just named of these bodies, the spirit, the fire, the dry, as well as the wet, and lastly the air, like just as the case of a man, we enumerate head, hands, and feet, and the other parts. So in the same way, the body of the universe is composed in its entirety of these parts. Let's go a little further. Each of these parts they regard as a god, and to each of them the first men in Egypt, to use articulate speech, gave a distinct name appropriate to its nature. Now, the spirit they called, as we translate their expression, Zeus, which is Amun. And since he was the source of the spirit of life in animals, they considered him to be, in a sense, the father of all things. And they say that the most renowned of the Greek poets also agrees with this when he speaks of this god as the father of men and gods. The fire they called Hephaestus, as it is translated, holding him to be a great god and one who, you're not going to read the whole thing, but I want y'all to understand this, contributes much both to the birth and full development of all things. The earth, again, they looked upon as a kind of vessel which holds all growing things, and so they gave it the name mother. And in like the manner, the Greeks also called it Demeter, the word having been slightly changed in the course of time, blah, 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 blah. Earth, the mother of all, Demeter giving birth, and wet, according to them who called by the men of old Oceanus, which when translated means fostering mother, though some of the Greeks have taken it to be Oceanus, in connection with whom the poet also speaks of. Oceanus, source of gods and mother of tether, for the Egyptians considered Oceanus to be their river Nile. Also their gods were born, since they say Egypt is the only country in the whole inhabited world where there are many cities which were founded in the first gods, such as Zeus, Heli, blah, 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 blah. The air they say they called Athena, as you can see, they're naming a bunch of gods. But let's go further. Let's see how you get gods into men. Let's scoot over here and we'll start to break it down. These five deities, they say, visit all the inhabited world, revealing themselves to men in the form of sacred animals, such as the black bull, etc., the ram, and at times even appearing in the guise of men or in other shapes. Nor is this a fabulous thing, but possible, if these are in very truth the gods who give life to all things. And also the poet who visited Egypt and became acquainted with such accounts as these from the lips of the priest, in some place in his writing, sets forth an actual fact that has been said. The gods and strangers formed from alien lands frequent the cities of men in every guise, observing their insolence and lawful ways. Now, so far as the celestial gods are concerned, whose genesis is from eternity, this is the account given by the Egyptians. And besides these, there are other gods, they say, who were terrestrial, having once been mortals, but who by reason of their sagacity, that means greatness or goodness, and the good services which they rendered to all men, attained immortality in Egypt. Their names, when translated, are in some cases the same as those of the celestial gods, like an Asar, like a Geb, like a Naset, like a Nut, while others have a distinct appellation, such as Helios, Kronos, Rhea, and also Zeus, who was called Amun by some, and besides these, Hera and Hephaestus, also Hesetia, and finally Hermes. Helios was the first king of the Egyptians, his name being the same as that of the heavenly star. You see the correlation why our brothers say what they say. Some of these priests, however, say that Hephaestus was their first king, since he was the discoverer of fire and received the rule because of this service to mankind. For once when a tree on the mountains had been struck by lightning and the forest nearby was ablaze, Hephaestus went up to it, for it was winter time, and greatly enjoyed the heat. as the fire died down, he kept adding fuel to it. And while keeping the fire going in this way, he invited the rest of mankind to enjoy the advantage which came from it. Then Kronos became the ruler. And upon marrying the sister Rhea, he begat Osiris. Now it's going to go into the other deity stories and how they're men. And it's going to tell a different story than the mythos, because they're talking about the people that they
All
say
right, wrap it up, Asam Ka. Come on now.
absolutely that were deified as Neteru. So it's a very good possibility that this and the wars that they had would mean that some of these people were real men that existed. And the mythos is, of course, made from those wars and from the celestial beings' happenings. Go ahead, brother.
Good point, man. Good point there, brother. Good point. All right. Let me go on over to the brother Black Sage. What's up, man? Black
What's
Sage.
good? What's good?
What's
Good,
happening,
sir?
brother?
What's happening, man? Peace to the panel, man.
Peace.
Shalom to you.
What's up, Elder?
What's good, Apostle?
Hey,
I see
I'm
you
good,
up
brother.
here.
It's been a while.
Yeah, man, it's been a while. I see you up here, man, putting them mittens on them, man.
Don't start that, Elder.
Being me, man.
Yeah, you
Being
know
me.
I'm here for. I'm here for it. Yeah, am I hearing correctly that the position here is that these Neteru were, or these gods were actually celestial beings that walked the earth?
According, because y'all keep missing it. According,
according to the scribes.
Of my odds.
No, according to the scribes.
What I just read to him, sir. So it's a
what you read to me. Hold on, Star. Let me answer you. What you read to me was a Greek historian. That's what you read to me.
Who visited the priest?
I don't care what he visited. I don't care if he went to O Block. I'm telling. What I'm saying to you is that you read for me a Greek historian. Now you can take that with a grain of salt if you want to. I'm asking the brothers: are they saying that the Egyptian scribes, the Kemetic scribes, declared that the Neteru were celestial beings who walked the earth?
Okay, and I'm gonna let Patar respond. I just got to make a quick 30 seconds. You are the same people, Patar. I mean, Apostle, Elder Yara, Black Sage.
There you go again.
Be quiet,
There
man.
you go again.
Shut your mouth, brother. Shut your mouth. I know it's hurting, man, but y'all are the same ones that come to the community and tell us the existence of Moses, Abraham,
yes,
Jesus,
yes, absolutely.
Mary. Hold on, Mary, and all of these people that walk the earth,
and we stand on it,
bro. I'm talking. But you never proved any of it. Here, my brother telling you, according to the teachings, he said, I'm not saying it. They are saying it. This is where I get from what they are saying. And y'all still
hasn't proven that.
Let me pass the mic.
Nah, he saying it too. He saying he agree with them.
Hold on, y'all.
Hold on.
He has not proven that.
Hold on. But this is. I'm glad sa.neter brought that point out, because this is what I'm asking. If that is their belief that they can follow, my Kemetic brethren, then how is it that the biblical narrative is so far from your imagination?
All right, you got to let him respond, because I'm not Patag. Patag is a better teacher and a better scholar right now. So let's pass the mic to Patag and let him go in on it.
Listen, man, because they're responsible for the Bible.
I just want to remind them, because I asked them before on this very channel, I said, since you claim Jesus is real, I said there's more evidence for Asar's existence than Jesus's, and the debate's still on the table if you want to get it in, my brother. Go ahead, brother.
All right, Patah.
All right, Tua. And yeah, I look forward to whoever would like to step up to Asarim Khan and that call out.
That's not a
Proving
call
the
out. That's not a call out. That's a butt wipe.
Okay. And for anyone who would like to debate the great Asarim Khan, that would be phenomenal.
He don't want to accept
And
that, brother Patak. Go ahead.
Hey,
Yeah,
listen, I have a whole video
Hold on. Hey, y'all keep cutting the brother off. Let him go first. He's answering you, Black Sage. Let him go.
He's not answering me. He's doing ad hominems. He's not answering me nothing.
I didn't ad hominem. I didn't say anything about anybody personally.
Sure
But
you
no. So your question was, how is the narrative of the Bible? I don't understand your question or what you mean by that. I didn't speak about the Bible at all. I haven't talked about the Bible, so I don't know
Both
what
of y'all
your
have
question
autonomous
means.
ancestors.
Yo, James, I don't want to put you in the back, Jay. That's why y'all keep cutting the brother off, man.
Because you keep protecting him, sa.neter.
I'm
Let him
not
talk.
protecting
Just
him.
get out the way, sa.neter. You in the way, bro.
One mic, and I'm
You in
gonna
the
let
way.
y'all
Stop holding his hand. Stop
listen,
patting
man.
him on the fanny.
Hold on. Yeah,
He is protecting them.
when
That's
it's time
fact.
for you to speak, I'm gonna let you speak. I'm gonna start putting people in the back now. I gotta start putting y'all in the back. Y'all ain't got discipline. Y'all don't have no discipline. All right, go ahead, Patah.
To our elder sa.neter, and I'm open and willing to debate anybody on this panel in a structured format on any of these topics that I'm speaking on. Anyone, please. I'll keep asking for it, and I want someone to this is the house of consciousness. There's the debate coliseum. So the protection. I called your name, King J. Anybody who would like to debate me on anything that I teach, please debate me on that. Yara Black Sage, I don't know where you're getting with the Bible or when it comes to the narrative of that, or how you created a complex equivalent between the Neteru and the Bible when I never spoke about that. So if you could clarify more clearly, more in succinct, what you're actually asking so that I can give you a proper answer for what you're really wanting to know.
So if he missed that question, because I know everybody else on the panel got it. If you have an issue with Jesus, if you have an issue with Moses, if you have an issue with any of the persons named in the biblical narrative, right? Whether you call them eponymous ancestors, some do, whether you call them unsubstantiated characters created by the Greeks, right? Simply based on the scribes' writings in the Bible, what is the difference when we only have scribal writings or recordings of these supposed Neteru that actually walk the earth as real people? Like, what is the difference in that? And say, I'll classify them both as mythos. What is the difference in the two mythos that would make yours believable or as truth?
There's a
Okay,
couple things.
to answer your question, I never spoke about any issues with any biblical characters, Jesus or Moses. I didn't say those words. Also, the scribes of the Bible. I would love to receive a name of a scribe who wrote in the Bible, so that way we can actually look at it. And second and thirdly, when it comes to the mythos, which is the story. But I don't like to use that word because it's perpetuated as being false. But the mythos, as far as a story, the significant, single-handedly most important difference between the scribes of Ma'at and any biblical writings are that there are writings dating to the time of the people living the culture. That doesn't exist when it comes to the biblical writings. There are no scribes during the time of the supposed stories, which 1400, a lot of people like to apply it to that time, where we actually have writings, right? There's no culture of people. What did the ancient peoples say? Because the ancient Hebrews, they praised the Neteru. So that is the main difference, is that our writings date to the time of culture and people actually living physical writings as they were living it, right? Not hundreds of years later after a specific thing is supposed to be happening. So that's the biggest thing. And like I said, the ancient Hebrews, they weren't like today. They praised the Neteru. They gave respect and adoration to the Neteru. So I would like to know the difference and why today that doesn't take place, right? Why is there a disrespect towards the Neteru when your great ancestors didn't do that?
Because it would have been idolatry.
So Asar M. Ka, would he like to take me on that debate that there are no scribes living during the time of the ancient Israelites that we can show that actually spoke against the Neteru or following the laws and statutes of Maya or ancient or following the deities of ancient Kemet, as he just put it, as he just made that statement? Would he like to debate me on that, Asar M. Ka?
I'm not sure. You say that one more time. I didn't quite understand.
Yeah, I think he said, and he can correct me, I think he said that there were no ancient scribes of the Israelites that were living or contemporary of their times that were writing who can show any adverse teachings or that are not believers or not followers of Maya or the ancient or the ancient Kemetic Neteru. You want to clarify that again?
Absolutely.
Okay.
What I said was there are no writings dating to the times of the stories.
There are
The biblical
writings dating
stories.
to the times of the stories.
If there is, what's the museum number? I'll pull it
Oh,
up.
he said those no writing. Oh, hold on. Would he like to debate me on that, Asar M. Ka?
You gotta ask him if he want to debate.
No, I'm asking you.
I asked you. My debate with you.
No. I heard you, but I'm asking you. Would he like to debate me on what he just said?
No, I think that's a challenge that he would put forth towards you.
I'm asking you.
Yeah, that would be something that he would substantiate towards you. I asked you for a different debate.
Oh, I got your debate. That's. I told you already.
Ready.
That's trash.
The people want to see it.
So that's trash. But I'm asking you, would he actually like to take that debate with me?
So what he's saying is this.
Hold on. Elder Yara, you got to ask that man.
I'm asking who I want to ask, sa.neter. I know what I'm doing. I got this.
Okay.
I'm asking Asar M. Ka.
Formulating
go ahead,
a
Asar.
plan right now, so I see what he's trying to do. So when you talk about, I know my brother Elder Yara. When you talk, what he's saying is this: there's no the writing of the time. Say when Jesus died, right? They say he died in a cave.
Mm-hmm.
There's no writing during that time to show that, nor do you have the cave.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The time for Asar, they say he was buried with several different parts.
Mm-hmm.
In Egypt, guess what you're gonna find?
Mm-hmm.
Several different cities with several different locations.
That's right.
With several burials of several of Asar's parts.
That's right.
Even one so old that they call the Asarian that doesn't have any dates on it, that the Egyptologists and the archaeologists won't even give the credit. They say this had to be from a whole different other culture, even though it has the same, because it doesn't have any writing. But it has the same description when they tell you go down the tunnel, which was flooded, so there's a bunch of crocodiles in it, that you will find TEHUTI. And when they went down that tunnel in the Assyrian, what did they find? A bunch of dead flamingos. But it's too far back and too much water for them to keep going to find out if he's back there or not, correct?
Oh, okay.
That's correct. That's correct.
So there's more proof for ancient Kemet than there is for your biblical narrative. You know that, and I know that.
Okay, so that's wholly incorrect. So let me ask directly to that brother. I will take your debate on that topic right there, and I'll do it tomorrow.
So you want to debate the topic that there are writings dating to the time of the stories in Hebrew? Is that what you're wanting to debate me on?
I only need to prove one scribe.
Don't do it, Yara. Don't do it, Black Sage.
sa.neter, let me tell you something, sa.neter.
Black Sage, man.
Let me tell you something,
You always
sa.neter.
taking debates that. Come on, y'all.
No, see, let me tell you something.
I'm trying to help you out.
I pick debates that our people are ignorant of.
Okay.
I mean, I'm gonna bring the information because I watch
don't do
this.
it.
Watch this.
There's several scribes I can think of right off.
Right. Apostle. Do we know who Jeremiah's scribe was?
Yeah, we know because it's written in the book.
Do we also have extra biblical evidence that he actually existed?
Yes. Sure.
Do we have actual extra biblical sources of his scribal writings of the time?
Ezra was a scribe. Yes, Ezra did exist.
Yeah.
So we have more than one. We know these people existed contemporary during their time.
And Ezra did a copy.
So exactly.
What Ezra did was a copy of what had already existed.
See, Apostle
wasn't original.
See,
That
we
was a
already
copy.
know. See, these are the things that I already know. I know most people don't know it, but these are things I already know. King J knows.
Check this out. Let me build with you, Yara. Look,
Yes, sir.
Nah. Hold on, King J. Let me I'm gonna let you speak, King J. I want to get back to Patah and let Patah clear this up. I'm gonna come back to you, King.
Tua. I don't know how this got on Jesus, but I expected it to.
I didn't mention Jesus.
But
I didn't either.
Your man's mentioned Jesus. The great Asar Imkad did.
I need you to find that cave, brother.
All right, come on.
You gotta find nothing. I don't give a damn about Jesus' cave.
Come on, Patah.
Well, if they're when it comes to the writings, the actual physical writings, when it comes to the papyrus, I'm looking for any ancient writings of any ancient peoples, ancient Hebrews, who wrote in their language these stories, not hundreds of years later, I want a primary source. I showed on my sessions per Imharuz, per Hez. That's their right. That's them. That's writing.
Right.
I can show you and pull it up. And so if anybody you want to debate on whether or not that there are writings that date to the time of the stories themselves by the Hebrews in their language, if you can do that, you're gonna make history on the planet.
That's right. See, Yara, don't jump out the window, bro.
sa.neter, stop doing that, bro, because he's wrong.
Okay.
And everybody that got any amount of sense knows that he's wrong.
Right.
And I also would love to. I heard the word idolatry come up about your ancient ancestors, and I think yes, exactly.
It would be
So would it be idolatry today for you to say a word, to write a symbol, to wear a symbol that is a neter praising?
Oh.
Would that be idolatry?
First, yes, it would be. Now, what are you referring to? Are you referring to apostles lying around his neck?
No,
That's not a deity.
I'm referring to the name Yahweh.
Yahweh. I don't have Yahweh around my neck. I don't know Yahweh is.
Yahweh.
Hey,
That's
say
something that somebody else made up. My God is Yahweh.
Yahweh. They say
And that's in the scripture, the tetragram.
Yeah, Yahweh,
The
Yahoo,
YHWH.
Yahweh,
No, Yahweh.
Either way you want to say it.
No, it's not either way you want to say it.
It's not either way you want to say it.
It's not either way you want to say it.
Calm down, brother. Calm down. He's telling you there's different ways that Israelites pronounce God. So he's saying either way you want to say Yahweh, he's talking about Yahweh.
But let's not get distracted by that.
However you stand on
Yahweh, is it true? Would it be true that it would be idolatry for you to draw or say a word that is a neter in the name Yahweh?
No, it would not be.
So writing a neteru praising wouldn't be idolatry?
No, it wouldn't be.
Oh, okay.
No,
all right. Well,
because let me tell you why. Because you can clearly read in the Bible, in the biblical narrative, where the Israelites, the prophets, and the scribes are instructed by Yahweh to say, and thus says Yah, write the people, thus says Yah. So I don't know what the hell you talking about.
Hey, let me tell you what he's talking about.
No, he ain't talking about nothing, sa.neter. Stop trying to pat him on the fanny.
Black Sage, was Jesus a human being?
Yes.
Hold on, Elder sa.neter. I want to stick right here because this is
let him stay right there.
This is every single time, and I'm making a statement. Every single time anybody writes the word Yahweh, says the name Yahweh, embedded in that, you are literally praising a neter.
That's correct. That's correct.
So you don't know what you're talking about.
So
that is the words. That is the words of the Masonic scribes of today, and the reason why they use the word Hashem. They say
no, I'm speaking about the letters. The letters.
Yeah.
Ezekiel 39, verse 7. Ezekiel 39.
Right.
I'm not worried about Ezekiel. I'm worried about Yahweh.
Verse 7. He says, make my name known amongst my people.
And what is his name?
My name.
What is his name?
And what is his name?
Of my people.
And what is his name?
They might not call me by some other name.
What is his name?
To make his name great. Didn't he ask Pharaoh to do that in your Bible?
Oh, I want to stay right here.
39, verse 7.
What is his name, brother?
His name is Yahweh.
How do you spell his name?
YAHWAH.
In the Hebrew.
In the Abaya. Yes.
The Abaya. How do you spell his name?
In the Abaya. Yes.
How do you spell his name?
That's how you spell his name.
So you spell Y-A, that's the Abaya, the Y, the A, that's how you say it?
The Y, the A. Okay? The H, the A.
That's not, don't,
Y-A.
Ain't his name Yod He Vav He? Ain't that how you spell it?
No. See what you're talking about.
That's the Tetragrammaton.
Is his that's his title.
Yeah.
I am that I am.
Right.
A Shah, a higher.
Is there a He in Yahweh's name,
There's
Yahweh?
no He in the Hebrew language.
You're not going to win that.
That's modern Judaism.
Pull him up, sa.neter. Pull him up. Pull him up, sa.neter. He's not going to win.
It's a hawk.
He hanging off the balcony. He hanging off the balcony, sa.neter. Pull him up. Pull him up.
No, let him get
let me share my screen King J, get in the ring, great brother.
What you gonna get is the Masoretic.
No, but
let me
That's what you gonna
share
pull
my
up.
screen.
The Metrics Lectionis or the Masoretic, the modern tongue.
Here we go. Let's just
We don't
look
go
at
by
it.
the modern tongue, brother.
Well, let's just look at it.
Let's just look at it. All right.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
is this what is this we're looking at?
Tetragram. The tetragram.
That's the
I just told him.
tetragrammaton.
Tetragrammaton, I told you.
So
A-H-A.
Just killed
The
yourself.
what? The A's are verbs.
Here
You
we go.
don't write verbs.
I tried to help him, sa.neter.
And that says Joseph.
You don't write verbs.
Joshua.
You only
I
write
just
the
tried.
consonant.
I just tried to help him. I told you to go into the Tetragrammaton. I just tried to help you, sa.neter. I told you to pull him up. He hanging off the balcony right now. Pull him up. Pull him up. He needs
Can
you,
everyone
son.
see my
Say
screen?
yeah.
Can everyone see my screen?
Yeah, but
I continuously keep hearing the name Yahweh, and I keep hearing a he. Right? I keep hearing a H, a hey in this name
There
here.
is no
And
hey.
everyone is
There is
looking
no
on the
hey.
screen.
Apostle,
Right?
be quiet for a minute, brother.
The original in Hebrew
Let him do it.
being
Let him
read
do it.
from right to left, Hebrew Standard, transliterated to YHWH. Now, is anybody on this panel saying that this name right here is not the name of God?
Not right here. It's backwards. This top letter, right here. This YHWH is backwards.
That's your debate right there, Apostle. Get him.
Yeah.
It's just
Yeah.
Yah.
Let me share my
It's not
screen.
Yahweh. It's just Yah.
It's just Yah.
So if you was to spell Yah, how would you spell it? Someone give me the spelling of Yah.
Reverse that.
Y-A-H. Now what is that H?
Y-A-H. Yeah.
Right.
Yah.
So what is the H? What?
Y-A-H is Yah.
Okay, so the H. I'm talking about the H here.
Yah. A A after the H.
I don't
And then
listen.
an A after the W.
Yo, everybody, it's one person, man. Apostle,
Right.
hold on. Hold on so you can hear what he asking you.
sa.neter. Let me ask you, because I think I'm somewhere in like mystical land or something.
I heard what he asked
if there
me,
is
son,
a
and I
if
was
there is
breaking
a
it down when you muted me.
is there a ha in the name?
Get out of the ha.
Yes.
Is there a H?
Yes.
Is the ha not an H?
Yes.
Do we not see the evolution here?
Yes.
Directly
No,
on
you don't know what the hell you talking about.
That's your debate, Apostle. Stop him right there and take it.
Yeah,
That's your
as a matter of
debate.
fact, I'm willing to do that.
There you go, Apostle.
I'm willing to do that.
There
See
you go.
how you
Apostle.
let black stage get you, man? Put a battery in your back?
No, I just told you to pull your mans up off the balcony. You ain't listening.
He want to come up
Now
here.
he gotta
acting like
face
he know
Apostle.
he know the Abayah. He want to come up here acting like he know the Abayah. I'm not talking about no Greek.
Take
And I
him.
ain't talking about no Masoretic.
That's your debate right there, Apostle.
I will put him in his own coffin.
There you go,
And
Apostle.
lock it up.
There you go. Lock it up, sa.neter. Lock it up. There go your debate. See if he stand on that.
I will put you in your coffin and lock it up.
That's why I'm
wonderful.
Black Sage, sa.neter.
So
Do
when
it
we
yourself.
up right there.
so when we look at and when we keep saying the word
No, Apostle, just relax, man. You're thirsty.
Now you don't want to debate. Come on, sa.neter. Now you don't want him to debate him?
We're not going to debate one word. Like, come on. That's
Why not? Your man put it up on the screen. He present the information as if he know what he's talking about, and the Apostle doesn't.
And I want him to present this.
That's a call out.
Jehovah,
Now, if he can call everybody else out, he
present
just
it all.
got called out.
Facts.
Make him
Pull up
stand
the
on it.
Egyptian god Yah for him real quick.
Make him stand on it.
I'm saying something very specific. I could go the Yah route, but I'm not even talking about. I'm talking about just the letter H.
Man,
okay.
do you want to debate
when we look at the letter H, when you spell Yahweh, when you draw the H, do you understand that when you draw that letter H, you're literally drawing a praising neter?
Man, go ahead
that's
on,
my point.
man. Go ahead on, man.
Of the H then, Black Sage?
Yeah, because I hear Hebrews giving me English letters.
It's the same thing. I got on this lion, and somebody will say to me,
There's no lions in Israel, brother.
of Leo.
There's no lions in
wearing the
Israel, brother.
symbol of Leo.
There's no lions in Israel, brother.
When I met sa.neter,
I got a question for Black Sage.
What do you mean there are no lions? What do you mean there were no lions in Israel?
I said
they were not no lions in Israel.
Boy, y'all listen to such foolishness.
Which is foolishness. Goodbye don't mean so.
Yes, go ahead. All right,
everyone, please.
Yes, mute
Because
everyone.
I want to stick right here. I don't want to talk about nothing else but this.
Man, let's just set the date.
Apostle, brother, I don't want to put you in the back. I'm trying not to do that.
I want to set
I'm putting you in mute. You keep unmuting yourself talking. The brother's talking, brother. Just have some discipline.
We got you, Apostle. We got you.
I want Black Sage to tell me how to spell Yahweh's name, not in English. I don't think any ancient Hebrew who brought forth Yahweh was speaking English or writing English. So I don't know if I'm in.
Why did you present English? Why did you present us with an English? Why did you present us with a slide full of English?
Do I need
to make your
share
point?
My screen again? I'll share my screen again because I don't. Let me see. What is this?
All I gotta do is show the sa.neter.
I don't think that's
all it is.
Hey, relax, relax, brother.
Yod Hey Wav Hey. That's exactly what you see.
So how do you? Is that how you spell Yahweh's name? What if I? Because that's the questions I ask.
No, what you have.
What is the oldest source?
No, listen,
what is the?
Listen, I want you to.
Let me ask you a question first.
You just asked me a question. I'm getting ready to give you the answer.
What
the
is
answer
the
is
oldest?
no. What you're looking at is a phonetic spelling of the tetragrammaton. That's it.
What is the tetragrammaton?
The tetragrammaton is the Greek translation of
I showed Greek.
Vahe.
I showed Greek letters.
Did you just hear what I said?
No, you showed Hebrew letters, but corrupted in Greek.
Right, it's corrupted in Greek. He doesn't understand what he's looking at. That's all I'm saying to you.
You showed
And you show English letters. I keep telling him he doesn't understand what he's looking at, and he just needs to admit it and say he'll come back to it. We'll allow you to do that, but I guarantee you, it's a reason why you're ignoring Apostle's challenge, because you're not as astute in the language as he is, and you will lose that debate. I put my money on it. So my question on it, my question is that what you're opposing is incorrect.
So correct it by showing me. By showing me,
it's on the screen.
At the debate, I will at the debate.
Let me complete what I want to say. I know it gets hot. I know when we start talking about Yahweh,
ain't
it
hot,
gets.
Man.
All right, let him ask the question, man. Go ahead.
I want any Hebrew to show me the oldest source for the name of your God.
All right, let's go. Come on,
Egypt.
Come on, Black Sage. Just y'all.
I'm gonna share my screen. But I don't want you to back out of debate when you see this.
Nah, a Black Sage might not know, but I'm sorry, we know because we know it in Egypt.
I know how they spell it in Egypt. IAH. I've seen that 1,000 times.
I'm not talking about that. I can teach on that too. But what I'm teaching is how do you spell? Show me the name of Yahweh. If I come as a student,
only asking y'all keep on going around.
Hey, let me hear what he's saying.
If I'm a student of the Hebrew, right, and I come to my elders and I say, great elders, what is the oldest source that we have in archaeology that shows the name of Yahweh? What would your answer be?
It's gonna be
share my screen, sir.
It's gonna be you're gonna see it on the Soleb inscription in ancient Kemet. You're gonna see
share my screen, sir.
In the Shashu of Yahweh land. That's
in the language of the Hebrews.
I got an older
not the Medu Neter, the language of the Hebrews. As a student of the Hebrew, and I come to my elders.
Oh, it's going to say Yod Hey Vav Hey. I said it already 3 times.
So the name would be exactly what I just showed. That everyone is saying I'm wrong about. So I just asked exactly.
No, he hasn't. But y'all need to let him talk because he's wrong. He's wrong. And sa.neter, you hold slow for doing that because he's wrong, and you just gonna get him embarrassed, sa.neter.
That's crazy.
You gonna get him embarrassed, sa.neter.
It's funny that
you gonna get him embarrassed, sa.neter. He's wrong.
Blacks. Okay,
Yeah, we know
I'm
he's
asking.
wrong.
Black
is
Sage.
God doing?
Hold on. Stop. Everyone, stop. Black Sage, as a student of the Hebrew, if I come to you, great elder Yara, Black Sage, can you show me the oldest Hebrew source in the Hebrew language of the name of our God Yahweh?
Yes.
Yeah, why you keep saying
Okay, well, let's look. I want to see it. Show it to me. As a student, I'm coming to you as the great elder. As a student, I would like for you to show me the source of our people writing the name of Yahweh. Show it to me. I want to see it so I can look at the letters themselves.
So look, so I was sending you.
Not you, KJ. He asking Elder Yara, Black Sage.
So I've already told him one of the
I'm
sources.
asking you to show me as your student, Yara, Black Sage.
I don't have my. I'm on my phone.
Share your screen, brother Yara.
I can't. I'm on my phone. I'm on my phone. I'm not on my computer.
Okay, where can I find that?
I told you you can find the same writings on the Soleb inscription.
In the Hebrew, in the ancient Hebrew, or what's known as the ancient Hebrew language, I can find Yahweh.
You said in the ancient Hebrew language?
In the language that we study, right, as Hebrews, what is the source that I can go to, that I can look up right now and pull on the screen and show the name of our God Yahweh, so I can look at the lettering, so I can look at our ancestors and the scribes and what they wrote? How did they write his name? Not today, not Greeks.
Here, let me pull it. Let me.
That's not a debate question. That's a question.
Let me get on my laptop.
There we
go.
go.
My laptop.
There we go.
There you go, Black Sage. Come on, man.
Let me get on my laptop. Hey, son, let me get on my laptop. Let me show him. I'm gonna show you my presentation. Not nothing I'm finna Google. I'm gonna show him my work.
Why he do that, Patah? Are you familiar with the Sarah B. El Kadim mines?
And you got too much fakery with you, man.
Hold on.
King J, yes, I am.
Hold on, Apostle.
Hold
on, Apostle. I'm giving him a primary source, brother.
Yeah, hold on.
Put it back up, Apostle.
That's Sarah B. El Kadim. Apostle, hold on, brother.
Down. It's been up there for the longest.
Apostle, just give me 1 second, brother, please. Patah, that's Sarah B. El Kadim mine. When we find the Balat worship, the Balat Sphinx, right? We find Balat and Hathor worship simultaneously. So we have Semitic priests worshiping Balat. We have Egyptian priests worshiping Hathor in the Porcos mines. We have the worship of Yah as the male deity, and we have the worship of Soptu as the Egyptian counterpart. So the female deity is Balat. We have the Balat Sphinx. We have the Yah.
I don't think that's what he asking you to. That's
not what I asked.
He ain't asking you nothing.
Yeah, he is, because
no, he's not.
Well, actually, he is. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I
asked. What I asked was, King J, listen very closely. What I asked is, show me a source of the name of our God Yahweh in the language, in our language as Hebrews. Show me the oldest source of that, not the Serabit El Kadim. You can show me Yahweh on there.
Yeah, it's Yahweh.
Okay, show me.
So get it, King J. You talking?
It's Yah.
No, King J. Show it. He said, show us. Don't
not
talk
in the Medu Neteru, brother.
I
don't want the Medu Neteru.
I'm about to drop off, and I'm gonna come back in, and I'm gonna show him.
Okay. All right. Y'all gonna get it. King J, stop talking if you can't show it, brother. All you're doing is verbalizing it. We don't believe you. I don't believe you. Show it.
Y'all been trying to share your screen all night. Now everybody's shy.
See, I just talking. You talking. No. Apostle, it's on you, Apostle. Show your source, brother. Let's go, Apostle.
Share my screen.
I don't see it. Where you got your screen at?
Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me do it. Hold on.
Come on, y'all doing all this.
Screen, y'all. I had it up there, man, and you ignored me.
No, they was talking. That's all. They was talking, Apostle. That's why I was letting them finish.
No, sir. The conversation was between me and him.
All right. Your stuff is showing. You're showing it. Your screen is showing. Watch Apostle embarrass himself. Just watch. Always.
I showed that language and they told me that ain't it. They said that's a tetragrammaton. And I'm
Right.
looking at the name right there, right above Deuteronomy 3.
See?
You go right above Deuteronomy 3, the second word from the
There
left.
it is. Come on, Apostle. You're going to embarrass yourself. Y'all just
Zoom in on
Brother,
that.
he's lying to you.
No, he's not. He just showed it. Y'all said it was
He
tetragrammaton.
say the second
Killing
letter.
y'all.
The second letter.
No, that's not
is
proto-phonetic.
Your writing is blocking it.
Brother, what's taking you so long to pick it up, to get it?
I'm looking for the word. I'm reading it.
I already found the word.
Where?
It's if you look right above where it says Deuteronomy 3,
Right.
go right above it, and then go to the left, that second word from the left.
He know the Hebrew better than you.
This word right here. And you know what that word is? Without the vowel, the first word, the first letter, it's a Y. The second letter is an H.
That H. Mm-hmm.
The third letter is the Y.
Yes.
The fourth letter is an H.
And what does that say? What does that spell?
That's the tetragrammaton. It says if I add the A, YAHAWAH, it would say Yahweh.
And what I'm saying is, in that word right there that you have highlighted, leave that up right there. That word that you have highlighted right there, every single time that you say that word and you spell that name, you are literally saying and praising a neter by writing.
That's exactly what you're doing. That's exactly what you're doing.
That's not the name.
And it's in there twice.
That's not the name.
Man, Apostle, so Apostle wrong?
Yeah.
Oh, Apostle's wrong then. King James say Apostle wrong.
Y'all Ryan coming back.
He'll be back. Y'all will be back.
Y'all definitely coming.
Yo, y'all failed, man. The brother just asked y'all the question. Y'all failed, man. See, all this get scalloping y'all do.
I don't know why Apostle pulled this up. This is, I don't know what, he don't even know.
Wow, Apostle.
So
King
that's
J,
the
do you wanna pull
exact
up
word.
King J?
Yeah, so that's the
I'm
exact
on
word.
I gotta get him on a laptop to.
So that's the exact word right there that I'm speaking of, in which everyone, every Hebrew would agree that name right there, unless I'm wrong, Apostle, if you're telling me that is not the name Yahweh, whether it's a tetragrammaton, whether you add the vowels later, which vowels were added later, that word right there is the oldest word for Yahweh that you can find in archaeology. That's how the name is spelled. That's an absolute fact. And so
Are there other words spelled like that?
Nah, he's telling you the oldest, brother. He's giving you the oldest one.
Now, see, letting him talk. And what he's saying is wrong. And I'm trying to prove he's wrong. So
You
why
can't
don't you let
prove
me?
you can't prove it in the Bible, because I'll
Why
ask for the
can't I
oldest
prove it in the
source.
Bible?
Because the Bible
That's
isn't
where
a
his
physical
name comes
source.
from.
No, it
That's where
doesn't.
the name comes from.
No, it doesn't.
It's Hebrew. The Bible was written in Hebrew.
The
What the
oldest
hell
source.
are you talking about?
King J is telling you no. He said, no, you're wrong.
I would say Coin Greek.
Stop. Go to Ezekiel chapter
Coin Greek.
39.
Apostle, you can't prove nothing in the Bible, bro. What is wrong with you, man?
Why else am I going to prove his name except
Man,
in
brother,
the Bible?
if you can't listen, Apostle. If
Where
you
else
can't,
am I
if you can't go outside of your Bible and prove it with real goddamn history, that's showing you right there. Pull up something in the museum. Show us something. Because if the word Yahweh was real, it will be in the museum. Number one, it will be there. Yara's back, y'all. Yara's back.
Now stop. Because see, what you just said is bullshit. Excuse me. It's worse than what he's saying.
And I can show this, by the way, just so y'all know, the question that I'm asking, I can hit share.
Hold on, brother, I'm talking. I'm tired of yelling at y'all.
You don't have to yell, brother. You can talk
If
normal.
you don't hear me,
We hear you loud and clear.
I got to hear. I said, go to Ezekiel chapter 39. And let's see if God wanted us to know his name.
Elder sa.neter. Let's cut that, because I'm not talking about Ezekiel and what God wanted to know. I'm talking about the name exactly. And I want to know the exact.
I want you to know the name.
I'm not talking about that.
His name. We ain't got time for
All right. Hold on. Apostle, you got to stop this childish stuff. If God wanted us to know,
who's being a child.
If God wanted us to know his name, God would have came down and told us his name. This is third party. He said this, he said that, he said his name is this. God ain't say a goddamn thing. So stop it, man. God ain't say nothing. That's somebody else. Come on, man. When y'all gonna stop this nonsense?
Neither did them damn netches, man. Y'all think
welcome back, Black Sage, and so yeah, my question is, show me.
So instead of you having this got you moment, why don't you just tell us
let me.
You have?
I want as a student.
God don't want you to know his name because you're a heathen.
All right, let me show the class.
But I'm gone, man.
The question that I'm asking.
You acting like a child, man.
Elder
you got on the phone and said you wasn't gonna do this shit, and then you turn around and do it. You're protecting this boy.
If I can,
he gave y'all all that time to answer the question. Now y'all trying to talk while he talking.
Right.
Just my debate.
Apostles of Quan. Let me speak. And so I asked a very simple question, right? Where is the oldest source of this name, Yahweh, on an actual artifact that we can look at? That's a very simple question. And I would like for anybody to show that, if you can. If not, I will show it.
Brother, just show it.
Okay, let me teach. Elder sa.neter, you there?
I'm here.
I'm gone, man. Because I don't have to
share
be
the
treated this
screen.
way.
Run, Apostle, run.
I'm not running, sir. I'm not running.
All right. Has anybody seen or is anybody familiar
refuse
with
to be treated like this? That's all.
With this?
I'm older than everyone on this damn platform. Get the least respect. Fuck you. I mean it.
Like Loaded Lux just did you dirty in a rap battle or something. Calm down, big brother. Knock it off.
Great Elder sa.neter. Can you share my screen?
Hey, is King J still on here?
Yeah, King J still here.
Oh, okay. I didn't see him for. Okay.
So this is when I ask for a direct source, I'm talking about archaeology, right? What did the people actually write themselves, right? What did they say themselves, as always? So you're looking at right here, the Hey, the Vav, the Hey, and the Yod, right here, all right? And so this is the oldest source in where this name actually exists. Okay. And that was my question. And I wanted somebody to show it. And I gave plenty of time for anybody to show this answer. Right. So now I'm bringing it to everyone so you can see. Right. And my purpose in showing this is that the people that today were what we call the Hebrew language, the original peoples who actually wrote this, what everyone is calling a tetragrammaton, that word didn't exist when this artifact existed.
Right.
There was no tetragrammaton when this was written.
Right.
So we got to throw that away. This is before a Greek writing right here.
Right. There you go.
So when you look at this, the peoples who wrote this gave praise and reverence to the Neteru. They did not disrespect the Neter. It's only the peoples of today that actually disrespect the real people in antiquity that did what they did, that praised who they praised, that wrote what they wrote. It's only the people of today that disregard them and throw them out and call them idolaters, right? But it's because of them that you even have this right here. So whenever you use this, and this is something that everyone still uses this name today, whether you want to add the vowels, whether you don't. My point in bringing this forward is to bring to everyone's awareness that every single time that anyone says the name Yah, Yahweh, Yahu, Yahweh, Yahuwah, Yahovah, anytime you say that or write that, you are literally drawing a neter, giving praise.
Facts.
Every single time that you write it, every single time that you say it, you're giving praise to a neter. Hey, that I showed and spoke on in my session. So this is what I want any Hebrew to prove me wrong on, or anybody to prove me wrong, that you are not literally drawing a praising neter every single time that you spell his name in the language that you call Hebrew.
Okay, so glad you showed that. So now let's be honest. Bring your source back up and tell us what that source is, because you really didn't show us anything. What source is that? What is that? What is that ostracon you just showed us? What is that? What is that glyph you just showed us?
Okay.
Don't okay me, just show it, man. What you should have did from the beginning.
I will happily show
and then
you.
give us a date.
Okay. See, this is what I ask y'all to do.
Man,
and I'm doing what
just do it.
True or not true. I ask y'all to do
just
this.
Do it.
But I'll do it.
Yeah,
right? Because I can.
Give us the date. Tell us what that glyph is. Just do it. And show us show us where we can find it in the museum. Where is it cataloged in the museum? Give us that. Show us.
Saber Patah,
all right. So
will you show the glyph so they can see the man with his hands raised, just like giving the prayer.
I'm walking to it. I'm walking to it.
You see what I'm saying? You ain't making my star shut up.
You need to burn some black sage so you can be part of the Neteru, brother.
I want to
show that
see the name of that glyph, and I want to see the date he has for it. Because his statement was that it's the oldest. I want to see that. Because what you did was nothing.
What I said exactly.
No, I don't care.
Was the oldest?
I said what you showed. What did you show us?
He big mad.
Let me say. Let me complete what I'm saying.
So I do this in my
and y'all, the Great House of Consciousness is gonna learn how Patah does this work.
Word, man. I'm seeing how you get in right now.
Man,
so
he ain't getting
when
nothing,
I asked the Hebrews this, and now they're asking me in return to do it. So that's what I'm gonna do.
Tell us your source, because you did not give us a source.
He showed it there. He deflecting. He done spent
King
10
J.
minutes.
I got his
you brother.
source. What the hell is he talking about?
When he
right, let's show it.
Hold on, Apostle. I know, Apostle. I already know.
I got both of these books.
Apostle, I already know. Apostle, we already know, Apostle. He thinks he's the only one that's studying ancient Kemet.
When are we going to debate?
He's the only one. He thinks he's the only one in the universe that know Hebrews is studying this, bro. We're doing this for a reason, bro. Now show us and give us a date on that glyph.
Both of Brennan's books.
Give us a date on that glyph.
He don't want to tell you the name of it.
No, he don't want to tell you the name of it. You know why, King J? You know why, King J? Because he got to give us a date.
That word is Shema. Do you know what that word means?
Come
Something
on,
you
man.
don't do. Listen. God damn it. You need to listen. And sa.neter, you need to say,
get him a
right
boss.
beside.
Get him a
That's
boss.
why you don't know nothing. Because you sit beside, don't know nothing, and agree with it.
Drop a bomb, Si.
Drop a bomb, Si. Get him.
He holding
The
up that
word
book.
is Shema.
But Brother Patah had to show you
Get
what
him.
Yahweh
Get him.
is
Hey,
in
yo,
the script.
Patah, hey, listen, I'm gonna tell you something, man. Let me show you who's connected to God. Patah is connected to God. He's calm, cool, and collected. He's calm, cool, and collected, and he is showing no emotion. Patah got y'all all up in your feelings right now.
He connected
You
to
all
the
emotions right now. And look,
That's why he's
look at
quiet.
Patah. Look at Patah. Calm,
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah, he about to show
You
that
know why? You know why, Elder Yara? Because the truth won't get you
He
upset.
about to show that source because he ain't
Hold on. Because the truth don't get you mad and angry and upset.
you
He
dropped a bomb on nothing, sa.neter. You dropped a bomb on
Yeah.
this nigga.
That's the
And
young
he,
natural.
you should have dropped that bomb on his head.
It's
I
the
want to
young
see that
natural.
source. I want to see a date on that glyph, or I want him to shut up. I'm asking. We've been
Your
asking
Bible
that for
said,
5 minutes.
Fragmented papyrus already. It's fragmented.
Show me, bro.
that's the one.
What
What's
does it
the
say?
date on
Joshua,
that?
That's the
what does it say?
one.
What's the date on that papyrus?
It's not a
That ain't
papyrus.
even
It's not a
papyrus, B.
papyrus.
That's a stone.
I need everybody to be quiet. I need everybody to be quiet.
Yeah,
Let
what's the date
Black
on that
Sage,
glyph?
let Black Sage and Patah talk. Everybody be quiet. Let them
I'm
go.
asking, what's the date on that glyph? Because we remember what his question was. What's the date on that glyph?
It's pottery, actually, Yara.
It's an astrakhan, right? A pottery shard is an astrakhan. What's the date on that?
Calm down, Black Sage.
Hey,
No?
I've been asking for 10 minutes.
He's waiting on you to be quiet.
No, he ain't. He's trying to figure out how to get out of this lie.
I can't hear you, Patah. I can't hear you. Somehow your mic
Can I
went
be
out.
heard?
Yeah, we got you now.
Okay. All right. Here we are. So here is the word that I showed, because my question was, I want the name Yahweh in the language of the Hebrew, not the Medu Neter. We're not talking about the Medu Neter. I'm talking about what's known as the Abaya, right? As Apostle likes to say, and the Hebrew. So when we look at this, when I ask for sources, this is what I mean. So this is what I wanted one of the elders to show, which is this right here, right? This pottery that we have. And so this pottery here is the name Yahweh, and it's on top of Neteru, because as I spoke, the people themselves.
Woo! Make out the letters. Don't do that.
Hold on. Let him finish. Let him finish.
So when I look at the
He's lying.
oldest,
Hold on, Apostle.
Oh man. Then when I put him in the back, he say I'm wrong.
Just hold on, Apostle. Just hold on.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
You got him. Hold on. Just
So-
let him finish this out.
yes, let me conclude and continue, because this is here and it's not going anywhere. Okay, so here is Yahweh, and what I've already corrected when the elders were telling me that it's a tetragrammaton. We got to throw that out, because that word didn't even exist when this was written right here.
Facts.
Okay, so
Don't stop it, bro.
and we have the name Yahweh on to Neteru right here. So my point is that the ancient ones were
Yahweh.
Hey, Apostle.
the ones who originally was writing the name Yahweh actually was giving praise to the Neter. So am I making that up? Let's just read it. Right?
Yeah, because that is
Two
not
best.
Yo, my man.
Calm down.
Let's
Oh man, he's
also-
giving you the sauces. Let's go.
two best or not two best. One of the most intriguing and hotly debated drawings from Kuntalet Ajrud in this scene on Pithos A, right? The relevant fragments of the Pithos are pictured here before it was fully reconstructed. So this, again, this is an actual artifact that I always ask for people to show, but never show, right? And so what's on this? We see Bess on the left and we see Bess on the right. But what does it say? Also visible in the photo is an inscription that runs through the crown of Bess' figure on the left. It reads in Hebrew, I have blessed you to Yahweh.
Woo! God,
So,
saying.
There's no in Hebrew.
Hey,
there's no Yahweh. That's a forgery.
Hey, hold on. I'm gonna ask sa.neter to put you in the back. Let him finish. Let him finish. Because he's
Let
dead.
me get him, man.
He's dead in the water, Apostle. Let him finish.
I know he is.
So let him finish.
I want to see artifacts too. I don't want to see.
There is no E in Hebrew.
That's
so you can't say Yahweh.
Apostle,
that's not
that's not even the argument
right now. Point, man. Y'all missed the whole point.
That's not even the argument.
Yo, y'all gotta let him finish. Let him finish.
Why is the source where we see Yahweh or Yahweh, why do we see that on the Neteru? And yet today we have Hebrews who disrespect the Neter, but the ancient ones who actually brought forward.
Oh man.
Okay, so let me do this because I am when anyone comes to learn from me, you should know that it's sources.
Right.
So let's go to the place where Apostle says it's a forgery. Let's go to Biblical Archaeology Society Library. And so here we are. This is where I got this from. Okay, the Biblical Archaeology Society Library. And I'm going to take this and I'm going to put it in the chat for anyone else to go look at it. All right, so here's the actual source itself. Library.biblicalarchaeology.org. Okay, so this is where I got it from. I have blessed you to Yahweh of Shemra or Samaria and his, I didn't even get to this, Asherah.
That's a Christian organization.
Yo,
brother.
my man. When you get the mic, you do the same thing. This brother is showing you sources. He's going in. He asks you to do this, and he's doing it for you.
That's not
so
it.
just
That's not nothing. That's not no source. They using the word.
So these artifacts are found in the Kunjalet Ajrud. Okay, there's an entire land mass, so you can look this up. You don't have there's no debate on whether or not this is real, whether or not this is archaeology. This is absolute fact. Okay, and so everyone can see it. This is the place where they found it.
What does that mean?
All right, hold on.
That means that
hold on. Yara, what you should be doing, Black Sage, is getting ready for this battle you got coming up, brother. That's what you should be doing, brother. You over here, you should be in the laboratory because Pastor Reggie, I spoke to him. He said he got smoke for you, brother. So that's what you should be worrying about.
He's a bum. I don't.
Can I finally say something without over talking?
Yeah,
all right,
bro,
just so everyone has the date that dates. So if you want the date, that dates to 8th century BCE, 9th to 8th century BCE. So around 800 BC. That's where all the artifacts in that area. It's not just that one. All the artifacts in that area were found. Right? They all date to around 800 BC.
Well, that wasn't before the Tetragrammaton. The Greeks were before 800 BC.
Yes, stop him, Black Sage, please.
Apostle,
Can you pull up the so.neter inscription, and then I'm going to answer. I'm going to answer directly to the Kunjalet inscription that he just talked about.
All right, I want everybody to know that Ptah is definitely built for the HOK. He's built for the smoke. Man, this brother here, he's showing a whole nother side with calmness, with decorum, and all that. This is how you do it. You know?
That is not. right information, sa.neter. Just get out of the way and let him get this work.
The burning sage
All right.
tonight.
So if anybody listen to what I'm saying, is he done? Because I want to interrupt him.
So my point, and what I want and what I've been sticking to from the very beginning is that anytime anyone says Yahweh or spells it or wears it on a hat or wears it, when you're wearing those letters, you're literally wearing a Neteru praising.
Right.
I just want to bring that to everyone's awareness.
That's
that anytime you see that name, you're literally looking at a praising Neteru.
That's a fact. You can't get around that.
Hold tight. Hold tight, Si. Let me say this. Just because you find Hebrew writing alongside Egyptian hieroglyphs, it don't mean they mean the same. That's why I told you.
Yeah, y'all changed it up when y'all took it.
We don't change nothing, but just like I told you, Si, when I said the Hebrew word ba, you jumped out and said, "Oh, I know what that means. That means soul." I said, "No, Si, that means house. It don't mean soul. It means house." Because you're talking two different languages.
Right. When y'all took it out of Kimmy, y'all changed it up.
Lie is a lie. I don't care if you're saying it loudly or calmly. It's still a damn lie.
You can't defeat a primary source, brother.
That ain't no problem. That's a Christian source.
That's from 800 BCE, brother. There was no Christians in 800 BCE.
Right.
Bro. Who's talking about the source?
Well, let me ask you a question.
The people that's presenting.
No, can I address what he said first?
Yeah, but let me ask you a question.
Can I address what he said?
Yeah,
I'm talking about the organization that is presenting.
I just want to address.
Where did he
Can I address what he just presented?
Make sure you bring that up in the debate.
Got his vowels from.
I'm doing something.
What he presented.
Go ahead. Yes, go ahead, Black Sage.
Can I address what you
Are you referring to the cool system or something?
Right.
Yes, go ahead, Black Sage.
It's pathetic, man.
Let me share my screen.
I don't want any Medu netter being shown.
And y'all listen. Terry just became the highest paid in Redskins franchise history.
Hold on.
Wide receiver.
Yeah, let's talk about Redskins.
Let's
get off of this.
First game of the year with New York.
And then it's really like he's handicapping you because
they're
most
going to
of
whip
those,
New York Giants like I'm whipping up on sa.neter.
Apostle, you working for the enemy sometimes. Like, chill. Listen.
Right, what are you talking about?
When you talk about those Sastu of Yahweh groups, right?
What Yahweh group?
Listen. The Sastu of Yahweh, most of those nomadic Yahweh groups weren't.
We're not talking about those.
Listen. They weren't
writing.
They were not writing.
I would like to keep this in
I still
order.
don't know what you're talking about, man.
If you could mute everyone's mics.
I don't. What you're saying to me doesn't make sense
because they're not able to mute themselves.
Yeah, I got you.
Is my screen being shown?
Hey, yo, listen. When I mute y'all and you unmute yourself, hold on, brother. No, you ain't showing nothing yet, brother. Black Sage. When I mute you and you unmute yourself, I'm gonna have to put you in the back.
You don't see it?
No, you ain't got it up there. But just put your finger up, raise your hand, and then I can acknowledge you and bring you in. So, yeah,
Hotep to my great brothers on the panel, Tefrim Kima'at and the Jed Sajem Ma'ahim Tipauku. Hotep, great brothers.
Do us, Saber. That's a debate.
Can we set the debate before you go?
He ain't going yet.
The young guns.
You getting ready to go, Patah?
No.
Ready to go.
I just wanted to acknowledge my brothers on the panel.
All right, yes. Yara, I see it, Black Sage. I'm trying to put it up. I'm trying to put it up, but ain't nothing. All right, there you go.
Okay.
There you go. There it is.
All
It's
right.
blurry though. It's all right. It's pretty clear.
Let me.
Yeah, right. Don't do
Hold on,
this, bro. Please don't do this, man. You my
I
man,
don't
man.
see it. Hold on, let me see it so I can read it clearly.
Yeah, right.
Somebody got to
Black
do
page.
it.
You my brother. Don't do this, brother.
Be quiet, bro. And
Somebody got to do it.
In all grace and respect. In all grace and respect, just stand to the side, sa.neter.
Okay.
Just stand to the
All right.
side, sa.neter.
You got it, brother.
Now, for reference, y'all see my screen? So just
Yes.
for reference, I bought this out in my debate with is there two Yahwehs and L with the what's the Caucasian brother I debated on your channel, sa.neter? What was his name?
Yeah. Damn. Ryan.
No, before him. The older guy.
The vocab.
No,
No, it
that
was an
older white
gentleman
guy
I
with the
debated on
raggedy
your
hair.
channel. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I got
Yeah.
you. I know what you're talking about. Go ahead.
Okay. So if anybody, I'm gonna get the name of that debate. If anybody goes back to that debate, they will see this as a part of my presentation. So this is not nothing new. I'll show you my full presentation. As a matter of fact, I'll bring his name up earlier, right? But let me make this a little bit bigger so I can show the good brother where he's in error, right?
Damn, y'all right. This a bomb
So
right here.
when he talks about that particular pottery shard, the Kundalit Assured pottery, right? It's a ceramic pithos, right? That's what they called it. But and on it says, the inscription says Yahweh and his Asherah. That's what the inscription actually reads. So that in itself is not Kemetic. That in itself is Hebrew, right? So let's continue to what he's saying, right? Because his argument is that because you see on that pottery shard, Yahweh and his Asherah, right, is written on there. And then he looks at the depictions of Bess on there playing what looks like a lyre or a harp, sitting in the back playing music, versus the two figures that are in front, right? Which some people thought that it is Yahweh, but no, it is not Yahweh, right? These are two depictions of Kemetic deities. What scholars have now said is that either the inscription was written first on the pottery, and then the drawing was added later on, or the drawing was there first and the inscription was added later on. But the two have no connection to each other than being written on this same pottery shard, presumably at two different times.
Drop that bomb, sir.
By two different groups of people. Now let me show the source, right? And why his argument is incorrect. Because
that wasn't my argument.
What he's saying, stop it.
No, that was your
because
argument.
what he's saying is that because you see this inscription and these Kemetic drawings on this pottery shard, that presumably ancient people of the ancient Israelites, right, were venerating or worshiping these Kemetic images or deities. He's wrong.
That's not my argument.
That's not what he said.
Hey, let me
That's
finish.
not my argument.
Hey, he's not showing any Mayat right now, sa.neter.
That's not my argument, brother.
Y'all right. He didn't say that. He said that this was the first time that we see the word Yahweh by
what his argument is.
He said that this was the first.
He said, but he's wrong with that. Because I already answered him when he first answered it, and I said, look at the Soleb inscription. The Soleb
inscription all the way around. He cut anyway. It goes.
Yeah, the Soleb inscription is much older than this pottery shard.
Soleb
900 BCE, right?
But yeah,
and I have more in my other presentation. I didn't even take him back to the Ibla tablets or the de facto writings dated back to 1500 BCE that now Scott Stripling, the epigraphics, right? The epigraphist is now saying, says the name of Yahweh or Yahweh. So he's dead in the water. Right?
All right, thank you.
Let me finish. I'll let you go. The others might not didn't, but I'll let you go. So let's read it.
That's
right?
not my argument, brother.
Brother, let me finish. I didn't ask you any of that. Let me finish what I'm saying now. I promise you, sa.neter gonna give you the floor back.
Where's the decorum, Yang?
Yeah, where's your ma'at? So some scholars have theorized that these figures resembling the Egyptian god Beth on the left of the photo, that's way over here, right? That these figures resembling the Egyptian god Beth on the left in the photo above are in fact a drawing of God and his consort, right? They're talking about Yahweh and Asherah, but we know it's not Yahweh and Asherah.
How?
We know it's best.
Yeah, right. Different.
Point, brother.
Yeah, right. That's not even his argument though. But
That's
what you showing is cool though. Listen, what you showing is cool. But his argument only was that this right here was the first instance that we see Yahweh by
on that, but y'all not listening to what he's been saying. I hear you, King Jay, and you're right. But what he's saying is that why y'all listen to what he said. What he said was that because we see this inscription and these this Hebrew writing and these Egyptian figures on the same thing is the reason why Israelites at that time were venerating Egyptian gods. He said that.
Right. He did.
That's not what I said either.
That is exactly what you said. You said they worshiped them. They respected them.
Come on, man.
Every time we see Yahweh, it's going to be they venerating their deity.
Thank you.
That's what I said.
Right.
That's what I said.
Yes. It means worshiping. It means respecting. But I'm telling you, you cannot posit that from this archaeological piece of evidence because the two have no connection to each other.
No. That's a bomb.
Yahweh and Asherah is not best.
So I ain't gonna give him one.
I agree.
So why did you make up that lie?
Why did you show this?
I showed this because this is an actual archaeological artifact that I've been asking everyone else to show of the name of
argument one way or the other.
Because I don't accept artifacts that got the name Yahweh on it.
What was the oldest inscription? I gave you one older than this. I told you the Solab inscription. But you know what you did? You just wanted to show this. That's why you refused to show us the date. That's why you refused to tell us what it actually was. But I know what that was when you first pulled it up.
Never.
You want to go on my channel and show the teaching that I've done on this already?
All right, great Elder sa.neter. Let's all come back to the screen so we can.
So now let me show. No, I'm not done yet, bro.
We're concluded. We're concluded with that because that's not my point.
I just want to show. I want to show the audience.
Let's run away from the truth.
I want to show the audience that you don't.
Elder sa.neter.
Right.
I would like for everyone to come back to the screen.
I know you would.
Hold on, bro. Hold on, bro. I just want everybody. Want you to get
so
this,
just to be clear again. The reason why there's confusion in that is because I asked the brothers to show me a physical artifact. I asked the brothers to show me a physical artifact of the name Yahweh. And my point is that the name Yahweh, so I don't care what artifact you pull up. That lettering system.
Before this one, the one you showed us, you said, I have the answer, and the answer is the Kundalit Azure pottery shard you showed us. You lied.
So again,
just say you were wrong.
The Medu Neteru.
He was just wrong. He didn't lie. He was wrong.
So someone show me an older source.
Just say you were wrong, and we will accept that and move on.
Elder sa.neter, are you paying attention, great elder?
I'm gonna beat you about the brow and the face over this.
Let's go.
You're a liar if you just can't say you were wrong.
Brother Patai, you mind if I share my screen when you finish?
Sure, because what I'm doing is, let me just go. Let me continue.
Hey, Apostle, to be honest with you, bro, you really showed him, bro. He's done here. King J already know he's done here.
Right. Hey, Elder Yara, Black Sage, you already know. Put together a presentation.
It's right here.
No, I'm saying on your show. Do your show. We can do it tomorrow. Your show tomorrow, Yara, Black Sage. Put together your presentation, and you can come on here and you can just try to refute the information.
Yeah,
I ain't got to refute. Scholars have already said that the two have nothing to do with each other.
So again, my point is any single time you or me or anybody spells the name Yahweh, when you spell it, when you take your pen and you draw the yod, right? And you continue to spell out the name when you draw that hey, I don't care what artifact it's on. When you draw that, you are literally drawing a praising neter. So let me show the screen just so I can conclude with this and move on, because that's an actual artifact.
Throw that one out.
And so when we look at this here, anytime anyone uses this to draw or to write, right here. So whether wherever you find this, and Apostle showed this, he pulled this up, he pulled that up, right? And what you're drawing here, which is, there's the hey right there, which comes directly from the hey in the Medu Neter. So every single time you or anybody draws this character right here, which comes from this, okay, you're drawing a Neteru, praising, raising his hands up, which is the word ka, which means to give praise. Okay, so this is my point. I don't care what artifact we pull it up on. Anytime you draw or you write,
that statement from
here we're looking at it. Is this not the hey right here?
No, I don't know what that is.
Okay. Well, let me teach. So here we go. Here it is.
Man, you don't know what that is.
Here it is right here. Yeah. So I can keep going, right?
I know what that is. I don't know what you're talking about.
So
because the rest
just
of
so
it
I can
does not show in the Hebrew alphabet. You cannot see that in the Hebrew alphabet.
No, that sign is, but it's not.
So you can't find this in the Hebrew alphabet?
2 legs. I see 2 legs and 2 arms.
So here we are. Scribal, let me, okay. Apostle, could you please? Scribal education in ancient Israel. Here's the source. Scribal, here's the source. Scribal education in ancient Israel.
Right.
I'm about the scribes. I love the scribes. I love the Hebrew scribes. I love all the scribes because they're scribes and they were writing. And I give respect to the scribes and what they wrote and what they said and what they did.
The problem is you don't understand it.
So here we are.
Lack the Holy Spirit. Understand it.
Elder sa.neter.
Brother,
it's not like
could you please over the top of him with your claim? Let him talk.
So, Scribal education in ancient Israel, page 55. Okay, here's the source for everyone to just go look yourself. He, the 8th century old Hebrew, hey, consists of a vertical stroke and 3 horizontal lines, e.g., Kuntalet, Adrud, and Resner, Samaria, Ostraka. It should be noted that the rightward extension overlap of the top horizontal stroke is of typological significance. That is, it is routinely absent at Kunjalet, Ardrad, and absent in Bet Shayan, and is normally slight in the Resner, Samaria, Astraka. However, it is normally more substantial in the late 7th and early 6th centuries. For example, and here's your examples, right? Rarely an archaic form will appear in a corpus from the late period. So I just keep going, and I can keep going, and I can keep going, but I'm going to conclude here. And if anybody wants to debate me on whether or not the Hebrew alphabet comes directly from the Medu Neter, I could do this for every single letter.
All
so
you showed that was no, brother.
Yo, let him finish. Let him finish.
So again, we can talk about it, but
and remember,
I'm the only one.
Letter.
I'm the only one showing sources, right? And Black Sage showed my source.
That wasn't particularly a good source.
That's not your source.
So
the hell,
I was the first one to show the source here, so everyone can see, and those with the eyes to see and with the ears to hear can absolutely show that. So I would like to move forward.
Let the brother finish, man.
So I would like to move forward, and I've, again, I
What's
would
the
love
date?
to have a just a structured debate where we can just show what we have and just
No,
pull
we're
it
gonna
up
have a
and
structured debate.
not
I'll give you.
Let the
I'll give
brother
you.
finish, man.
He
so
asking for a debate. I'm gonna give him
so
his
Yeah,
so
debate.
just
so
let him
so
finish.
They not gonna let him finish right now. You know how Hebrews get; they be wilding out. You
so
mind if I
elder
share my screen, brother Patel, when you're done?
Hold. Sure,
I want
let us get this settled first.
so we can the great elder can set up, you know, whatever with whoever when it comes to anything that I'm showing, because I'm very clear and I'm very concise and I'll slow walk it all. When as I said, if I have this much to teach on, I'm bringing this, and I'm a source, as everyone sees, and Elder sa.neter pointed out multiple times, right? And
Don't ride off of
and
sa.neter's
this
back. You can
and
die on that
Right.
back. Sa.neter don't know nothing about Egyptology.
and so so yeah, I just want to show that to everyone and show, you know, how to ask a question and what and whether or not, especially for the young scholars who are studying and we're doing our research, because I'm unbiased to the research. It doesn't matter to me what the truth is when it comes to the research. I'm going to find what it is and just pull it up, and I'm gonna read what the scribes wrote themselves, including the Hebrew scribes. I'm going to see what they said. That's it. And
You said
you know,
that before.
today it's just a you know, our modern interpretation of these things, but I stand with the ancient peoples, and I venerate the ancient peoples because they also venerated us. So it's a beautiful balance that just don't exist today. So I just wanted to show that and just make plain for everyone and bring to everyone's awareness that anytime you see that name, you are looking at the neter, hey, right? So I just wanted to show that, and then we can move forward from there. I would love to hear from my great brothers Atef Rim and the Jed, and just hear what the great brothers have to say about the presentation. I know that when I come up here, and my entire session, you know, was on GEB and everything that I taught, and I know what it'll translate and go into. So that's just part of this process. But I come to teach on the Neteru and on the scribes of any culture. You know, if I was to teach
You
on the
need to learn
Mexica,
about them before you can teach
if I
on
was
them.
to any culture, it doesn't matter. If I'm looking at the ancient Chinese cultures, I'm gonna go into their scribes and look at their strokes and look at their writings, right? And that's what I bring forward to everyone to also suggest that that's a powerful way to study, and just to remove opinion and thought process and interpretation, right? Because it's all documented, and what we have documents for, let's just look at, and let's look at the historical artifacts, and let's do let's do what they did, right? They didn't do what we're doing right now. Like they definitely, because all of their writings are on Neteru, and that's just one. I can let one. I think maybe the 13th show I do, maybe it'll click that when I speak from a place of having it, right? Because every single thing that I spoke on, I showed, and I you know, and I slow walk it, and my sources are just infinite. So I'll continue to do that. And this, you know, my next session, I'll do it again. In my next session, I'll do it again. In our next session, I'll do it again. Because that's what scholarship is. We look at the artifacts, and deal with, you know, what the people of the culture said themselves in the time that they were actually writing. So Dua Hotep, let's move forward from there, and let's go to either Atef or the Jed, or I want to hear from the great brothers on this session that I brought forward, and the great Saba Tahoodi. So I've been putting the links in the chat as well, to make sure everyone go and subscribe, you know, to our channels, because this is what we do. This is a consistent thing. So go to the TEHUTI pod class and ask your questions. What was that? And come to the house of Aten
Load up the chat
on weekends. So
No,
this
no.
is what we do, and
Too
yeah,
much
so
fire in the
we'll move
Kindle.
forward. So yes, Hotep, great brothers.
Shalom.
All right, peace. Hotep. Hotep. We got Tahoodi in the building, the teacher. Is in the building. Tahoodi, what do you think about your student, man? How you held it down, brother?
Wonder.
I am so pleased. Tua to the great Annie Patah. He did excellent. He did a complete teaching class show on, again, the only time ever done on sa.neter, a complete show on just what the ancient scribes taught. And this is why it's so hard to debate. I'll take that away. It's so hard to debate or talk to any one of us in the house of Aten, because I set up a standard, and that standard is, what did the ancient people say? It doesn't matter what you believe in 2025. It's irrelevant to what you can show and prove in 2025 if you're strictly talking about what the ancient people taught. And what Scribe did is he brought what the ancient people wrote with their indigenous hand. And that's why everybody's scrambling to debate it, because in actuality, all these young brothers, regardless if they're 65 years old or 25, they're all young brothers. All these young brothers in the Kemetic information that are on the screen right now only study this for debative purposes. Us at the House of Aten, we live this. This is a daily life for us. We're enrolled in school daily. Scribe is studying daily. Scribe is tested daily. We teach several times a week. We enroll this in our families. We teach, we raise families. We raise the children. We have diet supplements, workout programs, exercise programs. We have everything that's a lifestyle. So that's why when these people come up, the young brother, trying to bring what's that brother, King something, the King and Zaquan, shout out to all of you. But in actuality, all of you only discuss this when you see it on the screen, where Scribe is living this. And that's why he's able to bring so many sources back to back to back, because tomorrow he's studying this again, while all of you are onto whatever the next topic of the debate is. And then you'll study that, and the next topic of debate, and then you'll study that. You're studying something, you're debating and talking to somebody and a group of people who live this every day. So you can study boxing, you can train for 2 years, you can study wrestling. You're not going to beat Khamzat Shemaev. You're just not going to do that, because he lives that life. You're not going to beat Hoist Gracie. You're not going to beat Jet Li. These are people that live the life. So shout out to the great Neter Scribe. He did a wonderful job. He definitely represented all of us at the House of Aten, and actually provided enough time while everybody was bickering, squabbling back and forth, for me to step off and do an entire training workout, shower, eat, and come back. And we're still at it. So this is excellent, sa.neter. You're doing a beautiful job to actually debut somebody that promotes Kemet. All these Hebrews, everybody on the panel who's not living this, studying this daily, they're not qualified to discuss Scribe or myself, because they only study this for the debate. They're not living it. That's why it's so unfair. That's why it's completely unfair. Scribe, Patah, Annie, you did excellent, brother. Henu, and to you for representing and echoing the House of Aten. That's what I'm going to say for now, until one of these young men bring up these topics that were brought up while I was training. I heard some topics when they're brought up again. Let them bring it up now that I'm here.
Yeah, what is
hopefully Saw won't save you. Sound like to save his guest. And mute us.
Yeah.
Oh, you need to be a
like
guest.
somebody is afraid.
You be my guest.
You know, I've
That's
been
what
studying this here for 50 years. I don't know how long you been studying.
Everybody, can you hear me, sa.neter? sa.neter, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
So many people talking. Everybody in the chat, peace and love to you, and thank you all for participating, whether you type against or for it. It all creates the algorithms. It all creates the attention on this topic that I brought to the internet, that I brought in this topic is the Neter are physical beings. I'm the one that brought this topic, and I didn't go to King J. I didn't go to Black Sage. I didn't go to Apostle. I didn't go to Chasasad. I didn't go to Asaram Ka. I came in years ago and went straight to Jabari. I went straight to the Bari. When the debate is done, I went straight to the top. I didn't have to go to, I came on my first debate on the House.
Came on and went to JJ.
My first debate on the first debate on this channel here that we're on, that we're discussing, that all of us are on. Whoever was the top guy, Jabari, straight to him, beat him. It's over now. I'm not gonna be setting. I'm just listening to Aton now. I'm not gonna be setting up a debate with King J. I'm not setting up a debate with Apostle. Whether
you actually beat.
I went straight to the King, the Floyd Mayweather, the nobody beat. Nobody had been knocked out. He didn't beat nobody. He the top comedic priest.
Is that true?
Went straight to him. Boom, off with his head, and it's done. Now you're with the student. All of you deal with my student now. Peace. That's all I have to say. Scribe, you did excellent. All of you just deal with my student now. Look what my student can do, sa.neter. You think I'm coming back?
I would accept sa.neter.
Accept what my beautiful student does. I love you, Scribe. Love you, Atef, and all of the House of ATEN. Keep doing this. Bring this. The Neteru are real. And we went straight to the top and won the very first debate in the history of Kemetic history. The very first debate on the topic, was the Neteru real, was held by me and Jabari. I had another one after that, and that debate was won. It's the first. It was held here on sa.neter. So I drop a bomb for sa.neter for holding that. He changed history with that debate because nobody brought that before, and I didn't go to the menial pawns. I went straight to the top. But keep doing your thing and talk to these young men.
Man, watch them snake.
Wow, sir, I didn't know that.
Man.
He beat Mayweather.
Sorry.
I thought Mayweather was undefeated.
That's what I thought.
Shout the season, man.
He can't beat Mayweather if he lost.
Somebody lying.
So listen, hold on, everybody, hold on. I want to give somebody an opportunity to speak before we get up out of here. And Atef, you got the floor, brother.
Hotep, peace and love. Can I be heard?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hotep, peace and love. First of all, I just want to give you adoration, sa.neter, for hosting this. And,
thank you, brother.
The House of ATEN to come up and represent, as we always do. So to you, great brother, sa.neter. And then second, I want to give a supreme adoration to our teacher, Saba TEHUTI. To you, great Saba, and all that you do in teaching and, showing the world archaeological evidence over religious opinion. And then third, final, I just want to definitely give a supreme Hindu to my great brother Ani Patah. For that. This was phenomenal. This was a great class. I too am a student and I just want to learn. So this was great. I remember sitting and watching sa.neter and trying to decipher through all the arguments and all the chaos and all of that, and just trying to learn. And it actually led to where I'm at now. So I just want to give everybody thanks for that. And third but not least, I want to thank everybody in the chat for, like Saba said, for participating and witnessing this. And then fourth, I want to thank those three brothers who put their cup of water up with our cup of water. That way the people can see and decide what cup of water they want to drink from. So to you. And also I just want to give a big shout out to the House of ATEN. Come join us. House of ATEN, Ancient TEHUTI and Teachings of Neteru. Back to the source. We the original axemen. Hotep Hindu to you, everybody.
Hotep. Thank you, brother. Let me go to Jahed, to Dijed.
Peace. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear, brother.
Hey, peace. Number one, Hotep to you because you are the king of the house. So I just want to say appreciate you, brother, for allowing this to actually happen. This is a very beautiful thing. Even if there is a sense of a sign of chaos and a lot of people talking, it still gives people the perspective to watch Ma'at. I mean, if you really look at it, man, I just want to say, you see me and the Tef, we're very quiet. We don't say anything because this was this was Patah's thing. And so in Ma'at, you don't speak in a man's house unless the man of the house say to speak. And so, we don't speak until you say, hey, I'm giving you, brother, the platform. It was plenty of times we could have chimed in, talked over people, said certain things, created even more fuel to the fire, but we just stayed in silence. And we let everybody speak. And this is why I said multiple times on your platform, anytime Patas, presented, I always said, man, let your, whatever your teaching is that you follow, let it show. Speaking over each other is nowhere near your teaching. I don't care what anybody on here talking about. Your teaching never speaks on speaking over another person. and this is why we're very silent. And I want to say, because since there's all men on this platform right now, we're very logical beings. I want you to say, hey, Sa, has there ever been a time where someone's made a claim on you without any receipts?
Yes, many times.
Without any text message speaking in the first person. That look, I'm show. Hey, look, sa.neter text me this. Is there anybody who ever said that without showing that? Without showing any video evidence of you saying something? Have they ever proclaimed something and said something to you without showing any evidence?
Yes.
Has that ever happened to you? Any man on here that's in the chat, anybody that if you went to court and somebody said, and somebody had something against you and showed no evidence, are you still innocent until proven guilty?
Yeah.
So this is why I say, man, this is why I say, show me your first person speech. This is why it's findings, ancient teachings over your religious opinions. Meaning that show us speaking in first person. Somebody showed a receipt that say, hey, my name is A, B, and C, and I said this and that and that. Not from a verbal speech. Not from, somebody around the way, around the block said this and that. But if you don't got the receipt and you can't show it, a primary source is someone speaking in first person. And can't nobody do it better than the Neteru, than the people of the ancient teachings of the Cometians. Nobody can do it better. So just live in that logical state of mind. Because like I said, if you was in court, you would want somebody to do the same thing. It could never be an oral tradition. It can never be based on somebody orally saying something. You have to literally show the proof. And until you do that, there should be only silence and let's listen. And it's okay to listen. I got a lot of people who I read in the chat who they got a problem with Patas, the way he speaks and how silent he is. It's because you're caught up in what we call this consciousness reality TV. You want the hoorah.
There you go.
You want the argument. You want the talking and the bashing of the people. You can't even listen to just calmness.
Right.
You can't even listen to just pure silence of things. To just be like, hey man, hey, you know what? I'm gonna really take the time and just listen to this brother. And whatever I feel after that, I'm gonna just research it and we gonna go on from there. But everybody's just talking and they bashing and they doing, and I'm like, man, please present yourself as a living teachings of what you follow. Hotep to you, sir. Appreciate
Peace,
you,
Hotep. Thank you. All right, hey, I'm gonna let you go, Apostle. You got 1 minute. I'm gonna go around, let the people get it in, and then we're gonna let Patar close this thing out. Apostle, you got 1 minute. Let's go.
All right. I just wanted to ask the brother, did anybody
No, ask nobody nothing. Just close out, brother.
I'm closing out.
Okay.
Put it on the screen.
Did anybody interrupt
no questions, no. We don't want you to ask no questions, brother. Just close out.
No, I'm gonna make that observation. Nobody interrupted him. However,
hold on, Apostle. I'm the host, right? If I was a white man telling you on my show, this is what I need you to do, you will follow his orders, brother. You wouldn't tell that white man. You wouldn't tell that white man, no, this is what I'm going to do.
I'm saying,
I'm asking you. I just need you to close out. No questions. Just close out. That's it.
I'm closing out.
Go ahead.
No question.
All right. Go ahead,
I'm
bro.
making statements. There's a difference.
Go ahead.
I'm making a statement because when Black Sage was talking, Patah interrupted him several times to say that nobody does.
Be a close out, brother. This is what you closing out on?
Yeah, man, because I just want to bring the people back to reality.
Okay, go ahead.
To reality, or what actually happened, not what we saying happened, what actually happened. Because sometimes people can get confused and forget. Yeah, well, The brother was interrupted quite a few times. And he asked him to show my eye. Show my eye. So look,
The
great
brother was
show.
not interrupting, bro.
He interrupted Black Sage several times.
Several times.
You need to go back and listen.
Shout the season, man.
Go ahead and
Like
close
you
us
just
out.
interrupted me.
Go ahead, Apostle.
But it's all right. It's all right, brother. However you want it. But the brother just said he knocked out your Floyd Mayweather. You told me the other day that ain't never happened. That's all I got to say.
That's it. That's the closing.
That's all I got to say.
Okay, let's move on up.
When this brother, I know 2-3 months from now, when he's ready, let me know, because I'm knocking on his door.
Facts.
All right, let's go to King J. King J. 1 minute.
Peace. I'm here. Close out. So off top, just what I got from everything that I just on the panel today was cultish. That's the word that, you know, if your brother asked me to be logical, I came up, my conclusion was, I came to the word of occult. No different than the funerary and mortuary cults of you know, of ancient Egypt. Also, I want to say this: when the brother made this statement of every limb is a netter, brought me to remind of Allah: arm, leg, arm, head, right, the body. But I want to say this: in Old Kingdom, when the Pharaoh was the divine, the God, the intermediate, nobody else but the Pharaoh was divine in the pyramid text. It's only when in the New Kingdom, when the masses or the common people get a hold of these coffin texts, to whereas now everybody can be an Osiris. Everybody on the panel can be Osiris now. But I want to say that the Old Kingdom would disagree with that. The Old Kingdom would say that only the Pharaoh, only the Nasut was divine. Only the Nasut was the Apis. Only the Nasut, not the people. Everybody couldn't be Osiris in the pyramid text. It got to whereas in the New Kingdom, whereas if you had some money, right, you could buy a pyramid text. You could insert your name, right? I just want to say that because it's as if he's making a claim that we're all our gods. But that would go against the very thing that he says the ancient Egyptians taught, because they didn't teach that we all were gods. They didn't teach that we all were divine. Only the lineage of that particular funerary or mortuary cult, that lineage, that ancestry was divine. That's why most of the ancient pharaohs, they practice incest.
All right, thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. All right, let's go on over to Asar Ka. First, I want to thank everybody that came on the platform, man. Thank everybody. Asar Ka.
It's your brother. Can I share my screen real quick, Sable?
This is a closeout, brother.
Yeah, I just want to share the screen.
Let's go. Come on.
We hit entire screen. Boom. And share. So what they wanted was for them to see this God here, which is Yah, which was worshipped, Yah Jehuti, in ancient Egypt. And another thing that our brother brought up, which he didn't even want to get to because he wanted to stick him on that point, the Shasu, Yah. Here go the Shasu. And this is the Shasu, and this is Yah, who they worshipped. So I don't know why they're acting like a Neteru is not going to be there either way when he showed how are all the either way you coming back to the moon god. You're going to lose that, period. A test. Now, my brother King J made a couple points. They keep talking about the old kingdom. The old kingdom had, just like in the Congo, when the king died, his cabinet died with him. But that cabinet went to heaven with the king because that's where he wanted them. So they was Asar too. Not only were they Asars, they were able to live in the afterlife. Later, instead of killing people, they made Shaptis. So the Shakti statue was to encase the spirit of the person in case they wanted to do whatever to help whoever, one of their friends, etc., etc. So it's a lot of mixed up nonsense going on with our brothers. Yara, I don't know what he was on. Our big brother Apostle, I don't know what he was on. But there go Yah right there, brothers. Excellent presentation from Ptah. The House of Aten is doing its thing. The rays are shining. Imita. Let the brothers live.
All right, let's go on over to my little brother, Black Sage in the building. Hey, Black Sage, you're welcome to come on and do your own presentation tomorrow if you want to. Look at this tonight and put something together. Let's go.
Man, this ain't nothing to look at. I already got something to put together on this. Been had it for years. But since you let us start and share his screen, let me share my screen and I'll be done in 30 seconds, right? I just want to show something, right?
Your screen is sharing.
My screen is sharing?
Yep.
Can you see that? Where it says Armstrong?
Can you blow it up? Can you blow it up a little bit?
Yeah, let me blow it up a little bit. Since Asar don't know what I was on. Can you see it now?
Yeah, blow it up a little bit.
I don't know how big I can make it. I don't know. Oh, okay, I know what to do. You make it a little bit bigger.
Pause.
Yeah, pause. Come on, man. Hold on, man. Where did it go? Hold on. I got to go back and do it real quick, bro. That messed me up trying to enlarge it. Hold on. Well, oh, man. Until I get it back, hold on. Until I get it back, I wanted to show when the brother asked what was the oldest inscriptions or the oldest known use of Yahweh, I told him the correct answer. It's on the Soleb inscription. That is the oldest first use of Sar M. Ka, since you don't know what the hell I was on. That's the oldest first use of the name Yahweh. Then the Sar M. Ka, you just lied, saying that the Egyptian goddess that you just showed, where it's spelled in the English I-A-H, that is Yah, which is the same Yah of the Israelites. That's another lie, and we can clearly show the difference in that. I'll debate you on that. So when you talk about the Shasu is of the Bedouin tribes. They were not even Egyptians, and they were not worshiping the Egyptian goddess I-A-H. Is Sashu of Yahweh land. They came from a distinct land, specifically the Bedouins from the east. These were not Egyptians, and they were not worshiping Egyptian goddess.
They were Midianite tribes.
So I don't know what you're on, right? And so if you go to the Armstrong Institute, maybe it might come back on here. That's what I was trying to show before I lost. Hold on, I might be able to get it back right here. Oh, you see it right here?
Not yet.
Can you see
Not
it now?
yet. Not yet, my brother. You ain't got nothing showing.
Ain't nothing showing? Hold on. I'm trying to make it larger. No dig. You see it now?
Not yet. You ain't sharing it.
Hold on. Let me go back and hit the share button again. Right. And show you why. Okay, here it goes. And show you why the claim that he made was real preposterous. Right? I gave him the answer to the question that he thought he had right. And so the Israelites corrected him. All praise to Yahweh. It says here, I know y'all can see it now, the Armstrong Institute of Biblical Archaeology, the Soleb inscription, which is what I named when he asked me what was the oldest inscription, not the Kundalini Ajar pottery shard. That is the soul lip inscription, as I taught him tonight, is the earliest discovered use of the name Yahweh. That's what we gave you. That's what the Israelites taught you tonight. This is what I mean about stay out of our book, right? Because you don't study it. You only study it to debate Tahoodi.
I think
Stay the hell out of our book.
Would Mayat teach them to be like, I learned something? Or would Mayat teach them to be have an ego?
Come on, King James.
Oh.
Jay, stop.
Hey, listen, let me say this, King
talk.
J. King J, I'm glad you
Yo,
brought that up
nobody
because
should be talking on Yara's closing. Nobody should be talking, man.
Yeah, I'm about to land my plane. I'm about to park my car. I love what King J brought out in his closing, because we know that the Nasuk was the only divine individual, or claimed to be divine, right? They claimed to be Ra, or of the son of Ra. They were the only divine. Everyone was not considered a deity. And how we know this, and even in their authority, because we have ancient Kemetic sources, right, that tells us that even there was a Nasuk who even changed the laws of Mayat to serve his own individual desires, to take other people's wives. And the people rose up against him. So stop with this foolishness, man. Don't think you're not debatable on this. Don't think you're not debatable on this. Y'all have so many holes in there, and all your only defense is, oh, we believe what the scribes say. You don't really know if you're reading a copy of a copy of a copy. You have no idea what you're reading. You don't. Because what King J said, we already know, especially when it comes to the those books of the dead. They were nothing but glorified obituaries. That's all they were. That's why you have several different books of the dead that read differently with different people's names in them. Why? Because the scribes were charging the richer people who could actually afford the books of the dead to write them spells so they can get past Osiris to the netherworld. So they would have them write the spells. I have not done this. I have not done that. They were magical spells. Why did they have to be magical spells for their confessions? Because they knew they had actually done those things and wanted to be able to take that book with them in the netherworld to read the magical spells to trick Asar so they can get to the other side. We know what it actually says.
You do know your screen is sharing, right? You know your screen is sharing. You ain't using the screen?
Y'all not fooling us.
All right, all right.
I'll come back.
You said 1 minute or 8.
Yeah, let's go.
He went crazy though.
I'll come back. I'll come back tomorrow. I'll get a time for you, or maybe not tomorrow because I got a debate coming Sunday.
Yeah,
but I'll come back Monday.
Who you debating Sunday, bro? Who you got Sunday?
Yeah, I got Sunday.
Who you debating Sunday?
One of them Christian pastors.
Who? Where at?
On the Reginald, on the House of Consciousness.
Oh, I thought that was the 17th, though.
Oh, that's the 17th. That's the end. That's the end of the month.
Yeah, next month.
31st. I don't know why I keep thinking that.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, who you debating?
Yeah, you're right. You're right. All right. That's the end of the month. You know what?
All right.
I'm gonna be here. I'm gonna call you. I'm gonna be here Sunday night.
Okay.
And I'm gonna come in Sunday night, and I'm gonna show y'all why Tahoodi needs to get his butt back over here because his pupil needs a lot more training. And if this is who you sending out, now we know why Kemet failed.
All right, let me go. Let's go. We got to get the closing of the star of the show, spanking the Hebrews Bunkie, thanking him, the paddle. None other than my man Patal showed that he's battle ready, battle tested, and he's damn sure ready for the HOK, the toughest environment. Let's go, my brother Tahoodi. Patal, close us out.
And bringing forward the teachings of the Neteru. This was very fun for me, and that's why I just allowed the conversation to go where it went, to have some fun. So to everyone for participating and allowing the teachings to show through, and to just prove my point even further. So dua to all of you, and Duan Hinu to the great Saba Tahoodi, Tua for all that you do, and for your nefer Medu Neter towards me. Truly grateful, great Saba, Tua. And be sure that everyone is subscribed to the TEHUTI podcast. Every Saturday, we do this. So come join us and ask your questions. And you're gonna get sources, regardless of what the belief system is. When you come with a question, like how I asked the elders as a student, and put myself in a position as a student of the great elders, and to show, because that's what I do naturally. That isn't a trick gotcha. It ain't none of that. That's really what I do in real life. Tua to all of you, and of course the great brothers, the Jets, the Gem, Tefrim Kim. Tefrim Kim is the one who created the video at the very beginning of the session of the animation, and he does that for all the stories. We're working through the books and taking the writings, the teachings, the stories, and animating them, so that way we can bring a visualization to the story. So we're doing a lot of work and bringing the words of the Neteru forward. And the great Dejet Sajem is doing something fantastic and building a system. So everyone come to the House of Aton on Sundays and join us. Scribal Sessions continues over there as well, and I look forward to the next session. We need to schedule sa.neter for the next one, so we can continue to bring the teachings. And I bring up debating really, but I don't really think anyone's going to debate in an actual forum. But so I'll use this as a platform and just let people to see, until someone wants to disprove anything that I show, and which I show a lot. So Tua for that, and also just to correct the last thing that Black Sage said, and I was just looking for the oldest source of Yahweh in what's known as the Hebrew, not the Medu Neter. If we go into the Medu Neter, then you don't want to go into the Medu Neter. I'm trying to stick us in the Hebrew. So Tua to all of you for conversing with me, and giving dua to everyone in the chat who supported the great elder, and also supported me, support Saba Tahoodi in the pod class. And we'll continue to keep doing this, and keep bringing the teaching. So Uncle Jasa Neb, Hotep Marie, again, everyone be sure to hit the like button on the way out if you have not, and also support the great elder sa.neter. So houseofaton.org, Hotep Marie. Peace.
Thank you. Make sure y'all subscribe to Tahoodi. Hit the links right now before we get out of here. Go over there and make sure you subscribe. Hit all the buttons. Brother Tahoodi, go ahead, close it out.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I hear you.
Right. Peace and love, everyone. Henu. Wonderful job, Scribe. To everyone. I want to let me do a quick screen share just to close out. Since the other brothers got a screen share, I just want to show something real quick pertaining to to something, and then I'll give us some short words and close this out if I can, Sa, please. If I can do a okay, this is the screen sharing? I can't, it's a lag. Okay, wonderful.
Yeah.
So just okay, just a couple of things. Just to show that this is what the brother Elder Yara, before he disappeared, this is what he brought right here. Just to let everybody see what he actually brought. This is the Soul Lab inscription. This is actually literally the website that he used. When you scroll down, the brother Patah asked for Hebrew, the oldest Hebrew writing of Yahweh, and when they went to the Soul Lab inscription, resurrection of Shashu of Yahweh, if everybody can look closely, you can clearly see that if it shows it, you can clearly see that this. sa.neter, what language does this look like to you? I'm just curious. What does that look like to you? Hebrew?
That's Hebrew right there. I mean, no, that's Medu Neteru.
Right. So here's what the Hebrews are proud of. This is
on that. Oh,
what's that?
Man. Yeah, you got him. That's Medu Neteru right there.
Yeah, I wish he was here. That's why I said I wanted to say all those things now that I'm back. I went out. I did work out.
Old Black Sage, you better come back, man. God damn.
So this is Medu Neteru. It's Sheshu, Yahweh, and none of this is Hebrew. So no Hebrew scribe wrote this. So just to show everybody that they're showing Medu Neteru as the as that. Another thing too, I wanted to say. This right here is just to show the beautiful aspect of what we're doing. This is the channel that my students teach on. This is Scribe, Atef, the brothers that are on the channel right now, Scribe, Ani, Patah, Atef, and the Jed. If you scroll through, look at all the beautiful topics that they cover. There are classes on strictly visual demonstrations of the ancient papyrus, animating the stories. There's Patah teaching. There's the Jed giving life lessons and life stories through his life. This is the House of ATEN. Everybody go and subscribe there. This is the TEHUTI pod class. This is my channel, the TEHUTI pod class. This is the phenomenon. This has never happened in Earth's history. If you look at all the topics that we cover, these are all questions. None of these are my chosen topics, but I'm answering them all. Infants, breastfeeding, mama wata, kidney failure, liver failure, water consciousness, Dr. Emoto, Kabbalah. Kabbalah ancient? With a flat earth, is there the flat earth? Alumni graduation, school psyops, eczema, what's the solution to eczema? What's the science behind eczema? Abraxas, Torah stolen from Kemet. There is no channel like this on the planet. This is the first time this has ever been done in history. All these are questions. We're up to about 902 questions sent in, and they're all being answered, and answers are anywhere from 40 minutes to 2 hours. I wanted to show that, and I wanted to end off to give to say that one of the greatest statements who gave a closeout is actually the brother who's not here right now. So shout out to King J. He said the greatest thing. I wanted to give him a shout out, and thank you to you, King J. If you listen closely to what he said watching Brother Patah and all these brothers, which are us, the House of ATEN. He said, I got the vibe of a cult, the same type of thing that was going on in ancient Egypt. Thank you so much. I appreciate that you get the vibe from us of the same thing that was going on in ancient Egypt. Absolutely, we're the House of ATEN, and we want to give you the
Tahoodi. Black Sage came back because you brought something up and you showed them something.
Yeah, you want to show me? You want to show it to me again, teacher?
Okay, wonderful. So shout out to King J for saying that he got the vibe from us, the House of ATEN. He said he got the cult vibe. So thank you, because the first time you hear of the word cult is actually from the Egyptologists. So when you look up old Budge, old Petrie books, when they're describing Ramesses and the Pharaoh Khufu, they're the ones that call the ancient Egyptians a cult. The Christians weren't doing it. It was Budge and the Egyptologists that were describing any ancient culture, the cult of Osiris, the Memphis cult. And he said he got the same vibe from us. He said, this is just like what was going on in ancient Egypt. What a great compliment. Shout out to you, King J. Everybody did beautiful in their own way. And that is my closeout. Thank you to you, sa.neter.
Thank you,
and
brother.
that is my closeout. And Black Sage, Black Sage. I don't see him. I just see a black box.
He's right there. He's right there.
I see a black box. I'm not sure where he is.
Yeah, I'm right here.
I'm up, Black Sage.
You hear the voice of God. Put up what you showed me. Put up what you were showing the audience that you wish I was here to see. I'm here for it.
Can you show yourself, please? I only talk to people that show themselves. Thank you.
Man, I don't got time for this childishness, man.
Good night. Have a great
I don't
night.
got time for this childishness, man.
See,
the last time I was talking to you, that snake bit you and you almost died. So if I was you, I'll watch what you say.
Have a wonderful night.
All right, and
So
there you go.
That's
there you
what I
go.
thought. I'll do a presentation on what you showed too, because all you showed was an Israelite or a Bedouin as a prisoner.
Cut that off.
All right, yeah. Come on, Elder. Y'all right. Can't be doing that, brother.
Man, come on, man. Don't play with me.
Brother, man, you don't wish death on nobody. Brother.
I didn't wish death on him. I told him to watch what he say against the Most High.
All right, we out, Yara. We out, my brother. So yeah, we out, man. I want to say thank everybody for coming through, and we out of here. Peace, y'all. Peace.
Hotep, peace.
Hotep.
Shalom.
Peace. Hotep.
Hotep. Shalom.